What's up guys, Halo Repository back today with another video. Just a quick introduction to this video for any new subscribers or just people who stumbled upon this video. This is a full contemplation of my 3 reviews of basically the Eric Nylund trilogy of books. So we start off with Fall of Reach, go into First Strike, and then end with Halo Ghosts of Onyx. Now there is technically a story missing, or it's actually 2. There's a short story by Eric Nylund from Halo Evolutions. That will have its own separate video. I didn't want to like muddy up kind of like just this seamless presentation that I'm going to be giving to you. The other one is Halo the Flood. Now, yes, Halo the Flood does technically take place within this timeline, but since it's not written by Eric Nylund and it doesn't have realistically the biggest implications on those stories, I don't include it. I am planning on making another like Halo conflict compilation of videos so that it will have the Fall of Reach, the Flood, First Strike, and end with Ghosts of Onyx, just to give us like that end of the war era like full look. So just, yes, I am missing that video, but as I always kind of say, you can technically just play Combat Evolved in that aspect. There isn't really anything in First Strike or in the Ghosts of Onyx that requires you to go back and read Halo the Flood. So yes, if you were a long-time subscriber and you've seen all those review videos, there's nothing new technically being introduced, and in fact there is things being cut for all my new subscribers and just new people who are watching this video. At the very beginning of each book, I typically do like a full-blown, this is who the writer is, this is what the cover looks like, let's talk about those details. That is being cut because the idea is for it to be kind of like almost like just focusing purely on the book content. I do, however, keep at the very end of each video my review and thoughts, just because I know there's people out here who might want to like maybe explore and talk about things that weren't discussed in the book, or just get my overall thoughts. That is in there, but I also do understand that some of you may not want to actually sit there and watch me yap about the book just besides the actual content. So I will be leaving timestamps at the end of where I'm basically just done talking about the book and then switch over to my review. At that point, there will be like a little timestamp that says skip here for Halo First Strike. But yes, that is the very quick intro to this video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoy. The first prologue starts off in 2535 on the planet of Jericho 7. The Master Chief is already the Master Chief. Basically, they're on this planet trying to fight the Covenant. We see a couple of the different teams, red team, blue team, and green team. The fun thing about this is we know that we're getting a re-release of this book sometime next year. And they're saying they're tweaking numbers and dates and all that just to, again, make it fit better with the lore. One of these things I think they're going to fix is in this book, it talks about how Chief says there's 4 of them in blue team, but then he says blue 5 a lot. And it's kind of like, wait, so are you counting yourself? And then like, why is the numbering not working here? It's a little weird and funny, but I think it's one of those small things that they're going to fix, or maybe they're not and I'm just misreading it. But overall, all you need to know is they're on this planet. They are essentially trying to be, blue team's trying to be a diversion for red team. While red team sneaks into basically a Covenant stronghold and plants a nuke. This is essentially where Covenant supercarriers come down, land, deliver troops and supplies. The idea is while blue team is being that diversion, red team will sneak in, plant the bomb, so that way when a ship comes through again, they can set it off, making, a giant bang go off in this place. After the mission is a success, all of the Spartans are actually called back to their ship. And the reason why is because the Covenant is just going to start glassing Jericho 7. Chief and the rest of his Spartans make it back to their ship. Chief asks to watch the glassing of the planet. The captain says that's fine. Chief watches it, and it's just one of those things that, you realize it's been 10 years of Covenant war for the Chief, so he's seen many planets burn, and each time is harder and harder to watch. So then we switch gears back to August of 2517 when a young Lieutenant Jacob Keyes is on board a shuttle with Dr. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, as well as the AI known as Torin. Keyes is here because he is essentially supposed to be acting as like a security guard for Halsey, who is a civilian scientist who is employed by the Office of Naval Intelligence, aka Oni. And the reason he is here is because Halsey has, read his file, and she knows that he's good at keeping secrets. There's a major plot point that happens to him in his past that while everyone else is testifying against their original CO, he kind of keeps himself reserved, doesn't say anything, and Halsey likes that trait, especially given the fact that she is here to observe a child for her Spartan program, and so having someone who can keep a secret is integral to what she's doing. As they make their way to the planet of Uranus 2, Halsey explains two keys that they're here to observe a child that could be the difference between, life and death, the beginning or the end of humanity. On the planet, they make their way to Elysium City, to one of the school districts, where they see this young boy playing King of the Hill. He's getting in there, he's fighting, he's punching, he's getting hurt. He doesn't care, but he is winning. This is a boy who's very brash, very arrogant, but also keeps winning. He every other kid doesn't want to play with him because of how well he does, how brutal he can be, and how often he wins. He is known as Subject 117 to Halsey, aka John. Halsey goes up to him, and if you've seen the Follow Reach movie, you know what she does. She talks to him. A lot of our major quote lines that we get with Cortana in Chief are, reminiscent of who Halsey was at this time, like saying, "You like games, so do I." They do the coin flip game. Chief wins, or John wins, I should say, gets to keep the coin and runs off. Halsey being like, "Oh, I shouldn't call him John. I can't have attachments to this child." One thing you'll know about this book, at least at the very start, is it jumps months quickly. Like 1 minute we're in August, then we're in September, then October, then November. Like it goes quick, and then we even jump years even quicker. But all you need to know is directly after her interaction with John, we immediately jump about a month later, and now she's standing inside of an amphitheater on the planet of Reach. All 75 children have been brought to the planet to essentially be conscripted into the Spartan 2 program. Before that, though, Halsey is talking with Deja, a dumb AI that will be essentially the teacher of the Spartans for their academics, while also talking to Chief Petty Officer Franklin Menendez, who will be training these Spartans to become soldiers. During this conversation, Deja recommends to Halsey that maybe the children should be lied to about why they're here, or at the very least be given targeted amnesia so they start to forget their past as normal kids. I find this a little interesting because, as we know, if you've watched the beloved TV show, guys, you will note that in that one, Silver Team doesn't remember their past. They've all been given these pellets that suppress their emotions. They have had target amnesia that suppress their memories of just ever being normal kids. And that's very reminiscent of what's happening here. Deja says we should lie to them or we should make them forget. Halsey says no, because lying to them sets up a future of problems should they find out the truth. So imagine kind of like how Johnny Halo rings in the TV show, when he finds out he actually had a normal past, how he was targeted, how he was lied to, how he was made to forget, how angry he was with Halsey. The Master Chief in the actual canon doesn't have that. He knows what happens to him. He knows he was kidnapped. He knows he was, subjected to like the most brutal training and childhood he could ever have. And yet he doesn't blame Halsey. He's not mad at Halsey. He is okay. He believes that he belongs right where he's at. So maybe Halsey in the Silver timeline should have taken some notes. Now, after Halsey pretty much explains to the kids why they're there, they're going to be, humanity's greatest heroes and champions, there's a weird line where after all this happens, the kids leave. Halsey pretty much has internal dialogue where she says Oni sees the children who don't make it out of the Spartan program as acceptable losses. And throughout this book, or at least this 2 sections, we see Halsey very much tormented by what she's doing. She doesn't really try to justify it as much as we are led to believe. I feel like with the games and more recent media, it always makes it seem like Halsey just doesn't care what she did. It was for their greater good. Humanity will absolve me of my crimes in the future. Everything I did is justified. And it feels like she just doesn't care. But in this book, she cares. she's tormented. She hates that she's doing this to these children. Half the time she has to remind herself not to call them children. She has to call them test subjects or recruits or Spartans, just never children. She's constantly trying to erase that part of it, that term that is applied to them, but it's not easy for her. We then trans over to the next day. John is woken up to immediate intense training, 100 push-ups, 100 jumping jacks, 100 sit-ups. You know, it's non-stop go for these 6-year-old children. And during all this, you know, John has no idea where he's at. He doesn't know any of the children. He just wants to rest, but he's never given that moment to really rest and, you know, take in everything that has happened. After morning calisthenics, they are then sent to Deja to learn more about history, math, all that kind of fun stuff. This is when they learn about the Battle of Thermopylae, the Spartans. The next thing they do is have yet another training course where they play Ring the Bell. The objective is for a team of 3 to make their way to the end of the course, ring the bell. Teams who win, pretty much every team besides the very last team, get to eat dinner, which is things like turkey, hot fudge sundaes, brownies, like all this like very rewarding stuff you gotta have at the end of this brutal day, while the last team of 3 doesn't eat. John is paired with Kelly 087 and Sam 034. John doesn't see them as people who can really help him get through this, so he sees them more as people who will hold him back, other kids that aren't going to win. He believes himself to be the best, so therefore he will win. So the moment the training course starts, he immediately abandons them, makes his way to the end of the course, and he wins. He's the first to ring the bell. He's super excited, saying like, yep, I'm the best. At the end, Mendez pretty much says, yo, everyone gets to eat except for 117 and his team. And John's like, what the hell, I won. And Mendez says, well, you did win, but your team lost. And if your team doesn't win, you know, you lose. Now, this is funny enough where one of the movies gets a little twisted. In the movie, it makes it seem like John immediately takes this and goes, oh, okay, I understand. I have to help my team win in order for me to win. All right, I'll apply that now. No, that doesn't happen. In the book, John pretty much is pissed. He is annoyed with Kelly and Sam. He even says that he has to think of a way to get back at them for making him lose. And I'm like, what the? This kid sucks. So the next day, everything pretty much goes the same. Morning calisthenics, then teaching from Deja, and then they're once again doing Ring the Bell. And this time he is once again paired with Kelly and Sam. Kelly and Sam pretty much shove him and say like, you better not make us lose this time. And this is where John kind of goes, okay, fine, we can work together. And they do, and they don't come in first, they come in third place, but they win technically, and they get to eat dinner, and this is where we see the friendship start for Kelly and Sam and John. We then fast forward 2 years later to 2519. John is now 8 years old along with his fellow Spartans. They are now doing the wood expedition. Now, what this mission is for each child to be dropped off into a different part of the wilderness on Reach, and each is given a small fragment of a map. Their objective is to use their little fragment to make it to the exfil point and get off. The last trainee not to make it will be left behind and has to walk home on a very long walk. Immediately, John shows leadership traits by, while they're in the ship, he spots major landmarks saying, hey, let's meet up here, pass that along to the other recruits without Mendez or anyone else hearing. While they all finally, meet back up somewhere near a river, everyone's kind of figuring out, okay, so who's being left behind? How do we determine that? Draw straws. And John says, no one's getting left behind. I'm going to find a way for us all to make it home. They all make it to the exfil point using the map that they all collectively brought together. They spot some soldiers who don't look to be in UNSC, regulations. So using what they learned from school with the wolves, they are able to, as a ginormous 75 group, take down these 4 non-standard military officers and then use autopilot to take the ship back to base. Seeing all this, at first Mendez seems pissed because they were UNSC officers. They were there to guard the ship and make sure the children got on the ship. However, John, being who he was, didn't see them in regulation, saw them as possible enemies after taking them out and stealing the ship, explains all this to Mendez and Halsey. who then say, all right, well, you're being promoted to squad leader. After this, we then do yet another jump from 2519 to 2525. So now John and the Spartans are 14 years of age, and this is the day that they will be receiving their augmentations. We do get a list of the augmentations, what they do, such as bone grafting to make their bones nearly indestructible, thyroid implants to help, growth being quicker and faster, all these other things that I'll leave a list of right here. And Halsey gets a message from an old colleague of hers where he explains like, hey, your hypothetical augmentations, we did a test, or like a hypothetical test on what would happen if you did this to bonobo apes. And these are, Halsey said that she was doing all on these apes to really throw them off. And again, they're supposed to be all hypothetical, but they're the closest things to humans she could find that wouldn't raise suspicion. And he pretty much says like, the risks are high. The failure rate is high. If they live, they're going to have severe side effects. If they do live, some of those side effects could be to the point where they're like with Parkinson's, they're deranged, like malformed, but death is the most likely cause. And it's funny here because Halsey kind of notes saying maybe we should delay to try and reduce the risks. And it's Deja, the dumb AI here, who is pretty much trying to justify why they need to speed this up, like why they need to go through with the augmentations. She even says herself, like, Dr. Halsey, like, you can delay, but remember, your superiors want soldiers. If you delay, they'll just replace you with someone who doesn't, like, have these thoughts that you are having. And quite frankly, you're the only person that should be on this project, but you will be replaced if you don't. And so it's Deja and it's Oni who are all shoving Halsey to doing this. It's not ever really Halsey going, well, that sucks to suck, let's just move forward. After the augmentations, 30 of the children die. Well, I guess teens at this point. 30 of the teen Spartans die. A dozen of them survive, but they're all malformed, Parkinson's, like you name it. They have some sort of defect that prevents them from being a normal Spartan. These are people like Saren Osmond who will become, the head of the Office of Naval Intelligence, aka Sync Oni. But those who do survive obviously become people like the Master Chief, Frederick 104, Samuel 034, the best of the best. Though John doesn't take this, easily. He sees the Spartans that died and the Spartans that, are no longer Spartans as his own failure. He said, I'm squad leader, what could I have done to prevent this? Mendez says, sometimes you have to send your men in to die for a worthy cause. Never waste their lives, only use them in the best way you can. And even though John, sees what he means, he still doesn't view this as an acceptable loss. We then transition over to John training in a training facility, and it's here we get to see like what it's like to be a Spartan. And I feel like in the movie, it makes it seem like John and the Spartans just got right back up after augmentations and everything was fine, but it's not. Like, John talks about how just walking, is difficult. His bones ache. His eyes bleed every morning. He has severe headaches constantly. And some of the Spartans, take longer to heal. For example, Kelly. Kelly took a while to heal from the augmentations. They weren't even actually sure if she was going to live. While other Spartans, like Sam, healed quickly. Sam got right back up, not the next day, but relatively quicker than most of the other Spartans. And it's here when he's in this training facility, he starts to see the difference. Reaction time is quicker. Things falling, things moving seem slower to him. He's able to lift heavier weights. He keeps thinking something's wrong with the atmosphere, like the gravity well within this ship. But it's not. It's him. He's moving faster. Everything is just different for him. And then this is, of course, where John was bench pressing a heavy amount of weight, took the pin off so he could test the gravity in there, forgot to put the pin back on the barbell, and as he was walking out, 4 ODS team members walk in and start training, but one of them, can't lift the same weight as a 14-year-old kid, loser. Then he wavers a little bit, the weight falls off the side without the pin, he gets pissed. John tries to say, that's my fault, my apologies, here's the pin. The ODSTs are like, okay buddy, well you think you're funny, and they all start fighting him just for John to absolutely mollywhoop them and pretty much kill them. Now, he doesn't intentionally kill him. It's just the fact that, one, he is, being attacked, he's doing self-defense, and he doesn't understand his own strength. We then fast forward a few months, and Halsey comes back to Reach and realizes her Spartans aren't at the normal training facility. Halsey being like, yo, Mendez, where's my Spartans? He says, we have some underground caverns that I had to move them to train them because, well, quite frankly, after your Spartans got back to the planet and we started hand-to-hand combat training again, they killed 4 of our trainers. And that made me realize that we can no longer train them like normal. So then he takes her to one of these underground caverns, and we see that the trainers are now within Mark 1 Milner, or like what was originally like inspiration for Milner, like these big mech type suits. And the Spartans are moving fast and they're hitting hard, that they're still not killing the trainers, but they're hurting them within this armor set. Mendez notes that Spartans can run up to 35 miles per hour. They can lift twice their body weight. They can virtually see in the dark. Certain Spartans are even like greater in those charts, such as Kelly can run faster than the normal 34. Since Samuel is so much bigger than the other Spartans, he can lift a little more. It's like these different variation traits within each Spartan, but what she needs to know is what you expected has been greatly exceeded with these Spartans. Seeing this, Halsey says, okay, cool. I want to send them on their first mission. Oni wants them to hit the ground running. Can they do that? Mendez says, yeah. And she's like, okay, cool, because things are about to change. And this is where he notes, like, oh, I heard some crazy things were going down at Harvest. Like, is that true? And she says, your intel's off. There is no Harvest. Now, this is honestly why I say you should read Contact Harvest first, because there's a lot of talk about Harvest in this book, at least within section 2, where you get to see like the amplification into the Covenant War. Like, they don't say Covenant, they don't talk about aliens for quite a bit, but you hear Harvest has fallen. Something's going on Harvest, and you're like, I know what happens here. Anyways, fast forwarding, the mission that the Spartans have been tasked with is to capture the rebellious or the insurrection leader, Colonel Robert Watts. He is currently hiding within an asteroid belt on one of the asteroids big enough to hold a city. Kind of think about that city that is in the TV show. Yes, I know we hit a TV show, but it's similar to that type of like city civilization that they have in those asteroid belts. Their mission is to find Watts, secure him, bring him back. John is promoted to Petty Officer 3rd Class, and he is told to pick a team of Spartans to go into this mission. John, realizing that he can only take a team of 5 to 6, chooses, obviously, himself. Kelly 087, Samuel 0034, Linda 058, and Frederick 104 as his team. Now, there's no mention of Blue Team, so to speak. It's just his team that he chooses. And he gives off a brief description of each Spartan, why he chose them. Fred is very good with knives. He's also comes in second. And John feels like Fred could probably come in first in a lot of things, but doesn't like the attention. And I think in later lore it says that Fred didn't come in first because he knew he could, but for him, he wanted to, defer to the chief. He saw John as their leader, and he wanted to maintain that legacy in view of John. Linda 058 obviously being the best sniper, but also the quietest on the team. Kelly 087 being the fastest, and Sam being the biggest, but also kind of like their demolition expert. Like, he brings bombs and stuff a lot with him. Like, I kind of wish we had him more in games because he's kind of a psychopath. Now, the mission pretty much goes off without a hitch. The team sneaks on to a cargo ship that is heading into this asteroid belt to the specific city. They find one of the cargo containers that contains the luxury items, chocolates, cigars, champagne, and realize this is definitely going to Watts, place a tracker on it, and we'll follow it to him. That specific cargo container goes into the tallest building in the city. They make their way in without ever being seen or heard. When they are even seen, the enemy is quickly neutralized. And they make it into this room where there's a few guards guarding Watts, and obviously Watts himself. Now, in the movie, it shows how Sam got cocky, and someone tried to shoot Sam, and John pushed him out of the way and therefore got shot. That doesn't happen, actually. In the book, John just walks in, and he can't shoot the enemy because they're kind of right next to Watts. and Watts is supposed to be taken alive. So he kind of has this moment where he's kind of a deer in headlights. He can't really do anything, giving his enemy enough time to react and shoot at him. He dodges quick enough, but he does get a shot into the rib cage, and that is pretty much how he gets wounded on his first mission. Fortunate enough that it's very easy for them to, take out the rest of the enemy, secure Watts, get off the ship. John receives a Purple Heart, and he's, obviously quickly taken care of with the wound. And it's a very easy mission success for them that, it fills John with pride, but at the same time, when they're escaping, they have to detonate these bay doors that will pretty much open a hole for them to escape from the asteroid. This leads to a lot of civilian and contractor deaths that doesn't sit well with John at first, but he quickly shoves it away, saying, okay, this was a mission, my team's okay, mission was a success, I gotta keep moving forward. About a month later, John reaches Amphitheater, the same amphitheater that him and the Spartans came into the first time when they were conscripted by Halsey. And this time there is now, Mendez, Halsey, Vice Admiral Stanforth, and a cool, creepy, Grim Reaper looking AI known as Beowulf. This is where Vice Admiral Stanforth pretty much tells the Spartans that Harvest has fallen to an unidentified ship. We obviously know this ship from Halo Contact Harvest. He then talks about how ships were sent in through both the CMA, which was what, Johnson was part of in Contact Harvest, as well as UNSC ships that were sent to investigate, and all these ships fell. And this is cool because if you remember from my little epilogue part from the Contact Harvest video, in that Mac talks about how he saw other ships coming to Harvest and he tried warning them to run away, but they were ultimately destroyed. These were the ships that were sent originally. One of the ships does escape from Harvest and makes it back to Reach, but it's through a few weeks of travel because their slipspace engine was damaged. And this is fortunate because this is a time when the cold protocol does not exist. So if that ship had immediately gone from Harvest to Reach, Reach could have fallen much quicker than it actually does. Obviously, so this is here where we discover about the Covenant and how they are the instrument of the gods and all this kind of stuff. And Stanforth pretty much told the Spartans that their training is to be accelerated. They're going directly into the Milner section of their, training, essentially the last section of training. Mendez is leaving because he's going to be training the next group of Spartans, and that the UNSC is in full mobilization. Before Mendez leaves, he talks about the different ways of winning with Chief, and he feels like one of those ways is surrender, but he says that surrender is not an option for people like Chief and Mendez John and Mendez, because he doesn't view, one, they're as people who can surrender, and two, he doesn't perceive the Covenant as a species that's just going to let humanity surrender. It's kind of going to be a fight to the death, type of situation. He also gives John back the coin that John originally got from Halsey when he first met her all the way back in 2517. Mendez gets up, shakes John's hand, says there's nothing more he can teach him and that he believes John is prepared, and then he turns and leaves. And this is something I didn't realize, but this is the last time John will ever see Mendez. We then shift gears. The Spartans are being transported upon a frigate known as the Commonwealth by Captain Wallace to the planet of Chi Ceti 4 to receive Milner. They still have no idea what Milner is. They believe it to be some sort of weapon. When they get there, they find that there's a Covenant cruiser very close by. The cruiser pretty much gets closer because it has, more advanced slipspace technology. And then we have a quick dogfight between these two ships. Utilizing, Archer pod missiles, 2 Mac shots, and a Havoc nuke, all the UNSC is able to do is briefly damage this Covenant ship, while the Covenant ship was able to severely damage the Commonwealth to the point that the captain informs Halsey that he's just going to have to do a flyby, and all the Spartans and her are going to have to get on a Pelican and fly down to the planet. The Spartans make it down to the planet, take a 15-minute elevator type thing down to this very deep sub-level base, where they see a room full of technicians, multiple AIs, and mannequins holding armor. This is when we get to see what Milner is. It is the armor the Spartans will wear. We get a brief description of the materials and the overall specifications of what the armor can do. She also explains that non-augmented people, cannot wear it because the armor reacts so fast that it essentially just crushes your bones if you're not augmented. And even in the movie, it explains it pretty well that, you know, even Spartans, it's unknown whether Spartans can wear it either. Like, they should be able to because of how, you know, strong their muscles and bones are, but they're still worried that maybe they can't. And so obviously when she's asking for volunteers, everyone raises their hands. Unlike the movie where John says, no, I'll be the volunteer. In this one, everyone raises their hand. Halsey goes, John, you're the lucky one. Let's go with you. John puts the armor on, and even he has like some quick issues with it. Like when he tries to salute, he moves too fast. When he tries to do certain movements, it goes too fast, and it bruises him. He even says like parts of it hurt him, but at the same time it feels light, and it almost feels like a secondary skin. Like he almost doesn't feel like he's wearing armor, but it is hard for him to get used to the movements. And at first he's a little worried about like hand signals because they're so used to using it, but then he learns that like the onboard communication systems with the other Spartans is so much more seamless and easy. And that's one thing I like about Halo books is the way they utilize like pinging and like all of the communication systems in the Mjolnir armor. Obviously it doesn't do full justification for it here, but it will in a later novel. After every Spartan receives their armor, they're realizing, okay, we're good to go. Captain Wallace informs them, like, okay, we need to leave now, that ship is coming back. So they take every Spartan in their armor, all the technicians, Halsey, obviously all the AI crystals, and a few spare sets of armor onto a Pelican. And again, Pelicans, again, are relatively big, but that is a lot of people in one Pelican, plus spare Mjolnir armors, which weigh roughly a ton. I don't really know that's possible. I think this is one of those parts where maybe when Eric Nylund was writing it, he didn't know the full specifications and designs of a Pelican enough. But either way, they all get off the planet, and just before they're getting back to the Commonwealth, John realizes that the best way to attack this Covenant ship is to strike first. So then he pretty much asks that if him and his Spartans can go EVA, board the ship, taking some of the warheads that are on the ship, and detonate them within and escape. Halsey's a little hesitant at first, but she ultimately sees the logic in John's plan. This is where it's a little weird because, you know, obviously in the movie we only see what's technically known as Blue Team go up there, but it almost sounds like all the Spartans go EVA, but obviously most of them get split up, and the main focuses are on our three Spartans, which are John, Kelly, and Sam, who make it in. They board the ship, find their way to the reactor. They encounter a couple of jackals. One of them is able to fire at John, but this is where Sam pushes John out of the way and takes the bolt. And at first he says, I'm fine, everything's good. They make their way to the reactor, plant the bombs. John then turns to Sam and says, all right, you know your orders, you have to stay here and pretty much like guard the warheads to make sure they go off in the next 3 minutes. Kelly's confused, but both John and Sam know that Sam's armor has been, you know, punctured. You know, he's compromised. There's no way he's making off this ship because the moment he steps out into the vacuum of space, his armor will decompress and he will just die instantaneously. And John is more stoic in this than he is in the movie, but it is this moment where even internally you see John doesn't want to leave Sam. Sam has been his brother from day one. He wants to stay and fight with him. He wants to protect him. He'd rather die with him than leave him, but ultimately he realizes that he has to set an example for the rest of the Spartans. If, you know, he has to spend this one life. This is what Mendez was talking about. After, you know, saluting each other, John and Kelly make their way off the planet using their thrusters. They make it to the vacuums of space, and it's here that they make their escape, and section 2 ends. So that is Fall of Rage sections 1 and 2. Now, Halo Silent Storm will pick up just a couple months later in 25-26, which is why, again, I wanted to start with this book and move into that one. But yeah, that is the story. Now, I did a lot of preparation for this. I read the book, obviously. I read the comic. I watched the movie. And I even read Halsey's journal. Pretty much everything is pretty much seamless. Even the movie does well with a lot of things. Though again, there's parts that are a little like weird because it's like Halsey never has the
the saying, like, better to separate the chaff from the wheat when it comes to, like, the trainees. Matter of fact, I don't think it ever mentions that any of the children die or run away. Not run away. A lot of them try to run away, we know that. But I don't think it ever mentions that any of the Spartans die during training. So that part where she's like, oh, separate the chaff from the wheat, never happens. Halsey's more reluctant to do things. She's actually more pressured by Oni and Deja. Whereas in the movie, it seems like it's her saying, we have to accelerate training. We have to do this. We have to do this. Like, it doesn't matter. It's all justified. Do not worry. That just doesn't happen. She's very much more, reluctant to do anything that will harm the kids. And of course, the biggest thing is there's a heavy focus on trying to put Linda and Fred in a lot of these scenes when Linda and Fred don't even show up until that first mission when they're already 14 and augmented and try to get Watts. And that's kind of the only mission that they're pivotal in this book. They do make appearances obviously when they get Milner, but then when they go onto the Covenant ship, it's just John, Kelly, and Sam. It's not also Fred and Linda. Obviously, I know that when this movie came out, Halo 5 was coming out, and so the focus was trying to say, like, hey, look, this is Blue Team. This is Fred, Linda, Kelly. This is why they're so important to John in Halo 5. But when it comes to the book, since they weren't as pivotal to John as Kelly and Sam were. So, what should you read, watch, play, and or do in order to prepare for Halo The Fall of Reach? Well, that's a hard one. If you're just jumping into the books, I would say you don't really need to do anything. Specifically, if you're trying to go in chronological order, I would say maybe just read Contact Harvest and then go into sections 1 and 2. But you don't even need to do that because Contact Harvest, the only thing you're going to get from Contact Harvest to this is going to be the Fall of Harvest. And even then, part of this book takes place before the Fall of Harvest. But if you're just wanting to be as engaged in the lore as possible, as chronological as possible, here's what you could do. So one again, I would say essentially you would want to read Contact Harvest. I think it transitions nice and well into this book. Likewise, you could also try and find, hopefully, a copy of Halsey's Journal. Halsey's Journal was part of the Halo Reach Collector's Edition. They're probably harder to find nowadays because obviously the Collector's Edition's not made. I kind of wish 343/HaloStudios would just re-release copies of it. I do believe somewhere on Halo Waypoint you can find a digital version, and I'll leave a link down below if you want to read that. But there's parts in here that talk about her overall thought process when it came to artificial intelligence, Milner, why children were the perfect candidates for Spartan 2, how she came up with things like the Spartan program name, all this kind of stuff that just kind of complements this book really well. The other one you can read, and this one's not as essential, but it's more complementary to the story, is Pariah, the very first short story in Fractures that's going to talk about Soren 066, who is one of the many children part of the Spartan 2 program who, instead of becoming a full Spartan, has something else happen to him. I don't want to spoil it for this specific video. I'll get more into it when I get to Fractures later down the road. You don't have to read this to understand Fall of Reach. It's just very much it complements the story. It adds more to the story than anything else. Last but not least, you could also, if you're more of a visual person, you can watch the movie. I would say the movie, it's actually not as bad as I remember people saying it is. There's definitely parts of it that are weird, like I explained earlier. Obviously, the other thing is Mjolnir armor wasn't as diverse with the different helmet designs and then the numbering on their chest plates. You have to pretty much just think it as this, where it's all the exact same Mark IV armor that Red Team wears in Halo Wars 1 and 2. It's the same armor. Again, the only difference is they don't have their service numbers on the armor, though I enjoy that personally. But yes, you can watch the movie. Just know that there are some things that I have issues with when it comes to lore and how they explain some of the things in there. But two, you could pick up a copy of The Fall of Reach, either the boot camp edition, where it's just specifically the sections that I've read off with a little bit more on Robert Watts, or you could pick up the full Fall of Reach comic book, which will entail the boot camp section as well as everything else up until The Fall of Reach in 2552.
Okay, so let's talk about the actual story of this book. This book picks up in, or at least part 3, up until part 6, which is what we're going to be talking about, picks up in July 17th of 2552. We are aboard a UNSC remote scanning outpost known as the Archimedes within the Sigma Octantis system. The book starts off with Ensign William Lovell, who is basically just manning this outpost. Essentially what his job is to do is to, evaluate probes that are going in and out of slip space, basically trying to see if there's anything in slip space that's going to be coming out soon enough, at least in this sector, that, shouldn't be, such as, pirates, black market dealers, or hopefully not, the Covenant. Lovell kind of saw this as an easy job. He definitely rose up in the ranks in the UNSC, but he was kind of that person who was insubordinate and just didn't really listen well, and so he was pretty much just not stranded, but sent to the gulag of this outpost to basically just finish off his career in the UNSC. However, while he's sitting there just doing his job, he gets a crazy alert, and it shows a large mass within subspace that's going to be coming out of this system soon. However, when he takes this mass and compares it to designs of Covenant vessels, he doesn't see anything that would match a Covenant vessel, specifically this mass that's coming from it. So what he decides to do is just simply log it for, an anomaly within slip space, and hopefully he just sends it off and goes about his day. The next chapter then cuts over to the UNSC destroyer Iroquois within the same system of Sigma Octantis, where we catch up with our favorite boy, Commander Keyes. He is now in charge of the UNSC Iroquois. While aboard his vessel, he does get the update of a strange mass within slip space. Now, Keyes is, a smart person, so he decides to take a look at it and go, well, whoever reported this is correct, that the mass itself doesn't look like it's anything, compared to a Covenant vessel. However, I do know one thing. Keyes opens up a file titled Dimensional Mass Compression in Sha Fujikawa Space, aka Slip Space. Basically what this entry discusses is how multiple objects within slip space often get confused, at least for probes. The sensors might read it as one giant mass, when in reality it's multiple objects coming through. With this information, Keyes realizes that this is the Covenant. Like, no other fleet is supposed to be coming here within human space, so obviously this is a Covenant army coming. With this information, Keyes contacts FleetCom and speaks with Vice Admiral Michael Stanforth, who we've seen previously in other books and earlier in this book. We can still get a sense that even though Keyes went from being an instructor from, the beginning of Cole Protocol, if you haven't seen that video already, go watch it. But he went from being just a normal, instructor at Luna to now being, of course, a commander of his own ship. But a lot of people, especially in the higher ups, still think that Keyes belongs in this position of just being an instructor, nothing more, nothing less. Either ways, Keyes informs Stanforth of the potential Covenant invasion coming to Sigma Octantis, and more specifically, the planet of Sigma Octantis 4. Stanforth agrees with his analysis and says that he's going to be sending, some support to Sigma Octantis 4, and with that, Keyes and his crew then begin their travels to the planet as well and initiate Cole Protocol because the Covenant is coming. Arriving at the planet, Keyes finds 2 Covenant frigates, a destroyer, and a cruiser that exit slip space. Unfortunately for Keyes and his crew, there still won't be backup around for another hour. And that's terrible, because this is a point in the war where things are not going well. One UNSC destroyer versus this many Covenant ships is basically a suicide mission. Fortunately for this crew, Commander Keyes is their commander. Now, without trying to get into too much details, because it's quite frankly a lot for me to try and explain, I'm going to put up this pretty picture that basically explains the Keyes loop. What you really need to know is that Keyes does a lot of amazing yet very risky maneuvers that essentially gets the Covenant to attack themselves and then leave them open for an attack by the Iroquois. This entire thing is successful to the point where he is able to destroy those 2 frigates, the corvette, and this basically leaves the cruiser to drop a couple of drop ships down to Sigma Octantis 4 and then get the heck out of Dodge. Within this moment, we have seen the Keyes loop, one of the most amazing spectacles within the UNSC, goes down in history, and it's one of the biggest things that I think is talked about with Captain Keyes and this book. That 1 hour passes by and nothing's happened besides the fact that the planet itself is under attack by those dropships that the cruiser had dropped off. It dropped around 34 dropships. In that time, though, Keyes has pretty much just alerted the planet that the Covenant is there and that they need to start, getting ready for an invasion. When the UNSC fleet shows up, they bring along with them a ship known as the Cradle. And the Cradle is essentially like this mobile command base that can be utilized to repair ships. And it's necessary because in this moment, the Iroquois was, even though able to do a lot of heavy maneuvers and prevent itself from getting mostly attacked by those Covenant vessels, it did take some damages from ramming another ship, from some of, utilizing some of its missiles, to the point that it's going to take roughly 30 hours for the Cradle to repair and refit this ship for Captain Keyes, or Commander Keyes at the time. With this, Keyes goes back to his command quarters to try and get some rest because the Covenant will return. They're not going to just drop off a few people and then just never come back. They're clearly here for something, though he doesn't know what for, and that's what concerns him. During his little time of R&R, at least within his little headquarters, he starts to think about getting rid of his navigations officer, a man known as the name of Jaggers. And the reason why is Keyes has never really liked Jaggers. He swore on his life Jaggers drinks on the job. He's kind of insubordinate. He complains a lot. And during the whole Keyes loop, Jaggers at one point, not really mutinied, but was on the brink of mutiny because he was questioning Keyes' orders with this entire maneuver they were doing. So with that, Keyes realizes he's going to need a new Naval officer. And luckily enough for someone, not really though, Keyes was impressed by the amount of details that Ensign Lovell had essentially put in that report of the anomaly of the mass coming out of slipspace. Keyes looked at it and said, whoever put all this in, all this information, and reported it, knows their shit. And so with that, he looks into Lovell's background, sees that he's a little bit of insubordination, but he thinks that this is someone who would be perfect along his crew. While this is happening, though, Stanforth enters into Keyes' room, and one of the ships that had come in was Michael Stanforth's own ship. And so Keyes and him start talking about the Keyes loop and how well Keyes has actually performed, how Keyes is going to basically need a new nav officer and would prefer Lovell. And in this moment, Stanforth promotes Keyes from commander to captain. So here we are. We have our first official look at Captain Keyes, the man who will basically pilot or at least command the UNSC Pillar of Autumn in Halo Combat Evolved. As his conversation with Stanforth ends, Stanforth makes his way back to his ship, and Keyes kind of utilizes some of the cameras aboard the ship to watch Stanforth go back to his ship. And while he's studying Stanforth's ship, he happens to spot a UNSC Prowler, or an Oni Prowler, near his ship. And that immediately sparked something in Keyes' mind and let him know, okay, something big is going on here. We then cut to the surface of Sigma Octanius 4, where we meet a group of UNSC Marines who were sent out to basically set up sensors to basically, make sure that they can sense any more movement, radar, anything type of troops coming towards their base. However, on this little escapade, they did run into the Covenant, and they ran into not just any Covenant, but hunters. One of these peoples is known as Corporal Harlan, and it's not going well for this team. First, they try to make their way back to their smaller base, and when they get there, it's already destroyed by the Covenant. So then they decide, hey, let's go to Alpha HQ, also destroyed. But it's their last little haven because, even though it's mostly destroyed, they do find not really a lot, but a few other Marines there that have survived. When they get there, they are informed that 99% of the fighting force within this base has been killed. And that Corporal Harlan, again, Corporal, is now the highest military service member at the base, making him in charge. So he calls in for help, and basically he's told by what I assume is Stanforth saying, hey, we read you loud and clear. It's impossible to extract you right now, but do not worry, help is on the way. Moments later, a single Pelican arrives, and Harlan's like, really? One Pelican? Fantastic, we're doomed. That is until the Pelican doors open, and a dozen Spartans walk out. As the Spartans are coming out and getting situated for, everything that's about to happen, one of these Spartans comes up to Corporal Harlan, and immediately Harlan sees the Master Chief insignia on the armor, goes into a full-on salute, and it is none other than our boy, Master Chief Petty Officer John 117. Chief immediately talks to Harlan and says, hey, what's going on? Debrief me. And Harlan says, it's gone to shit. I have a lot of injured people on my crew, like, we need to get out of here. And Chief pretty much says, okay, cool, here's what you're gonna do. Any injured on the Pelican right now, and the rest of you who's not injured are gonna stand guard while me and my team do a couple of quick missions, and then we'll all get out of here. Chief then calls his team leaders to meet with him. We have red team leader, Jerome. Wait, no, he's gone. Fred. No, wait, he's in blue team. Joshua 029. As well, we have the green team leader, Linda 058, who is, it's weird, like, it's not rare, nor is it that crazy that many of the other members of blue team, like Fred, Kelly, and Linda, have actually gone off and been leaders of different, you know, colored teams. But it is just weird in this moment because I've gotten so used to blue team being Chief, Fred, Kelly, and Linda that seeing Linda not on blue team and being actually in charge of green team was a little bit weird. All you need to know for this is Chief starts talking about their mission. Essentially what their mission is to recon and figure out what the Covenant are doing here. Then second, prevent them from doing whatever it is they're doing. And the way they do this is, you know, they're in a city known as Côte d'Azur. I'm probably pronouncing that completely wrong. Sue me. But they are within the city, so the teams are going to go there in 3 separate ways. Basically what you need to know is that we have 3 squads of Spartans of 4. And what's weird about this interaction is when you read Troy Denning's Halo novels, right? When you read Silent Storm, Oblivion, Shadows of Reach, you get this sense that they are family within blue team, or with, well, yes, blue team, but within the Spartan program. They're family. They've grown up with each other. They poke at each other. They prod at each other. But there's obviously always the chain of command and the respect that comes with it. But it's just so weird here when Linda and Joshua talk to the Chief because it's so robotic and just severely formal that, like, the jokes that they usually have aren't there. And even though Fred, I think, only says like a few words in this entire, at least these sections of the book, he too just feels very stiff and robotic that I'm like, this is where I think Troy Denning did a better job with how the chemistry of the Spartans work compared to Eric Nylund. Chief then takes blue team through the jungle on their way to the city of Côte d'Azur. In his blue team is Fred and Kelly, but also James 005, which I love because my name is James. So I always thought James was cool, even though he's done literally nothing. When they make their way into the city, they go into the sewers and basically use like a snake camera to look outside of all of like the sewers and look in the streets and kind of just recon what's going on. The cool and interesting part here is that Chief for the first time sees an engineer and he's like, we've never seen this before. I could be wrong, but I could have sworn an engineer was in Meridian Divide. You would think I would know that because I just read it. But if I recall, it was such a small part that I don't think it really stuck with me. I'll double check for you, but what you need to know is that right here, Chief is like, you know, he's recording this engineer. It's the first time he's ever seen one. It's the first time he believes anyone's ever seen one. Of course, it's a big war, lots going on. He could be wrong. While he's doing this, though, Chief comes across that the Covenant are heavily defending a human-like nature museum. And that's weird because typically the Covenant has never cared about anything human, especially like buildings. Typically, buildings get destroyed quick. So he kind of marks that as, this is something we need to investigate. And then when he checks in with the red and green team, he gets an update from Joshua from red team saying like, yo, we found civilians. We need to get them out of here. Now, what I didn't tell you is that the whole plan is to recon in here, of course. But after they recon and ensure that there's no civilians in the city, they were ordered by Oni to nuke the city when they were done. And so right here, finding the civilians tells John that red team and green team need to work together and get the civilians out. And while they do that, him and blue team are going to go investigate what's going on inside this museum. For the moment, though, we do cut back to the Iroquois. And what's cool about this is, you know, Ensign Lovell is now here. He's no longer on his little Archimedes outpost. He is here on the Iroquois. And the moment he walks in, you can see he's confused as to why he's here, but Keyes puts him to work. He makes him hit the ground running. And what I love is at first it makes you think Lovell, when you meet him at the beginning of section 3, is that he's gonna be more like, you're not the boss of me. But no, Lovell hits the ground running. He gets to work. He flows with the rest of the command crew. It's just, I liked the way he developed. And this is where it's a little different than the pilot that Keyes had met in the Cole Protocol. I thought for sure that he would be, you know, kind of like what Lovell is right now. Some significance to Keyes' mission, but he died so quickly that I was like, oh, cool. It's been 6 hours since Keyes, met with Stanforth. He's gotten some sleep. The ship has gotten some repairs, not a lot, but enough to get the systems running, and it's been rearmed to the teeth. And what we learned here is that the Covenant has returned, and Stanforth has an idea. And what this idea, at least explained by Keyes here, is that they're going to get in kind of like almost, think of a Revolutionary War-esque type of like formation. The ships are going to be lined up, and they're going to do kind of like volleys of shooting at the Covenant. So that way, like, each ship is taking like just an insane amount of damage, and enough to where one can break the shields and another one can put damage within the ship. Keyes says this is a high risk but very high reward formation if it works. The problem is Stanforth is being very hard on everyone. He's not letting them break formation at all. And it gets to the point when the Covenant returns fire on the UNSC fleet that the Cradle comes up and gets in front of all these ships and takes the brunt of the damage, and it gets destroyed. Every crew member that was on the Cradle dies, but that leaves an opening for, once again, these UNSC warships to then volley once again on the Covenant ships. And once they get that second volley out, that's when Stanforth says, everyone break apart, pick a ship, and start attacking. Like, make sure that no one is left alive. During the fight, though, Keyes still feels like something's up. Like, why would the Covenant why would they do this quick dropship maneuver and then have it to where it feels like something bigger is going on and we're not seeing it. So he tells his command crew to start scanning the planet to see if they can find anything, and they do. They find a single lone ship hovering in a geosynchronous orbit of the planet of Sigma Octanus 4, and it's transmitting something. Something is being transmitted from the planet to this Covenant vessel. Keyes then decides to ram this ship, and once he does that, he tries himself to intercept this transmission until it's ultimately cut off. And he's about to get attacked by another Covenant ship before him and the rest of the squad are saved by the other UNSC ship. But before this lone ship can even attack or get destroyed, it leaves. The Covenant just leaves the system. Not the ones, of course, on the planet. They're trapped. But every other ship that was in orb or in space fighting the UNSC just leaves. And everyone feels like they won. Like, there was this sense of victory amongst everyone within the Iroquois. But Keyes doesn't feel like this was a victory. He feels like whatever they were here for, they got it. Back in the city of Cote d'Azur, Chief and the rest of the Blue Team sneak into this museum, kill a couple of jackals, are looking around, and they stumble to a room where they see two behemoth Covenant species basically like putting this rock into like a little container. And they're also using this transmitter to transmit something into orbit. This would obviously be that thing that Keyes had found, or at least detected, being transmitted. What's weird about this part is that John and the rest of them it seems like have never seen hunters. They certainly explain them in a way that like they've never ran into them. And that is a little weird when you think about, one, it's been a 20-year war at this point. Like, this war has been going on since 2552. At the same time, we have seen Master Chief fight a hunter in Halo 4 Forward Unto Dawn, which takes place before Halo Oblivion. So like, he's fought a hunter before, but here it's like, never seen one before in my life. Either way, Blue Team engages with the hunters, and it's a tough battle. In fact, it gets so tough that at one point the hunters use their plasma cannons to shoot at James, and it literally takes his arm off. It's kind of brutal. But fortunately enough, they're able to basically get the hunters out of the room, get whatever this rock is that they were so happy to put in some sort of container, and then destroy the transmitter, which is why the transmission ended for Keyes and the rest of the crew in orbit. Chief and the rest of the team get back into the sewers, get out of the sewers, and get all the way back to their little Alpha HQ base, regroup with the rest of Red and Green Team with the civilians they saved, get aboard the Pelican where Corporal Harlan and his people are at, escape the planet, and nuke the city. Mission success. Back aboard the Iroquois, Keyes is kind of like recounting everything that happened, and he just, again, doesn't feel like this was a victory. Before he could really get into it, though, he is ordered back by Michael Stanforth to return to Reach, because there's something big going on. And it's not what you think. The planet is under attack, but there is a big plan that they have, and they're going to need someone who's like an excellent captain, and that's Keyes. Roughly a month later, it is now August 12th, and we're on Reach. Chief is headed towards Camp Hathcock. He's heading there to be debriefed by Oni, and he's in his naval dress uniform. He meets with Keyes. Keyes recognizes who John is, even though right here, John's like, I've never met you before. And Keyes is like, I have, but you wouldn't recall because it was a long time ago. And we kind of get some inner, like, a dialogue with Keyes talking about how he feels the guilt of, like, his role and everything in helping basically with the kidnapping and indoctrination of the chief, but he doesn't dwell on it. And for some weird reason, I know this is gonna sound terrible. Maybe I'm a Halsey guy, so I agree. He should not dwell on it. Either ways, Chief is called into the briefing room where at first everyone in this room is arguing. He can't really tell who is who because they're all covered in the shadows. All he knows is that they're arguing, and it's probably more than likely like the top of Fleet Comm and Oni. In this meeting, he's asked about his mission, the details, the rock, the hunters, and then he's asked why he nuked the city. Like, what gave him any belief he should do that? And he says, like, I had my orders by Oni Section 3. So, like, I was just following orders. And then someone in this room calls Chief, and I have it right here, one of Halsey's wind-up toy soldiers. And when he says that, someone in the room, like, barks at this dude and goes, hey, like, say what you want about Halsey or Oni, but this soldier right here has done a lot for us, and you will show him the respect he deserves. And then John is dismissed. He leaves the room, finds Halsey waiting to, like, just say hi to him. And of course he's immediate, like, saluting her, being very submissive to her. But it's just because Halsey is, you know, it's basically like his mother. She then tells Chief that she will be meeting with him and the rest of the Spartans soon for something big. And of course he's excited to get back out in the field and do some work. Now I want to pause here because I see a lot of people who argue that, like, the way Del Rio acts with John, or the way John reacts with Del Rio, or just any time that the chief is disrespected is weird and it's kind of like 343 lore. I disagree, because here we are seeing someone basically badmouth the chief. I'm going to reveal who it is. At least, fun fact, if you read the Halo the Fall of the Reach comic, it shows you who calls Chief a wind-up Halsey toy, or toy soldier. It's none other than Colonel James Ackerson, who we know does not like, well, maybe we all don't know, but for the most part, most Halo fans know who Ackerson is. He doesn't like Halsey, but he has his own ambitions. But either way, it is just to go to show that, yes, Master Chief is a legendary soldier. We see that in Halo 1, we see that in Halo 2, 3, and up until 4 and 5 and Infinite, where, like, his legend is synonymous within the entire, not just the UNSC, but the Covenant too. He is this legendary status, but that doesn't mean everyone likes him or cares about him. Specifically, the brass. They're kind of like, cool, dude, like, you're still just a toy, get out of here. Either way, about a week later, actually about 2 weeks later, we're in Castle Base. We're following Halsey's character, who, you know, for a brief moment talks about how a lot of her research, especially from the, you know, Project Milner, was kind of like shunted to the side. But fortunately enough, like, with the way things are going for the Covenant, or with the Covenant War, and specifically how well the Spartans are performing, she was re-given that budget and re-given a green light to continue that project. We also find that 3 years ago, the Spartan 2 program was publicized. For the most part, the Spartans have been kept under wraps. But here we see that the reason that Oni and the UNSC decided to finally release to the public what the Spartan 2s were, it was to boost morale at a time when the Covenant War was just at such a low point. But one thing to note here is that they don't talk about the actual origins or why they were here or how they got here. They just talk about, hey, the Spartans are here, they're going to be our biggest heroes to fight the Covenant. Oorah. We learned from Halsey's perspective of the meeting that they wanted to know what that rock was and why it was important. And Halsey kind of knew, like, she said it out loud, like, based off the symbols that were on this rock, because it wasn't just your, like, basic igneous rock. There was something about it that was different. It was either something that was ancient Covenant or a completely different species altogether. And everyone in the room's kind of like, ooh, don't say that, because that would mean there's another alien like force we need to worry about. And this is important to note, because in Meridian Divide, we already have it to where Owen is telling the kids about the Forerunners and Forerunner artifacts. So it's a little weird here to go into Fall of Reach right after Meridian Divide, where it's like the word Forerunner is never used. Even when they find Halo, it's not used. Even looking at this rock and the weird markings and the weird coordinates, never once is the word Forerunner mentioned. So it's kind of one of those things where that's why when the word Forerunner was name dropped by Owen in Battleborn and Meridian Divide, I was like, okay, are we breaking the lore a little bit here? Again, it could be something kept from Halsey. It's not new. Could be something that deeper Oni people know about, like Parangoski, and who just told Owen because he is from Onyx, or at least has been to Onyx. So that could be the reason why, but still here, it was just a little weird to read that. And one fun, interesting thing about this part, I don't know why I'm still holding this, but I am, is while Halsey is doing like all her internal thinkings of how this is more likely something that's foreign, like not Covenant, but a different alien species, Cortana like comes projected in the room and starts talking to Halsey. And it's here that we kind of get Halsey's perspective of Cortana. Cortana is like her best AI. She reveals that she got approval from Oni to make another clone of herself, or at least clone brain parts, to be used to make Cortana. And so basically, Halsey starts questioning Cortana on her own analysis of the rock and everything. And Cortana comes to the same conclusion. This is clearly either Ancient Covenant or something else altogether. Basically, one, it's to test Cortana to see if she is as intelligent as Halsey expects her to be, and two, just to see how close to Halsey Cortana is, because she is in essence a clone of Halsey. And we get revealed that there have been, a series of specimens used to create Cortana, so there are more things or more, clone parts that can be used to make more Cortana models, and that is important for a much later book, which you probably don't need any introduction to. But all in all, we hear that Cortana is kind of a yapper, kind of a know-it-all, but Halsey's like, yeah, that's how I was when I was young. I can't even be mad. Anyways, Halsey confirms to Cortana that Project Milner will go forward. And right here, Cortana looks at to this wall of pictures. She has a picture of all the Spartans and asks, who will be Cortana's Spartan? And Halsey says, well, who do you want? And of course, Cortana chooses John. And she goes off her reasoning like he's, brave. He seems to have something about him that's just probably luck, but altogether, he seems like the perfect Spartan. And in fact, looking at it statistically, him and I are almost a perfect match. Perfectly perfect. And Halsey kind of wonders to herself, is it statistically, is he perfect for her? Or is it just because since Cortana's based off Halsey's brain, Halsey already favors John. John is her favorite Spartan. That is her baby. So is that why Cortana's choosing her? Or him? Altogether though, Halsey agrees that yeah, John will be the one you're paired with. They then start setting up the next set of the mission. What ship? Pillar of Autumn. Cool. Who's the captain? Halsey's like, I got a person in mind. His name's Captain Keyes. 2 days later, on August 27th, 2552, we are back, actually, in the Reach training base where the Spartans were in that amphitheater way back when they were kids, or at least teens, being told about the Covenant is this new alien species that they're going to be sent to fight. We learn here that there's a little over 24 Spartans here, roughly 24, 25 in total. Save for 3, which is Gray Team, and then another who was too injured to return. I've seen 2 reports on who this could be. I think I saw one saying it was Sheila 065, but I think the actual answer is Maria 062. Honestly, I don't actually know who this injured Spartan is, and in fact, I was a little complex because when it said Save 3, I thought they meant Red Team, but at this point, Red Team is considered MIA and basically dead. So it makes more sense that it would be Gray Team, who are still, of course, out and about, deep within enemy lines, doing their own thing like they were doing in Cole Protocol. This is where Halsey starts to talk about their next mission. And this next mission is the riskiest mission possible. They're going to be sending the Spartans to go and find a ship. They will then commandeer this Covenant ship, use it to find the Covenant homeworld,
get to the Covenant homeworld, find a prophet, kidnap the prophet, bring it back so that they can force a peace. The book doesn't actually say it, but this is known as Operation Red Flag. It is kind of like the if all else fails, this is it type plan. And one interesting thing here is that John talks about how he's not even sure what a prophet looks like. Like no one here even knows what they look like. Yet once again, in Meridian Divide, we have it to where we see a prophet, a minor prophet, and Owen says, look, it's a Sanshayun prophet. And it's like, what are we doing here, guys? Like, don't get me wrong. I know it was Cassandra Rose Clark's first book, but someone at 343 had to been like, we can't say prophet. We can't use prophets. They're not supposed to know what they look like. Unless, again, Owen just knows more than everyone else. Either way, after Halsey tells them, she says the war's not going well. And that since this is such a high-risk mission, they're not actually ordering the Spartans to go, but they're asking for volunteers. Of course, John and all of the other Spartans immediately get up, raise their hand, volunteering for the work. Another 2 days later, we are now at a training facility where John is given updates to his neural interface. Then he's taken to another room where he's introduced to the Mark V. Basically, it's been given some minor adjustments compared to the Mark IV, but there are two major ones. Major one is that he has energy shields. This is the first time the Spartans have had actual full-on working energy shields. The way it's powered up is the same way we see at the beginning of Halo Combat Evolved. The second major update is the fact that he can now interface with an AI to the level that like a UNSC ship would be. And this is where John is introduced to Cortana. And I don't know, I guess with having Infinite's little, memory unit where it shows John meeting Cortana, reading this part was honestly just kind of like heartfelt to me. And at the same time, it was heartbreaking because of what we know with Cortana. Now, say what you want of whether Cortana going bad or not was a good part on 343, but I will say is that overall, like, I think that it was kind of a good start and finish with her. Either way, Halsey tells Chief all about Cortana, how she will be interfaced with him directly through his helmet and through his neural interface within his head, and that like basically Cortana would have the ability to help Chief react, to be more efficient, to be faster. Chief does note he's a little worried about Cortana being able to take control of the armor, but Halsey says no, that's not what she can do. All she really can do is translate kind of like the impulses in your mortal cortex directly to the armor. Basically just allowing for quicker and more efficient reaction times, just sending those brain signals to the armor quicker so he can react. It doesn't mean she can control it, just make it faster. Halsey then tells Chief that like he's going to be going through a training obstacle. The obstacle or the goal, ring the bell, just like he did when he was 6 years old, when he first did not work well with Sam and Kelly. Here he is once again playing that exact same mission, but without them. It's just him and Cortana. And this scene is so cool. First and foremost, he does a quick hand-to-hand combat with some ODSTs. He doesn't want to kill them because he's like, the UNSC needs every person they can take. But by God, these people are not going to be getting up anytime soon. He basically hits them with the Batman combo and says, now talk. Well, he doesn't say the now talk, but let's just say that they're going to hate Spartans, specifically the Chief, for the rest of their lives. I would. He then goes through a couple of like normal obstacles, you know, like there's one where it's like these turrets that are facing him. There's one where it's landmines, and he uses Cortana to like determine where the landmines are. He uses Cortana to react faster. And then the last part of the mission is him getting attacked by this jet. This Skyhawk comes in and it's trying to kill Chief. Like it's shooting at him, it's launching missiles at him. Chief uses Cortana's ability to, you know, obviously do fast math, and he's able to react and deflect a missile, not enough to where it doesn't do anything, but enough to keep him from being taken the full impact. After that, he rings the bell and we hear Halsey say, Colonel Ackerson, call off your people, he won. And it's kind of like, okay, so Ackerson had a part in all this. Another 2 days later, we have it to now where Cortana is above the UNSC Pillar of Autumn. They brought the Pillar of Autumn to Keyes and said, what do you think of it? He's like, it's kind of a slow piece of crap. Strong, they're durable, but they are slow and they are old. And they're like, yeah, we agree. That's your baby. And Keyes is like, huh? Either ways, Cortana's on the ship doing system checks just as Captain Keyes is about to arrive. While she is doing this, Cortana gets into a little bit of mischief. She looked into that training that John and her were doing and discovers that like Halsey allowed for live fire, but not to the degree that was actually utilized. The missiles, the sentry guns, the landmines were all Colonel Ackerson's. And we learned that Ackerson wanted Chief to fail because he wanted to utilize and say like, look, Halsey's even grand hero is a failure. Support me in my goal, my project. And of course it failed because it's John and Cortana. Either way, Cortana took that personally, as she should. She looks into his CSV, looking into his background, and he was a good soldier. But now he's become more of a political person, and Cortana hates that. So what does she do? Let me read it to you right here. Cortana decides to wire money from Ackerson's bank account to a brothel, knowing that the receipts would go back to his home, where his wife would find them. And then she made it seem like he would ask for a reassignment, you know, for a different area, like the front lines. And even Cortana right here says is like, basically by the time any of this is like figured out, how it even happened, he's already gonna be on the front lines. He's gonna be out of me, Chief, and Halsey's face. And I'm like right here, I'm like, I know Cortana and the weapon, aka Joyeuse, are infiltration-esque AIs, but girl, relax. And you know, one other cool thing is that Cortana wants to look more into John. She looks into his background. She hacks into Oni to see that he was kidnapped. And even here, she kind of questions how Halsey could do something like this. But she ultimately believes that the ends justify the means and that Halsey did the right thing. And it's here where Cortana says like she now wants to protect the Chief and she will protect him. She also makes it to where if anyone discovers that she hacked in, it would once again look like Ackerson. Relax, Cortana. As Keyes and the Spartans get onto the Pillar of Autumn, they're all getting ready. 25 Spartans are getting prepped and ready to launch for their mission. But just as they're getting ready to enter slipspace to leave the system, FleetCom contacts them and says, everyone needs to get back to Reach. The Covenant is attacking. There's one small little chapter in here. It's literally like a page. All you need to know is that a prowler known as the Circumference had docked at one of Reach's space station, like docking stations. We're gonna call it Gamma Station, that's what it's called. It was here to have its stealth capabilities upgraded. But then they found out that something, an AI, was hacking into the system, trying to figure out what this ship is. Oni wanted to keep everything about this ship to the toppest secret they can keep it. That they decided to maintain secrecy of the ship by scrambling its registration numbers, isolating itself from the docking computers that it's at, implementing computer intrusion software, and engaged alpha security. What this all means is that this docking station and its AI who runs it does not know that there is a ship docked onto it known as the Circumference, and it cannot access it. And that becomes real vital soon. We kind of cut back to just a little bit before when, you know, the rest of the unit or the Pillar of Autumn's informed about the Covenant coming. We hear about this other remote outpost sensing station known as Fermion. And here, Chief Petty Officer McRobb and his crew are going about their day, being normal, checking the sensor probes to see if there's anything coming out of slipspace they need to be worried about. And they come across a large mass. And they realize that this mass, or at least Chief McRobb goes, I've seen this before with Sigma Octanus 4. The Covenant has found Reach. We gotta alert everyone. So they alert FleetCom, and they start activating Cole Protocol, but one of their computers is in a reboot system, so they can't access it and initiate Cole Protocol. So McRobb says, we gotta do what we gotta do, guys. He self-detonates the entire station, so that way the Covenant cannot get it. And 300 ships begin to arrive to Reach. Keyes comes down as John and the rest of the Spartans realize that the ship is pulling a U-turn. And when Keyes updates him on what's happening, John tells him well, we don't actually have to scrap the mission, because if you think about it, we're gonna have access to a bunch of Covenant ships. Just get us close to one that's been disabled. My team will get aboard and we'll we'll continue Operation Red Flag. Keyes reluctantly agrees, but he's like, all right, if I can get close enough, you can, but I cannot guarantee it. And Chief's like, we just need the chance. The attack on Reach is immediately just bad. And the reason why is because there are over 300 ships, 314 Covenant ships that are just keep exiting the system. And the super Mac guns, like these ginormous Mac stations, kind of like the ones we see in Halo 2, are doing a really good job at destroying these ships. But now the Covenant's attacking them, and the Covenant's getting down to the surface and taking out their defense generators that will basically allow, if these generators fall, Reach falls. So Keyes has to basically, again, scrub Operation Red Flag. And this is where John tells him, like, hey, get my Spartans down to the planet and they will defend those generators so Reach doesn't fall. And Keyes is like, cool. However, there's another issue. There's a ship aboard Gamma Station that has all of its nav data intact, and the AI, known as Doppler, cannot access this ship, known as Circumference. We need to get a team on there to destroy this nav data. So John's like, okay, cool. Send all the rest of my Spartans down to Reach. They'll defend those generators. Blue Team and I will then get onto this station and destroy the nav data. As John comes in, he tells Fred that he is in charge of the ground forces, while him, Linda, and James, just 3 Spartans, will go to Gamma Station and destroy the nav data. So as this is happening, the rest of the Spartans go to the surface and start defending these generators. John and his team then get to the Gamma Station and begin their operation to destroy the nav data, while Keyes and the Autumn engage with the ships in atmosphere, or at least in space, and things are going well. You know, there's a lot of Covenant ships. They are able to take out this one ship that's like kind of out of the kill zone of a Mac gun, and it's basically sniping ships from a distance. So Keyes rams the thing and destroys it. And it's going okay here, but then he radios the Spartans on the ground team and hears that there's too many forces, like things are getting overrun. And then they lose contact with the Spartan ground forces. He then contacts Chief to see how things are going for him. Landing on Gamma Station, John, Kelly, and James are fighting off waves of Covenant 2. And they're utilizing thruster packs, of course, because they're in 0 gravity at first. But they use a Pelican to blow a hole into the station that they can get into. Unfortunately, while all this is happening, the Covenant place some well-placed needlers on James's thrusters, making him lose control, and he goes spinning out into space. And that's the last time you ever see James 005. He'll never return. He's gone. He can't come back. He's dead. Get over it. Inside, John and Linda come across 4 Marines. 2 of these Marines are important because it's Johnson and our sweet, sweet boy Jenkins, who we've not seen since Contact Harvest, so it's exciting to see both of these boys back. Chief obviously hasn't seen Johnson since Halo Silent Storm, which I think it was sad that he was not back in Oblivion. But again, right here, you know, Johnson, those stories don't exist yet, but it feels weird when they talk, and it's very formal. And, yes, sir, Master Chief. I'm like, ooh. Either way, inside of this station, things are going to shit. Like, there's a lot of Covenant. So John basically finds a Pelican within this station, because remember, it's an orbital docking station, so there's ships everywhere, and he uses the ship to fire on the Covenant, extract the Marines, shoot at the Circumference's like bridge command window, get in, destroy the nav data. He then gets back on the Pelican and he's getting ready to leave the station when he realizes that the bay doors are closed and the AI can't open them. So Linda's like, don't worry, I got you. She gets out, manually opens these bay doors, and as she's doing this, she's attacked by the Covenant, and she is shot multiple times with plasma rounds, to the point that Johnson and these Marines have to get out and pull her inside. I'm not going to question how they carried her, but they did. They got her back inside. They then make their way to the UNSC Pillar of Autumn. John basically checks over Linda and finds that her lifelines are like slim to 0. And she basically dies. He then gets back to the Pillar of Autumn and talks with Keyes. He says, all right, when are we going to pick up my Spartans on the ground? And Keyes is like, we're not. We lost contact with them, and there's no way we can get down there. We have to leave the system. We got to continue Operation Red Flag. with just you. And he's like, okay, cool. What about James? He's still out there, like, scan for any IFF tags. There's nothing. They can't find him. And as this is happening, as John is realizing that he might be it, he might be the last Spartan to be alive, Keyes orders Cortana to jump into slip space, utilizing random coordinates. And Cortana starts putting in these coordinates. And again, John's over here just like thinking about how he's it. He's the last Spartan. And when he looks at the coordinates Cortana's putting in, he's like, those look familiar. And she's like, oh, weird. Don't worry about it. And the Pillar of Autumn makes their jump into slip space as the Covenant begins their glassing of the planet of Reach. In the end, you know, we don't get a timestamp exactly, but Cortana reveals that one, everyone who was non-essential went into cryo. John, being one of them, is in cryo. So is the captain. And she reveals that the coordinates that she had thrown in weren't random like they're supposed to be. They were coordinates based off that rock and this stuff that was being transmitted from the planet of Sigma Octaneus 4 to that Covenant vessel. That's why John recognized them. He recognized these patterns. She wasn't utilizing... when Cortana looked at the patterns, she realized that it wasn't like a language. It wasn't trying to say something. It was coordinates. And that's why she wanted to figure out what they were and why the Covenant was so interested in these coordinates. And that's why she threw them in there. When they begin to get near the coordinates, the crew starts to wake up. And, you know, Captain Keyes wakes up. During the time of cryo, they've been repairing the ship to the best of their ability. Cortana wondered if Halsey made it off planet. It was unlikely. But overall, what you need to know is that the crew wakes up. Everyone's feeling pretty shaken because the Reach fell. But as they're feeling this despair, this defeat, they come into the command bridge and look out into the distance of where they have come to. And they see a ring-shaped world known as Halo. And that is the fall of Reach. Now, I'm going to briefly go over the adjuncts. Remember, the adjuncts are just extra content at the end of the book. The original copy of the Fall of Reach did not have it, but the 2011 and the 2019 edition do. There are a total of, I believe it was 7 of them. And they're good, but there's nothing in here that like was major. So I will go through real quickly and tell you what each one's about. First one is about Captain Cole in 2530 interrogating an elite, an AI known as Solopsil. Is just basically recording the interaction, and ultimately it's them talking to this elite, and the elite's telling them that they're scum, they're an abomination to their gods, and the Covenant will destroy them. And that's what the key, or Cole's like, we cannot let them find Earth. The second one is actually kind of cool because it comes from Supreme Commander Luro Tarelomi on the actions of Thel Lodomi. And he talks about how Lodomi is reckless, has a good hatred for humans, but ultimately leads him into dumb things like abandoning his post. Lodomi actually did engage with a Spartan known as Sheila 065 and captured a human woman known as Halsey. Supreme Commander Luro basically knows that humanity will come for this woman and that they will be ready for them. And when they easily take out these humans, they will rejoin the fleets of furious retribution and rigorous prayer. Now this was cool because this is the Supreme Commander that is in Halo Legends for the mission The Package, where we see John and the rest of the Spartans go and save Halsey. The third one is kind of an attachment to that same story, but this time it's from a human perspective. We have Vice Admiral Berlin Trusky to Captain Lucius Jurin, who basically talks about what happened on the planet of Meridum and how Halsey was captured. Spartan Sheila 065 was killed by an elite, and now that they're sending Spartans to extract the package. Number 4 is an Oni operative known as Mike reaching out to another Oni operative known as Agnes. And they basically just talk about Ralph. I don't know if it's Ralph 103 or 303. I need to do more research, but in the book it says Ralph 303. Halopedia says 103. All you need to know is they talk about Ralph's basic, like, his troubled past, his becoming a Spartan, how he killed his own clone and how that led to some serious psychological disturbances in his head. And it basically is what led him to, go through all that and then go back into the military as a normal person, as a Marine. And we see this person, Ralph, in Halo Legends with the whole Daisy mission, where Daisy's talking about her past. The fifth one is interesting because it's Keyes talking about the refits for the Pillar of Autumn, being annoyed that he cannot tell his crew the full mission of Operation Red Flag, and also having to keep secret that he knows that the Covenant is already attacking Reach on planet side, because he says things like, many of these people don't know that we're leaving Reach, and more than likely it will not be here when we come back. So I think it was just kind of 343's way of shoving in that we already knew that Reach was under attack, rather than just it came under attack on August 30th. It's just that, similar to Battleborn with Meridian, they were just keeping most of the attack under wraps, which is still weird because a large Covenant fleet shows up, but we'll talk about that later. Number 6 is a transcript of a conversation between a Sergeant Schicker and a Sergeant Poteet. This one is mostly the description says. It's determined if these people knew or how they may have known of the incoming attack on Reach by the Covenant, because the conversation is these two men basically catching up, talking about the state of war, and that Sergeant Schicker is feeling paranoid that something's happening because he's seeing Spartans on Reach, and typically where Spartans are is where the major battles are. And if they're on Reach, does that mean they're here? And then the last one's just kind of a winter contingency declaration of supplemental orders for Oni. Basically what it says is that it gives Oni agents the ability to disobey direct orders from the chain of command so long as they are captain and below. I don't know what the importance of this was. I'm assuming it's some of those extra bits from the Reach information lore drop that we got, and to show why Halsey kind of was able to do what she wanted during the fall of Reach, rather than, or not the fall of Reach, but Halo Reach the game. Either way, that is the end of the adjunct. Some cool, interesting stuff in there, but let's talk about the book in general. I'm honestly not gonna sugarcoat it. This is the best book I've read in this long line. From Cryptum till Fall of Reach, this was peak. I could not put the book down. I loved Captain Keyes' character again. I loved seeing John and the rest of the blue team. What was the only rough part about this book was knowing how dated a lot of the information was, because we have it to where we know about the foreigners, we know about the hunters, we know about engineers, and yet half the time you have to act like none of them exist. And how half the time they say they've never heard of these things or seen these things, yet some of the past books do show that they do. Of course, they're books that came out after the fact, but it's just sometimes, it's a little weird, it's a little inconsistent. I don't know if there's really a way to fix it without rewriting major sections of the story that I'm like, it's fine. Look, it is fine. It's inconsistent. It's not going to hurt the story. One thing I will say about the Fall of Reach, though, is it is like the heaviest adapted version of any Halo story. I mean, you have comic books of it, you have the original version, the 2011 definitive edition, the 2019 edition, you have the brand new version coming out this year, and of course you have the TV show. Okay, yeah, I own it. I'm sorry. It's a still book, and it has Halo yell at me. But overall, what I'm trying to get at is that Halo Reach, the Fall of Reach, is a beloved story. It is, in fact, the best book in the series, in my opinion. I think that even though we're reading through all these books, and one day I'll get to a point where I've caught up, it's not for a while now, I will go to my grave saying that this is the best Halo book. No story can top it. No story ever will top it. Some stories can get close, but quite frankly, The Fall of Reach is the pinnacle of what a Halo novel should be. And I hope that either they can get Eric Nylund back for one more book, or just someone out there is able to capture the essence that Nylund had and make a book in the Halo universe that's like similar to it. The Shadows of Reach was good, but it was no Fall of Reach. Kelly Gay is my favorite non-Nylund author in this series. She literally my favorite. But even her books, as well as they are, do not touch this book. I think just from first to last, it is a phenomenal book. The character development is fantastic. I love watching Keyes going from a young lieutenant to captain. I love seeing John going from a boy who's like, I just need to win and do whatever I want, to the Master Chief, to his meeting with Cortana, to his last game of Ring the Bell, where he went from that kid who didn't need help to relying on Cortana to succeed. It's such a great developing story that I think Eric Nylund deserves all the praise that we as fans could give him for just such a great book. My last thing I'm going to say on this book, and it will probably get me some hate by some of the game nerds. This book makes me hate Halo Reach. Okay, hate is a strong word. I'm wearing a Halo Reach t-shirt. I love Reach. It's a great game. It's a good story. My problem is that game was specifically made to retcon this. And I hate that because this is a fantastic book. I think there was a way for Bungie to still make this game and respect the book. You know, I would have loved more of actually being on Reach in this book. Do not get me wrong. The TV show is terrible. It is a bad show. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry, but 343, you messed up on the TV show. But what I will say is we give that show a lot of grief in season 2 for the fall of Reach being only 1 episode. But like, here's something I'm going to show you. Out of this 350 plus page book, it's like 415 now with the extra goodies. But out of this large book, that much, okay, that little bit compared to this is the adjunct. That little bit is all of the Fall of Reach. And most of it isn't even the Fall of Reach. The Fall of Reach happens like here. You lose even more pages because some of it is just the Milner upgrades, talking about Chief getting Mark V. The actual Fall of Reach is only a few chapters, and it's quick. They're told, yo, come back. Reach is under attack. They get there. They find out they need to go down to Reach to protect generators. There's nav data on a docking station. Chief, go there. Come back, we're done. That is the Fall of Reach. So all I'm saying is the game Halo Reach did better with the actual Fall of Reach. It was fun playing on Reach. It was fun seeing the development of the Covenant starting their small attack to a full-scale invasion leading to a glassing. But the story and the overall like importance of Halo was captured better in the book. If you asked me, which would you need more to prepare for Combat Evolved? Halo Reach the game or Fall of Reach the book? Buddy, it's going to be the Fall of Reach. Because the Halo Reach game doesn't do much to set up the actual story. It does a better job of explaining why Cortana has the coordinates to Alpha Halo. I do think the whole rock thing in here was a little goofy. Because like, really? We've had access to Alpha Halo's coordinates this entire time in a stupid rock? It just made more sense in the game that Cortana and Halsey had stumbled upon a Forerunner ship and they studied it and that had the coordinates. That made more sense. It was cooler too. But overall, this is just such a better story. And I loved it. Reading this got me giddy. It made me want to play Combat Evolved. Playing Halo Reach doesn't ever make me want to play Combat Evolved. It does at the very, very end when I see the beginning of Combat Evolved with Pillar of Autumn arriving to Alpha Halo. But from the moment I was reading this, I was like, I want to play Combat Evolved. So, what should you read, watch, do, and or play in order to prepare for Fall of Reach? Realistically, you don't have to read anything because from all these books, the only reoccurring character, of course, is Chief, Keyes, Halsey, and Johnson. Johnson's role is so minute that it's not even really existent, so you don't need to read Cold Protocol or Contact Harvest. Keyes doesn't really mention much of what happened in Cold Protocol. I think there's like one mention of it, but it's not like you need to read Cold Protocol to understand it. It would help if you want to learn more about his past and why maybe the brass looks down upon him a little more, but it's not important. And the last time we see Chief is in Oblivion. That's in 25-26. Like 26 years prior to sections 3 to 4. And again, this is technically the start of this book can be used to prepare for Silent Storm and Oblivion and Collateral Damage. So realistically, you could use this to prepare for more books. You don't really need anything to prepare for this book. I think it does a good job of being its own thing. It's why I tell people, if you're going to start on any Halo book, start with the Fall of Reach. Now, you could play Halo Reach. It's a good, somewhat supplemental help. Not really, because it's trying to retcon this. So, you know what? I take that back. Don't read it. You could read the comic book. The comic book helps with visual aids. And actually, the comic book, fun fact, has extra bits. There are parts in the book, or in the comic, that aren't in the book. But that's because 343 made the comic book and probably add more extra stuff to make it flow and to have just some of those extra bits, specifically Colonel Ackerson's and a little bit more. So you could read the comic book. And honestly, I'd recommend it. Comic book is fun.
Cortana, all I need to know is, did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that.
So we start off with kind of a prologue, and this prologue actually goes back to the same day when Reach fell on August 30th, 2552. If you recall, near the end of that book, John and the rest of the Spartan 2s were getting prepped to go on Operation Red Flag aboard the Pillar of Autumn. And we kind of see it to where Captain Keyes announces yo, Red Flag is canceled. We got, the Covenant is attacking Reach. We got to go back. And so then John, connects with Keyes to get more details, finds out that there's, these generators on Reach that need to be protected, because if they fall, Reach falls. And at the same time, aboard Gamma Station, there's a ship that has coordinates, has nav data. And again, per Cole Protocol, all nav data needs to be scrubbed to protect Earth and all her colonies from the Covenant locating them. So we see in the Fall of Reach, we see John getting those orders, and then he turns and gives his Spartan orders. He takes himself, Linda and James 005 to go aboard Gamma Station and delete the nav data, while he tells Fred and the rest of the Spartan 2s to go to the surface and protect those generators. In the beginning of the first strike, we actually get Fred's perspective. So now, instead of following the chief from all that, we now switch to Fred and get to see what happened to him and the rest of the Spartan 2s while John and the other 2 Spartans were aboard Gamma Station deleting that nav data. So at this point, there are 25 Spartans aboard the Pillar of Autumn. 3 of them are going to go aboard Gamma Station, while the other 22, which include Fred, are going to go down to Reach and protect these generators. Now, we switch over to Fred giving his orders to his Spartans, now known as just all of them are Red Team, as they board their Pelicans. Now, similarly to what we saw in the Fall of Reach, Fred doesn't want to be a part of this mission, not because he doesn't think it's important, but because he thinks he's getting the cakewalk mission. He thinks that in reality, the mission that John, Linda, and James are going to go on is the harder mission, and that's where he believes he should be. But little does he know, this is actually going to be a hell of a next few weeks for him. All packed into one Pelican, the Spartans begin to wake their way down. And it's a rough ride, mostly because the Covenant came in quick. They've already launched Seraphs and Banshees and Phantoms and Spirits. All of them are just coming down and attacking the planet. And so trying to get down from the Pillar of Autumn to the surface is a bumpy ride. Fred and the rest of the Spartans are relatively calm, but there's still subtle nerves. I think that's one thing that actually does really good with Eric Nylund's book that I think a lot of people don't really remember, is that even though we glorify the Spartans as being superhuman, which they are still human. And Eric Nylund has these parts where it's like, John's heart rate was up. Oh, this kind of freaked him out in the flood. Oh, right here, Fred told all of his Spartans to brace themselves, but he made a mistake and went on an open comm when he yelled that. And that's a problem because by broadcasting this warning across all channels, the Covenant can then locate them easier. And immediately Kelly like, oh, sorry about that. We're going to get that comm issue fixed up, trying to cover for Fred. Either way, it just goes to show that these Spartans are still human. They still make mistakes. But back to the action, as they're going down, they are attacked by multiple Covenant vessels. And in fact, one of these, if I remember correctly, was a Seraph that hit right where the pilot sits and killed the pilot and damaged the control. Joshua 029 goes to the cockpit to try and see if he can take control of the Pelican, because at this point, they're just gonna start hurtling down. Unfortunately, he does find those controls damaged, reports to Fred, and so now Fred has to make a quick decision. Ride it out and hope for the best, or tell his Spartans to jump out of the Pelican to, increase their chances of survival, but at the same time, understanding that they are falling at a very fast and alarming rate, and jumping out is not going to be easy. They don't have thrusters like they do in Halo 5. They don't wear parachutes, so it's going to be a hard landing. They are able to jump out, and just at the last second when Joshua is able to utilize the ship's thrusters, not the full engines, but the thrusters that kind of allow the ship to make minute movements, he uses these thrusters to kind of slow the ship down a bit, but altogether they jump out, and as they're following, Fred tells them to basically, harden their gel so that way when they hit, most of the impact is to the outer shell and the gel, so that way they take the least amount of damage. As they hit the ground, everyone is hurt, even Fred and Kelly, but for the most part, everyone but 4 Spartans survive. Now, it's not actually listed which Spartans are dead, and maybe it does and I just don't recall. I can get a list right here. But as far as I can tell, 4 Spartans were killed in action, MIA. And with that, Fred is already saying like he already feels like he messed up. Like this has already gone to hell because he's already lost 4 Spartans and the mission's barely begun. But with that though, they start to make their way to these generators. At the generators, they're surprised to find like a lot of dead Covenant. And of course, a lot of dead humans, but they do find about 3 or 4 normal Marines kind of scavenging the battlefield, looking for weapons. And when he radios them in, he finds out they're known as Charlie Company. And he goes over to figure out what's going on, what's happening, and where's the rest of their squad or platoon. And this is where this Marine tells him that like, this is it. Like this is all that's left of our company. So the Spartans decide to take this moment because there's currently no Covenant, but they do expect more Covenant to come because these generators are an important defense to reach. So what Fred does is basically have all the Spartans and the rest of the Marines kind of scavenge the battlefield looking for weapons, ammunition, whatever. In fact, many of them start to take apart pieces of those dead Spartans' armor to make field repairs to their armor. And what I liked about this scene is it acknowledges that Milner armor is not something that is easily able to be taken off. Kind of like in Halo the Flood, where you find out that Chief had time to take off his armor before meeting with Major Silva. I found that to be a little weird because this was a makeshift alpha base on Alpha Halo. So I was kind of like, where's the equipment to remove Milner armor? I just feel like that wouldn't be something someone said, hey, we should pack that real quick. What I'm trying to say here though is that in this book, Fred acknowledges that. He says, usually there's a team of technicians to remove my armor, but luckily enough, Spartans have learned to make quick field repairs on different parts, and that's what he's basically doing. He's making these repairs and adjustments to his armor that were damaged upon impact of jumping out of the Pelican. And while they're doing this, they find out they have a lot of weapons and ammunition that will allow for at least 1 continuous hour of firing, which if you think about it, that's definitely not enough, because in reality, like the Covenant are going to come with a wave of infantry. And so 1 hour, even though that sounds like a long time in the heap of battle, that's going to be one small sliver of the full battle. And if they run out of ammo, then they're doomed. But unfortunately, while they're doing this, Fred sent Joshua out to do some scavenging, and he finds out that in the next valley over from where they're currently stationed, there is a Covenant cruiser that is just kind of hovering over and has a gravity beam down to the surface where they're just unloading, infantry, all these weapons and ammunition, vehicles, all this kind of stuff. Like they're almost setting up shop right here. At the same time, Fred gets a transmission from HighCom. And so of course he has to answer it. Like HighCom is like the highest authority. And he comes to find out that it is from none other than Vice Admiral Danforth Whitcomb. And Whitcomb immediately says like, yo, Charlie Company, like, did you succeed in your mission? And Fred answers like, yo, Charlie Company's dead. It's just us Spartans. And, you know, Whitcomb's like, oh, crazy. Come save us. Like, come save me and the rest of my staff. And Fred immediately kind of goes like, oh, you know, I would love to do that, sir, but I'm actually have orders from another source that says I have to protect these generators. And this is where Whitcomb's kind of like, oh, that's fantastic. Guess what? I have been given full control and authority over, you know, Reach and its defense. So any order you was given is, you know, I overrule it. So chop chop, son. And of course Fred's a little annoyed, but this is a vice admiral. Like, what is he gonna do? Just tell him no? So what he actually does is he decides to split his Spartans up. One group of Spartans is gonna go and save the admiral and his staff. Another group is gonna go towards another area that I'm not gonna talk about just yet, but this will be known as like their rendezvous point, like their safe space to go to if all else fails. Another company is gonna stay here and protect the generators, while Fred, Kelly, and Joshua are gonna go do something about that Covenant cruiser in the Valley Over, because one thing they did find was a couple of nuclear warheads. From the battlefield, they were able to scavenge 3 Banshees, and they used these Banshees to kind of board them and fly into the valley where the Covenant cruiser is. And going past a security checkpoint that was monitored by a grunt known as Zawaz, they were able to sneak past because Zawaz didn't want any smoke from the elites. He was afraid that like if he alerted them that 3 Banshees that were not on the flight path or the schedule for the day were flying around, he was like, well, what if it was a mistake, or what if they're supposed to be there and I just don't know? I don't want to get in trouble, so not my problem, and goes back to sleep. Little does he know is that these 3 Banshees have the 3 Spartans. And as they're flying, they're flying a little bit calm and try to look, nonchalant. But then they realize that at some point someone's gonna start asking questions. So they decided to start gunning it. And at this point, when they start flying fast, that's when every Covenant member is kind of like, all right, these guys are up to something. This can't be good. And so of course they start firing on them, and it's heavy firing because there is like an immense amount of Covenant here, like full-on battalions. And so as they're flying, they're ducking, they're weaving, they're trying to keep away from any fire that will kill them, but also trying to make their way to one central piece of this Covenant cruiser, the gravity beam. Why? Because Kelly's gonna take the nuke and launch it up that gravity beam, because if the nuke goes off outside, the EMP from it is gonna take out those generators, which would again cancel out their mission. Sending the nuke up the actual cruiser will then prevent, keep that EMP contained to the ship itself. They are able to get past all this firing, except for one. Joshua 029 at one point takes a hit and then goes missing. Kelly and Fred kind of look down for him and he's gone. They don't know where he went. They didn't see him go down. He's just gone. But they don't have time to stop and check because of course they're getting fired on. So they launch the nuke up with Kelly on top of her Banshee, surfing it, and just launches this bad boy up there, get back in the Banshee and fly off and get to a safe distance to where the nuke goes off. After the destruction of the cruiser settled, Fred then flew back out over the battlefield to try and find Joshua. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything, so Joshua was listed as MIA. He then returns to Kelly's position, and together they're going to try and go back to the generators. That is until they look up in the sky and see Covenant cruisers coming down and begin to glass Reach. We then jump to September 22nd, 2552, aboard a longsword, as the Master Chief and Cortana had just finished blowing up Alpha Halo. And here we see John still constantly asking Cortana to do a scan of the system to try to find any life, any sign of Covenant. And it's to the point where Cortana's getting snippy with him. She's like, Chief, I'm looking. There's nothing there, just dust and echoes. But Chief doesn't want to hear it. He keeps saying, just keep checking, just keep checking, keeps checking. And this is actually kind of an interesting point. When John asks her this and she gets snippy, John then kind of has this internal dialogue where he talks about how odd Cortana's been since she left the control room of Alpha Halo. And this was briefly mentioned in Halo the Flood when William C. Dietz wrote it. He talks about how he worried how that much time in the control room might have impacted her. And still true to that word, he's still worried about that. And so as she's scanning and scanning, she's like, Chief, there's nothing here. That is until behind the moon of Bass Pro Shops. Until behind the moon of Bassus, we see a Covenant cruiser come out. And this is when John goes, ah, phenomenal. But fortunately, she also detects another signal. And so they use thrusters, ever the slightest amount of thrusters to try and get the longsword to move in the direction of this signal. Just enough to where the ship won't look like it's moving and to keep a low enough power that the Covenant won't detect them. So as they're making their way over, they see 3 cryopods that would have been ejected out of the Pillar of Autumn the moment it went to go crash down on Alpha Halo. And apparently the Covenant have detected this source too, because they're also headed this way. Fortunately for John, even though now he realizes that he's having to try and hide, but at the same time get to this target quicker than the Covenant, who don't even detect him yet, a Pelican, a UNSC Pelican, appears and understands what John's trying to do, so they try to become a distraction as John does a spacewalk, tethering himself to the longsword and going out there and manually collecting these cryopods and being reeled back into the longsword. John is successful in his trip. He gets these cryopods back aboard the longsword, they power back up, and together the longsword and the Pelican start weaving away from this Covenant ship that's now attacking them. John decides that the best thing they can do right now is try and get to the moon basis and try and use it as a slingshot maneuver. It will give them a lot of momentum, but at the same time, it will give them a lot of time to try and talk and figure out what the next steps will do. So John gets in contact with the pilot of the Pelican, a woman known as Pulaski. And together he has her connect to the longsword, connecting like their little emergency hatches together, so that way when they get into the slingshot maneuver around bases, they're able to open up these hatches. And this is a cool part because the moment that all of this is executed relatively well, they get connected and the hatches are now safe and secure to open. John opens it and finds something he did not expect to find. He grabs this person he sees, pulls them up from the Pelican, slams the hatch down, bangs this dude against the wall, draws the Magnum from this Marine and aims it right at this Marine, who turns out to be Sergeant Avery Johnson. And this is where John's like, I saw you get taken by the Flood. Like, what the hell? And Johnson says, like, it's gonna take a lot more to kill a Marine like me. And John's like, cut the shit, how are you alive? And so this is where Johnson basically like says, I don't know. They attacked us. He recounts the details of what we saw in the recording in 343 Guilty sparked the mission. But he says right there, after they take Keyes and Jenkins, they don't take him. He escapes. And this is something I'm going to be covering in, I believe it's Breaking Quarantine from the graphic novel here soon. But yeah, this is where like Johnson basically just says like the Flood ignored him. And Cortana, checking his pulses and everything, confirms to Chief that he's telling the truth. And that from what she can tell, like he does not seem to be infected right now. So John, with nothing else to do, lets him go. After he's had this little shindig with Johnson, he reopens the hatch and lets the other members of the crew from the Pelican aboard the longsword. And this is where we meet characters like an ODST known as Corporal Locklear. Locklear is of the same, not blood in terms of like family relationship, but in terms of ODST relationship as Major Silva. Because the moment he sees Chief, he kind of goes, great, a Spartan, ugh, like just kind of treating him like a freak, which is how Major Silva looked at him. We also have Petty Officer Sheila Pulaski, who was, of course, the Pelican's pilot. She's also from the same group as Foehammer, and I felt like they did a really good, like, spiritual successor to Foehammer in this book through Pulaski. And last but not least, there is a man by the name of Lieutenant Elias Haverson, who is from Oni. I believe he's from Section 3, the same section that Chief would be from, or at least from the Spartan 2 would be. And almost immediately, Haverson tries to take control of everything. He basically says like, hey, let's start figuring out what this next plan and next steps are and da-da-da. And Chief goes, listen, I know you're an officer, you can technically pull rank. However, I'm still on a mission given to me by HighCom, so technically I'm within mission parameters to overrule you. Chief is basically saying right here, he is still trying to execute Operation Red Flag, and therefore he's in control. Haverson's a little annoyed by this, but ultimately he acquiesces and says, fine, Chief, you're in charge. What are we gonna do? And this is where Chief has a really interesting plan. He's gonna load a bunch of bombs into the Pelican. And so the moment they get out of this slingshot maneuver around Bassus, they're gonna launch the Pelican at the Covenant. This will basically allow the Covenant, or trick the Covenant, so they start firing on this. In reality, it's both a distraction and kind of like a ramming, this thing that's just gonna blow up or near them, giving the longsword enough time to fly directly into the belly of this cruiser and get aboard. The reason why they're doing this is because neither the Pelican nor the longsword have slip space capabilities. The only slip space capable ship in the system right now is this Covenant flagship that they are trying to take. And for the most part, this mission goes relatively well. Of course, it's hairy because they're trying to fly in, they're getting fired upon, but through the Pelican being able to use that as a distraction and Pulaski being a hell of a pilot, they get aboard this cruiser. And aboard the ship, they're surprised to find that there's not many Covenant aboard. There are, of course, Covenant troops, but it's very lacking. For the most part, it's a ship full of engineers. And this is interesting because why would this ship be so huge and grand if it just has all these engineers and very little military troops? Either way, they take out a few troops that are inside this little hangar bay. Then they find an engineer access way, go through it, and as they're kind of like making their way through, they find, oddly enough, an area that Chief can slot Cortana into. So now she's uploaded aboard the ship and can basically get the blueprints of the ship and lead Chief and the rest of his team to the command bridge. And so while Chief is doing this, she actually comes across a Covenant AI, which we don't ever hear that much about in anything Halo. We always see an AI, or no, we always just see the ships, but never hear about an AI. But lo and behold, right here, Cortana has an AI, and she's doing well at keeping it contained because she's an infiltration AI. This AI does do something that kind of catches her off guard. This is also where we find out that Cortana herself mentally acknowledges that being within Halo did a lot on her because she downloaded as much data about the ring as possible that it's almost like if you installed a bunch of memory and a bunch of stuff on your computer, and now your computer is running very slow. And that's what's happening for Cortana. She's still able to do a lot of jobs very effectively, but she can feel herself being slow. She can feel herself not catching things she normally would catch. She's trying to infiltrate the ship, contain the AI, understand the ship. She's trying to lead Chief and all of them. She's doing a lot while also running at a very much slower speed than she's used to. Now, Chief and the rest of the team are able to get in the command bridge, and they fight off a few elites and other Covenant, and they're able to successfully take the bridge. The only real casualty in this moment is Chief's shields. This armor's been doing a hell of a lot since he got it, and right here, it gets enough damage that his shields, for the most part, are just completely spent. They do not recharge. They're broken. Chief then goes to tell Cortana, hey, we took command of the bridge. Let's go into slip space. We find out right here that this AI was doing more than just trying to fight Cortana. He was distracting her. And he was doing this by keeping her mind elsewhere, because when she tries to go into slip space, she finds out that he had been giving time to the rest of the Covenant aboard to basically deactivate the slip space drive by decoupling it from the reactor. So now they have to go down there and basically restore power to this reactor and make sure that the slip space drive is getting the proper power. So John heads down there, finds an ambush waiting for him, and he can't just go in there guns blazing because he no longer has shields, which I do find a little interesting because he's been fighting for 25-ish years without shields, and now he's had shields for a month, and suddenly he's I gotta go slow. I'm like, sir, we know what you're capable. Just hurry up. Either way, he does fight off all this Covenant, and one thing I forgot to mention is that he did bring an engineer that was aboard the command bridge originally. He brought it with him so it can repair it. And so while he's fighting in this slip space room, Cortana herself is trying to position the ship away from the Covenant ships that are surrounding this flagship. And so while this is all happening, she sees one ship go into slip space, and she understands basically a little bit about the Covenant language. It's not fully been translated well enough to understand it, but what she can gather is that this ship must be going to the Covenant homeworld and is going to be bringing a fleet back. So they're on the timer, but unfortunately, she had the grand idea of trying to get near Threshold, the gas giant that Halo had been basically attached to. And this was a great idea because when the ship was fired upon, Threshold's gravity would essentially eschew those plasma bolts from hitting the ship. Unfortunately, some of them did land and pushed this cruiser they're aboard into its gravity, to the point when John does fix the slip space drive and tells Cortana to go in slip space. She says it's too late, because based off known mathematics and physics and big math that I don't understand, Cortana basically says that it's impossible to go into slip space when you're within atmosphere of a planet, until she starts to power it up for this cruiser. Because at this point, they're either going to die going into the planet or they're going to die going to slip space. So might as well try it, right? Well, she finds out is that Covenant slip space technology is so advanced that they can go into slip space within atmosphere. And it's almost a fundamental just amazement that the Covenant have never done this. Because it literally means right here the Covenant could go into slip space in atmosphere and enter within atmosphere. When they go into slip space, the Covenant AI basically screams heresy, blasphemy, all that stuff to Cortana, and that kind of confuses her. But either way, now back aboard the bridge, Chief and the rest of the team start to talk about what's next. And John once again reiterates that we're doing Operation Red Flag. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That doesn't tell everyone basically in the room, including Cortana, kind of go, John, our Chief, no. We should not be doing this. He still is in control, so what he says goes. But they all voice right here that no, we should not do Operation Red Flag for two reasons. When Red Flag was first initiated, they had reach, they had a fleet, they had a support. Now, as far as they know, reach is just glass and there's nothing. And all John has, instead of 25 or 24 other Spartans, is him, a pilot, Johnson, an ODST, and an Oni lieutenant with an advanced AI. Don't get me wrong, they're not all terrible, but that's not what you need to use this ship to get to the Covenant homeworld and take a profit. There's just no way. John, realizing that he's basically outvoted by everyone, relents control to Lieutenant Haverson. And so Haverson then says, okay, we have just got a grand thing. We have a Covenant ship, which we've been trying to capture this entire war. Let's go to Earth. And Cortana goes, slow your roll there, buddy. I'm excited too. But one, there's still Covenant somewhere on this ship. Two, even though Reach fell, and as far as I can tell, crazier shit's happening, we still have to follow Cole Protocol. So bringing a Covenant ship directly to Earth is a no-go. What we should do is find a human ship somewhere, or an outer colony somewhere, find basically just a human ship, and use that to go to Earth, get a science crew, come back to wherever they leave this cruiser, board it, clear it out from all Covenant, make sure it's safe, and then bring it back to Earth. And so Haverson's okay, so where do we go to get this ship? And John has a grand idea. He says, hey, maybe we go to Reach, because, it's possible Covenant have left because now it's glassed, and it's also possible there is a ship or two that's still slip space capable that we can use. And Haverson goes, okay, Chief, yeah, we'll do that. And so after this engineer basically repairs Chief's armor and his shields are booted up, he's actually informed. Chief is informed by Johnson and a few other of those, Haverson and Pulaski, that when they were looking at the cryopods aboard the Longsword, one of them contained a Spartan. So John leaves the command bridge to go investigate. He knows who it is, and we know who it is. But after he leaves, Haverson kills this engineer that had worked on Chief's armor. He basically says the reason why is because now this Covenant species, this member, has data on the Milner armor, and that's bad, so I'm going to kill them. It kind of contradicts slightly with what we know from Halo Silent Storm, where technically things about the Spartans have been leaked to the Covenant. Maybe not, of course, Milner Mark V, but still, I felt like that part was just a little weird. And at the same time, these engineers are amazing use for Oni. That killing it, in my opinion, was done by Haverson. But hey, you know what? Who am I but a guy who just understands, assets? Idiot. Either way, he does reveal to Cortana that he knows why Chief wants to go back to Reach. He knows it's not really about, finding a ship. Yeah, that's definitely why they should go there, but it's not why. Chief wants to look for his dead brothers and sisters. We do have a quick chapter that I'm not going to give too much time to. We're back on Earth in Sydney, where the main fleet comm and all that kind of are. We have this Lieutenant Wagner who basically reports the fall of Reach to High Command. And in this room, we see people like Colonel Ackerson, Lord Hood, Major General Nicholas Strauss, and he also notes that Admiral Danford Whitcomb's chair is empty. We know that Whitcomb is currently on Reach. This is taking place 2 weeks prior, like right around the time Reach fell. And in this room, he tells about the fall of Reach, says he doesn't know where the Pillar of Autumn and the Master Chief are. And Ackerson basically says, is there any confirmation about Halsey or anyone? And basically, it sounds like both the Chief and Halsey are dead. And Ackerson's good, good riddance to one of Halsey's freaks, which he has called John in Halo The Fall of Reach, as well as Halo The Fall of Reach comic book. And this is also where Lord Hood just rips into Ackerson. And what's cool right here is while Ackerson's getting torn a new one by Hood, this lieutenant notes that he had heard that Ackerson was supposed to go to the front lines. This is of course a reference to Fall of Reach when Cortana had hacked into Ackerson's records and tried to get him pushed to the front lines to get him out of the way of Halsey and the Spartans. But clearly, he wiggled his way out of that. And so this lieutenant kind of recommends hey, we could go to Reach and try to do some recon and see if we can find any survivors. That is until Ackerson says it's a bad idea and a waste of resources because if the Covenant aren't coming anywhere, it's here next. And 2, everyone's dead there. Halsey's dead. We then switch back to August 30th aboard Reach with Fred and Kelly, who have actually decided to make their way to the Spartan group that was supposed to be planted near a rendezvous point. They had lost contact with the Spartans at the generators, and at this point, the planet was already being glassed, so the generators were no longer important. Clearly, Reach has fallen. And they didn't decide to go and try and help the Spartans that were, getting Admiral Whitcomb because that wasn't their job. Their job was purely to take out this Covenant ship. So the next logical point was to go back to the rendezvous point and see if anyone else made it. They do get a vague transmission from Gamma Team. Gamma Team was the team who were trying to get Whitcomb. And it sounds like they might have been successful, but the transmission's so spotty at best that Fred does what he can do and just says, hey, stay put. We just made it to where Delta Team, the team who is supposed to be holding a rendezvous point, is in fact being overrun by Covenant as well. Do not try and make it to the rendezvous point, stay put. And he doesn't really get anything back, but he just hopes for the best. So him and Kelly trade out their Banshees for some Wraiths that they found. They then basically rush this blockade that is protecting this area that Delta Team was sent to protect as a rendezvous point. And this point is actually a cavern that is above an underground Oni base, known as Castle Base. And we know Castle Base from Halo Reach. It's the base that you go to get Cortana from Halsey. That is Castle Base. When they make it down to Castle Base's caverns, they meet up with the rest of Delta Team where we see Spartans like William 043, Isaac 039, and Vin 030. And the Spartans then together go down further into the cavern until they come across a ginormous vaulted door. And Delta Team basically says yeah, we've been trying to get into here, but we've knocked, we've tried to contact with whoever's on the other side, they're just not answering. And Kelly's like, well, let me try something. And she makes this note that we come to find out is known as Ollie Ollie Oxenfree. And the moment she uses this little code, the door opens. And on the other side is Dr. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey. Halsey ushers them inside and vaults the door. She reveals that she had volunteered to stay here to basically initiate Operation White Glove, which would essentially destroy everything in Castle Base the moment it started to fall to the Covenant and prevent the Covenant from capturing anything within Castle Base. She is then briefed by the Spartans, and this is a cool part. Now, many of you may know, I'm one of the rare people who like the 117 on Chief's armor. Maybe not the Mark V. I think it's fine that it's not there. Mark IV and Mark VI, I like it. I like it on the on the Halo Infinite armor. I like it on the package armor. I think it looks good. One thing I do like about this part though is, you know, obviously by this point that has not been a thing under Bungie. But Halsey looks at all these Spartans who are currently wearing Mark V armor, the exact same armor, and she's able to identify each one flawlessly just by looking at them, noting how they stand, how they move. She's like, hey Fred, hey Kelly, hey William, and like it always annoyed them that she could do it, but at the same time they expect nothing less from her. Anyways, she starts like diagnosing each of these Spartans, saying, hey, you have this injury, you have this injury, you have this injury, and then looking at Kelly, who has like the worst injuries, she starts having like, you know, a lung be, you know, cloned out, using cloning technology to craft a new lung for Kelly because the lung has collapsed. She has a bleeding liver, which should not be like, she should not be functioning, but of course she's a Spartan. And at the same time, she's doing all this utilizing an AI known as Calamia. And Calamia is actually Cortana's one replacement because now Cortana's with Chief, but at the same time, she's Cortana's older sister. A lot of what, you know, made Cortana was tested and first utilized through Calamia. And so while she's looking through these files of each Spartan's, Calamia notes something when she looks in Kelly's medical files. And so she tells Halsey and says like, ew, step to the side, I need to talk to you. So they go into an office. And in this office, Camilla's like, yo, someone's been accessing into your Spartan 2 records, like the medical fields. And so Halsey starts to, of course, figure out who this is and comes to find out that it was Ackerson and his own personal AI known as Arakiel. I think I'm saying that right. I'll have it right here. When she goes to access Ackerson's own files to figure out why he's even interested in her Spartans, because from what we can tell, he's always been its biggest, you know, opponent. He never wanted the Spartans. He tried to get it defunded. He tried to get it shut down. So why is it suddenly he's interested in these records? But before she can do that, his AI Arakiel pops up and basically says, yo, you're committing treason by trying to hack into Colonel Ackerson's files. If you do this, like, it's treasonous and I can deal with you. Basically threatening to kill her. And he basically says he can do this by filling the room with gas, noxious gas that will kill her. And Halsey does what any logical person would do. She utilizes a code, basically a fail-safe code that begins to kill and delete his entire core. Basically, she murders this man, this AI. He's dead. And so once she does this, once Arakiel is gone and out of her way, and like even Kamiya's like, yo, is that in every AI? And Cortana's like, of course not. Don't worry about it. So she starts looking through Ackerson's files and she finds a number of files. One of them is just labeled S3. And S3 has a mention to Chief Mendez, who trained Spartan 2s, has the medical records about the Spartan 2s as well as their clones, and has coordinates. But to where? We don't know. There's also another file dubbed King Under the Mountain. And when she accesses this file, she comes to find out that there's actually mines underneath Castle Base. And in fact, this is so like crazy to her because she has a relatively top clearance with Anoni, but this is like top clearance that she didn't even know about. And now, so of course, she's interested in what could be down there. But before she can even look into it more, an explosion happens and the lights go out in this room. So she comes out, finds the rest of her Spartan 2s who were getting supplies. They were able to find, you know, pieces of Milner 5 armor that can be used to repair any and every issue they might have. And so of course now they're all like, what the hell do we do? And Halsey's like, yo, there's actually an area down below we can get to. Follow me. So they start making their way. The Covenant have broken through that vaulted door, so they do come across a few Covenant, take them out. And so while they're all making their runs, Halsey decides to initiate Operation White Glove, which basically starts to delete and destroy everything in Castle Base so nothing can fall in their hands. At the same time, she initiates Kalmia's failsafe. And so Kalmia then starts to get deleted as well. So as they're making their way to an elevator, they go down it, find a shaft, and this shaft will lead down to those mines. And they make it just as the base is about to explode. 8 days later, we find out that the group have been wandering, just following all these weird glyphs and weird symbols that are down here. For 8 days, Halsey has been utilizing like little bits of equipment that she was able to use to basically clone or finish cloning the liver and lung for Kelly. She was making fill repairs to all the Spartans' armor. And at the same time, like while this is happening, you know, Fred doesn't have his gauntlet on at one point because it's getting repaired by Halsey. And he does something to cut his hand, and a piece of blood trickles down onto the ground. And these weird symbols on the ground react to it and open a door near him. Once the rest of the Spartans, Halsey, regroup, they go into this little room. And what they come across is a weird distortion of space. And at the center of this distortion is this weird glass orb. And the moment Halsey walks up and grabs this glass orb, the Covenant attack. It's almost like it summoned them, because a few moments later, a like plasma beam comes just tearing down through the ground. And this creates enough of a hole for the Covenant to start using a gravity beam to come down. So now the Spartans are taking Halsey and this new crystal and just, you know, dashing for it, trying to escape. And they start setting charges around them that they can blow to kind of close off the space from the Covenant. And while they're running, they in fact, unfortunately, lose 2 Spartans. Isaac and Vin fall behind. But again, it's that case of Joshua 029 where they can't turn around and help because the Covenant are coming. And if they're going to survive, they have to blow these charges. And they do, but in fact, it just traps them into a dead-end cavern. Jumping back to September 23rd, 2552, we are now still aboard the Covenant flagship that is known as Ascendant Justice. And John is now investigating those cryopods, and he comes across one cryopod that contains the basically dead Linda 058. And again, it just hurts John because this is one of his closest friends, and right now she's alive, but technically she's dead. So they're keeping her in cryo until they can figure out what to do with her. Another interesting part is Linda is rarely mentioned in the Flood. She is mentioned in terms of what happened at the end of the Fall of Reach, but she's not mentioned for being ejected. Like, you know, that part, just as far as I remember, you never read about Linda being thrown into space when the Pillar of Autumn goes down on Alpha Halo. So I think it's kind of funny that she just randomly re-showed up. John then, like, as he's pondering everything, he asks Cortana how long till reach. And she goes, yeah, about 20 minutes. And he's a little surprised by this because he's like, yo, you said this was going to be a 13-hour trip. And she's like, there's a weird time dilation going on right now, big dog. I don't know. Like, everything is weird. Something's not right. And we'll find out what this time dilation is a little later. Getting to Reach, they find that for the most part, yeah, most of the planet is glassed. But the Covenant haven't left. And in fact, there is one little section of the planet that is currently not glassed. And that's interesting. And so for the most part, they don't know what to do. They came here hoping the Covenant were gone, and they came here to find a ship, or a human ship, that will allow them to get back to Earth. They weren't really, again, knowing what to do until they get a signal from the planet. And this signal is Ollie Ollie Oxenfree. We then get a brief chapter talking about what Ollie Ollie Oxenfree is, and we see that it was from a training mission, or a training simulation, that the Spartans were doing. They were basically doing capture the flag, and Ollie Ollie Oxenfree was a signal that they learned from Deja. And basically, what it means is that it's all safe, all clear, come out. Like, it basically just signals to the Spartans, like, well, 1, Spartans, that's their signal. And 2, that currently wherever these Spartans are at, it is safe, you can come out. And so Chief, hearing this, immediately knows there are Spartan 2s down there, like, we have to go down there. And that's what leads Haverson to say, okay, you can go down. So the plan is this. They're going to use one of the spirit dropships within Ascendant Justice's hangar bay, take it down. All the humans, Pulaski, Locklear, Haverson, Johnson, and Chief are all going down to the surface of the planet, while Cortana takes the Covenant cruiser out of the system and keeps it safe until they're ready for pickup. On the surface, John comes across members of Gamma Team, the Spartans that were sent to protect, or to save and recover, Admiral Whitcomb. And so we see Spartans like Grace 093 and Lee 008 are now with Admiral Whitcomb. Here we see Chief and Whitcomb have a conversation. Chief relays everything that's happened since the fall of Reach, all the Halo events, the flood, and then getting here, while Whitcomb talks about what he's been doing. And in fact, he discusses how they had developed a Nova bomb, a bomb so powerful that it was practically a planet killer. And they were planning on using it to essentially level the playing field against the Covenant. He sent Charlie team to go and arm these with a 10-day timer / setting, and also to activate the failsafe in case anyone tried to, mess with it. But of course, when Whitcomb found out that Charlie team had fallen, that is when he came in contact with Fred and the rest of his team and told our Red team to come save him. And that's when we see people like Grace and Lee come to save Admiral Whitcomb, but Whitcomb has not heard from Fred or any of the other Spartans ever since. He does reveal that they did get that slight transmission from Fred and Kelly earlier where they kind of warned them saying like, do not come to X, Y, and Z, which turns out to be Castle Base. It's overrun by Covenant. And so when John hears about Castle Base, he immediately says, they're down there, we gotta go save them. And Whitcomb's like, okay, yeah, like, you know what, you're absolutely right. It's good that we have a way off this planet, but you're right, Chief. We never leave a man behind, and by God, am I not leaving a Spartan behind. And so before we see what happens, we then cut to Cortana, who is aboard the Ascendant Justice inside of an Orc cloud. This is where she's hiding the ship until Chief and the rest of his team are ready for pickup. She's sitting here thinking about the events, and she's thinking about how slow she's running because of having to store all of Halo's data on herself. She then starts to wonder how it's going to affect her lifespan, because again, with rampancy, it's the point of too much information that AI start to think themselves to death. And so she's worried that maybe all this information from Halo might have a negative impact on her lifespan, maybe making her go into rampancy earlier. Of course, we know now that she lives a relatively long life, but she has a very terrible case of rampancy. However, another thing that she's thinking about is putting the Halo data on Ascendant Justice. This would free up a lot of space for her, but at the same time, it risks being lost to the Covenant or to the ship in general should anything happen to it. However, there is one thing she does consider. She starts to toy with the idea of copying the Covenant AI software, the one that she had killed. And the reason why is because somehow about this AI closely resembled the architecture of her own and other smart AIs from humans, which means she could certainly copy many of its like systems and algorithms and the way it works onto herself, taking like the good from the bad and separating it and utilizing what she would need. And this would be kind of good for her because one, it will grant her more knowledge about Covenant, translation, being able to fully understand it. Because again, they understand the Covenant to a degree, but they speak in a weird way that like doesn't make sense. Like just they talk in very much, it sounds very proverby, like very biblical. And so this confuses them most of the time. But if she can get that deeper translation software, she'll be able to fully understand them as if they were speaking like plain English. It would also enhance her enough to kind of, free up some space. Not really free, I guess, but more extend it, giving her a little bit more breathing room. And it would give her the ability to create imperfect clones of herself. Ultimately, she decides to do it, and it works out. And so she's gonna start toying with some of these new features, and she does. She actually starts toying with the translation software. And she's able to pick up signals from Covenant ships farther away because of course she's aboard a Covenant ship, and so it has better sensors and better communication devices than humans. And she starts hearing about a fleet that's being amassed. And they're being amassed together towards a large ship. And this fleet that is amassing is going to Earth. Cortana then takes the ship back into real space, back towards Reach. But she doesn't go immediately back towards Reach. She's actually going near enough to find a human ship that she can utilize. She ends up finding one known as the UNSC Gettysburg, and it's relatively in good condition, especially to be able to go into slip space. And so what she does is she kind of like takes control of the ship and has both the Ascendant Justice and this UNSC Gettysburg kind of latch on together. So now you kind of have this hybrid human Covenant ship for the foreseeable future of this book. After this, she still has a few minutes before she needs to jump right back into slip space and get much closer to Reach and to the rendezvous point with Chief. Back with Chief, we now see them flying in the Spirit dropship. And what they're doing is they're going towards that hole that was originally drilled down by the Covenant to get down to Castle Base is still there. But this time, of course, they're using a gravity beam. And so what does Admiral Whitcomb order Pulaski to do? Plant this ship right down that hole. And she does that. She just takes that bitch and she goes whoosh, right down a hole. And they get down into this very vast Forerunner-esque chamber. And inside of it has like a simulated sun, so it's bright in here. Like, there's just a lot going on, but there's also a lot of Covenant. So the Spartans drop down and they and the rest of the crew start fighting off the Covenant, and they can see like this rubble that like the Covenant are digging at. And so they fight their way over there and make it to it, and just as they do, Fred and the rest of his squad come crashing out, killing the Covenant right at the little doorstep of the rubble. And we have this beautiful reunion between John, Halsey, Fred, Kelly. It gets one big happy. Oh hell, there's a lot of Covenant behind us. And like, I'm not even kidding, that they turn around to get out of here and they just see like there's these platforms that go up, and on just at the platform, there is just a massive amount of Covenant just facing them. Basically meaning that all they have to do is give the command to fire, and every one of these humans and Spartans are just dead. There's no way they can get out of this. And for a brief moment, you're led to believe that that's what the Covenant do, is they just start firing on them. But in fact, it's two hunters. Two hunters just launch their, their fuel rod cannons at them. All the Spartans then try to cover like a normal human. Kelly's one of them, and she like covers Halsey, and the shot actually hits Kelly and hurts her enough to where she's in a very critical state. Not like exactly like Linda, but very close to Linda, like no bueno. But of course, we then see all the Covenant members turn and then just start shooting at these two hunters, like obliterating them. What should have happened to the Spartans and the humans happens to these hunters, and the reason why is because Halsey has this orb. This weird crystal orb is what the Covenant want, and by firing upon them, those hunters had committed heresy or treason because they had essentially almost destroyed a Forerunner artifact. And with this knowledge, Whitcomb goes, they're not gonna fire on us. Everyone stay close to Halsey. Pulaski, bring that shit back down, baby girl. We gotta get out of here. He doesn't say that, but I had to add the flair. Don't leave the video. Come on, I was trying to be funny. And so they take this Spirit dropship, fly out of the hole, fly off the surface of the planet, and they make it. And just as they get up there, the Ascendant Justice arrives from slip space, like perfect timing, and they all combine, they get into slip space, and they all go home. End of video. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. I think it's funny that you thought I was being serious. No, we're like halfway through the book right now, okay? So here's what actually happens. They go into slip space, but something weird happens. When they go through slip space, this crystal that Halsey's been holding like starts to react, and the Covenant follow. Not in the sense that like they can track the vector and go into slip space and meet them there. No, like they're in slip space with the Ascendant Justice, and they can fire on the Ascendant Justice. And that's not possible typically in a normal slip space, because in normal slip space, you're technically not in anything. You're just bending through a dimension. So firing anything would just not work. But here they are like firing on them, and everyone's like, how the hell is this possible? And Halsey's kind of like, this little crystal right here, you see, has the ability to basically make a slip space bubble. So we're in a little bit of a bubble within slip space that allows like people to travel together and for weapons to fire. It's not perfect. They're still having weird tracking data because I mean, they're still in slip space. So just think of it like you might fire and maybe it hits your buddy. You don't know, you're just basically eyeballing it at this point. And so Whitcomb goes, yo, Cortana, I want you to do some flanking speed. And Cortana goes, yeah, the main engine isn't responding. I don't know what's going on. They must have been disabled. And Whitcomb goes, is there still like people aboard? And Cortana goes, yeah. He goes, sabotage. And so yes, he assumes that those main engines have been sabotaged. So he sends the Spartans to go and make these repairs. And Pulaski, much to Locklear's disappointment, volunteers to pilot the Spartans aboard the Spirit to this section of the ship to make these repairs. We find out that Locklear's taken a bit of a liking to her, and he kind of says yo, baby girl. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, if you click off the video for that one, I'm not even gonna be mad. Just do what you gotta do. She does give him his bandana, and he wears it in her honor, and you're like, oh no. Chief and the rest of the Spartans make their way to these conduits that need to be repaired for the main engine to be activated. And when they get there, Grace and Fred start making these repairs while the rest of the Spartans kind of sit there and look around and keep everyone protected. That is until about 6 camouflaged elites show up. Of course, they're in EVA suits and start firing on them. After a few minutes, they're all fighting, but Fred gives the signal that the conduit is fixed. And just as this happens, one of these plasma bolts from a nearby Covenant ship comes and it hits right where the Spartans are. And it completely demolishes the Spirit Pulaski is on. At the same time, Lee 008 and Anton 044 were also atomized by this plasma turret. And so after John recovers, he can't find his other Spartans. He just sees, Fred and Grace and Will. And so what he does is he tethers them all together. Everyone else is dead. There's no one else. So the Covenant elites that were camouflaged, all dead. So he tethers them all to him, tethers himself to the ship, tells Whitcomb that the engines are fixed, and then he goes unconscious. Chief then wakes up later in a medical bay to find out Whitcomb had done some amazing maneuvers within slip space and was able to take out some of the ships and then drop out of slip space. And for the briefest moment, they were safe. It is confirmed that Lee and Anton and Pulaski are in fact gone. Linda's still on the cusp of death, though. Halsey's gonna start doing what she can to try and save her. Kelly is in recovery. She's gonna need a few days to recover. But it's kind of a grim statement. And right here, even it gets a little bit worse because Cortana goes, hey, the Covenant found Earth. FYI, Halsey wants you to stay in bed, don't move. And Chief goes, I gotta go see Whitcomb. And Cortana's like, I just told you Halsey doesn't want you to be in bed. And Chief right here says, I don't take orders from civilians. And this is the moment, if I could use GIFs right here, you would have that part from Men in Black. When Will Smith's character says, oh, damn. I really want to know what John would do with Halsey if he was told by Saren Osman, the current 2560 head of ONI, if she said, go kill Halsey. I'm not saying John would do it, but I'm not saying John would also not do it. What I'm saying is this is crazy. This is the first time you've ever had to where John, at least in these books, has really kind of not turned on Halsey, but been defiant. He's been outspoken against her and he's made his case with her. Those are all different though. This was him fundamentally saying I don't care what she says. I have a duty as a soldier. And it's okay. So John goes in and meets with Whitcomb and the rest of the team. And he finds out that this slip space crystal, while as amazing of a find it is also like a beacon. For every moment they go into slip space now, they will be discovered because the Covenant are tracking it. Only can they detect it when it goes into slip space. And so Whitcomb says, we need to find an area to fully repair the Gettysburg. And he goes, do you know anywhere near where we are at that we could? And so John looks at the coordinates to see where they're at. They're within the Eridanus system. And he knows exactly of a place that if it still exists, they can make repairs. It's a place that was important 27 years ago. We then switch over. We're still on the ship. But what I mean by switch over is the date jumps to September 12th. Now, if you're wondering what I mean, from the moment the Halo event ended up until the recovery of everyone on Reach, it has been September 23rd. Okay, we now just jumped like a week or two back. And so I'll get more into a moment why that is here in just a second. But before Chief takes them to where he believes that they're going to be able to get these repairs, Chief does meet with Halsey. And at first, he's learning about Linda. Halsey's gonna do what she can to revive her. And right here, Halsey's like, I'm gonna talk to you about Sergeant Johnson and his interaction with the Flood. And so they review the footage of the 343 Guilty Spark stuff, basically from Chief's helmet. And she looks into Johnson's medical records and DNA, and she goes, I think I know why Johnson survived. Johnson has been, has Boren syndrome. And basically what this is a disease that really just messes up one's nervous system. Like, he shouldn't even be walking. He should have tumors. Like, that's not a fun disease. But at the same time, this disease might be the reason why the Flood could not infect him. Because the Flood infect by basically attacking a human's nervous system. But if Boren syndrome is completely messing up someone's nervous system, then it's possible that the disease also prevents Flood infection. And John's like, okay, cool. Then there's a possible weird cure. And Halsey goes, yeah, possibly, but we don't know. Usually you only get Boren syndrome from like absolute exposure to plasma. And there's like a whole record of Johnson being exposed to plasma, not through what he's actually diagnosed with, which is stuff from the Orion 1 project, but they made like a fake one to say, this is how he got it. What's interesting though here is like right here, Halsey pulls out 2 data chips. She goes, here is my analysis of the Flood and possible technologies and medical advancements that might be able to fight it. And here is all of that plus my analysis of Johnson, meaning the Boren syndrome and the possible being able to fight the Flood. She does say within his DNA are dormant Flood DNA. They can't infect him, but they're in there. And John goes, okay, but why are there 2 and why are you giving them to me? And this is where we see a switch for Halsey. Halsey says right here, she's like, I'm tired of being the one to sacrifice other people for the greater good. So you're gonna do what I can never do. And I'm gonna give you a choice. You can either A, basically save one man and give Oni just this one data chip that has the basic stuff, like just the analysis of the Flood and possible ways to fight it. Or you can give them the one with Johnson's stuff. And John goes, it's a no-brainer. I got to give them the one with Johnson's because there's a possible cure here. And Halsey goes, yeah, you're right. But what do you think is going to happen to Johnson if you give them this? She goes, do you really think Oni's the type of people to just say, hey, we just need a little bit of blood and call it a day? He's going to get experimented on. And he's never going to be free. And if he is, he's not going to be the same. And let's just be honest. They're going to kill him and dissect him. They're going to do everything in their power to use every last piece of him to try and find a cure for the Flood. And so she hands them to him and then says yep, you decide. It's my final lesson for you. She then dismisses John as she preps for surgery for Linda. When he leaves, she looks to Cortana and Cortana's like, yo, what was that about? And Cortana goes, oh, nothing, child. And then deletes Cortana's memory on everything having to do with Johnson's interaction with the Flood, to also basically saying even you, Cortana, I cannot trust with this information. Halsey then, after deleting this, continues conversation with Cortana, and she basically explains this weird time discrepancy. And this is where we get an explanation for why we jumped from September 23rd till September 12th. It's very hard and confusing. I'm still confused by it. Basically, what happened is there was a time dilation with the crystal. The orb that they found on Reach had somehow been able to not distort just space, but time as well. And Cortana says this doesn't make sense because Chief and Cortana were nowhere near Reach and this orb when they were near Halo. But Halsey says the orb, distorts time and space to put you right where you needed to be to where, like, for you to get here when you did, to interact with this orb when you did. This is why when John goes through slip space, when they leave Alpha Halo's location to come to Reach, and Cortana says, there's a weird, like, I don't know how we got here so fast. There's just a weird, like time dilation, or like just something is weird about slip space right now. That's what that was. This orb had distorted time. They didn't necessarily go back in time, if that makes sense, but they did somehow. It's very weird and very confusing. This is not an area that I'm really good at, but this is just what I'm gathering from the book. This orb has the ability to distort time and space, and it did so to bring John, Cortana, and this ship to Reach when they had to be there to intersect with this orb. Halsey then wipes Cortana's memory as well, again from this whole conversation, because again, this orb is also something Oni's probably going to want, but probably shouldn't have. She then starts to talk to herself about how she's tired of like being the reason people die under sacrifice, and now she's going to go do something that will let her save as many lives as possible, but at the same time betray those closest to her. We then switch perspectives to Chief and the Gettysburg/Ascendant Justice ship as it makes its way to this asteroid. And this asteroid is in fact an outpost that Blue Team had their very first mission when they came here to capture Colonel Robert Watts. And this is like the first mission we see in Halo: The Fall of Reach, both the animated, the comic book, and the book. I'll have a picture of it right here so you can recall that. And yeah, for the past 27 years, this place has existed. And so John brought them here saying like, it's probably the last place we can make some sort of repairs. So as they approach this base, a small fleet of ships start to come out. There are ships that are actually been, taken from Oni and other various UNSC sources, but Haberson basically tells Whitcomb like, hey, don't worry, like I know these models, we've actually like disabled a lot of them. They're really not that useful. They especially can't go into slip space. So like we don't have to worry too much about it. But as they get closer, they get like a radiation signal. And this is where we find out that the governor of this asteroid, a man by the name of Jacob Giles, is now threatening to basically launch like a nuke at them, saying like, bro, what are you doing? Get out of here. And Whitcomb kind of gets on like to speak with him through communications and says, hey, like, I know this looks bad. I know you hate us and we hate you, but like, listen, we're just here to repair our ship and we'll leave. Like, we don't want to like start anything. But obviously, like, it's the insurrection. They're definitely not going to let the UNSC anywhere near them, especially considering the last time the UNSC was even around here is when they kidnapped Colonel Robert Watts. So Whitcomb does the logical thing. He threatens to basically fire upon their little base utilizing the Covenant ship. But little does anyone know that they barely have any sort of firepower left on this ship. Most of the battery is spent, and some of the turrets are actually relatively like broken. They only have like 1 or 2 turrets that still work. So Whitcomb does the logical thing and has Cortana test fire it on a nearby asteroid that is roughly the same size as what this base is a part of, and obliterates it. And this causes Giles to go, hey, I think we all kind of got a little too, off on the wrong foot, come on in. With that, we have Chief, Fred, Whitcomb, Haverson, and Halsey who will go aboard and meet with the governor. And the meeting goes as well as you expect. They're kind of like, what do you want and why are you here? And Whitcomb basically says like, listen, we just need to make repairs to our ship and we'll leave. And Giles is like, okay, like, but why should I help you? And Whitcomb is really funny in this part because he goes, well, you have 2 options. Option A, you help us and we can help you when the Covenant gets here because they're actually tracking us and they're probably on their way here right now. And so Giles is like, what? And he's like, or, hear me out now, this is the second option. You can kill all of us, take my ship, or at least try, because quite frankly, you're not going to get past my AI, aka Cortana, who's on the ship. She'll probably just destroy it before you even touch it, and you'll still have to deal with the Covenant. So basically Whitcomb gives him 2 options that still lead to their deaths. The first option obviously being a bit better because, well, quite frankly, you'd rather have them help you than just kill them and hope for the best. And this actually gets to the point where, Giles kind of starts to call Whitcomb's bluff. That is until the Covenant show up. And this is another funny part because, Whitcomb's like, all right, fire that nuclear weapon that you have at the Covenant. And Whitcomb goes, yeah, we bluffed. We just have this thing that can basically mimic the amount of radiation that a nuke would. We don't actually have nukes. And Wick comes in, like, he's actually impressed. And so then Giles is like, well, why don't you just blast them away with your Covenant turrets? And this is where Wick comes in and goes, well, we bluff too, because quite frankly, 90% of that ship does not work for us. That's kind of why we're here. And both men, like, have this mutual respect for each other, and then they have to go to work and try and take out the ships. Now, I could focus on them doing it, but quite frankly, it's, you know, it's them taking out a ship. They do some cool stuff, but not to where I'm gonna focus 30 years on it, okay? They take out the Covenant ship, and with that, Giles allows the UNSC to come aboard and start doing repair on the Gettysburg. And what I like about this is, like, later on the ship, we have it to where there's a bunch of insurrectionists running around this UNSC ship trying to repair it, and we have it to where the Spartan 2s, and I mean every Spartan 2 that's, like, last standing, including Kelly and Linda, who are now in recovery from their surgeries, are all in this room, and they're, like, reminiscing about just all the stuff that they've been through. And, like, I really love Troy Denning's writing for the Spartan 2s. I think he, in my opinion, has the best writing for them. I feel like in The Fall of Reach, they were very stiff. But, like, here, Eric Nylund kind of does well at, like, mimicking kind of what Troy does in the later books. Like, it feels like a family, like a group of soldiers who have definitely spent, you know, their whole lives training and growing up together, versus in The Fall of Reach, where it just felt like they treat each other like just absolute, like, soldiers. And which is fine, because, you know, they are very much indoctrinated into that lifestyle. But at the same time, you have to remember, these are people who have known each other since they were 6. And now they're roughly 40 years old. You're going to have that, like, back and forth of, like, a sibling rivalry type, like, closeness that I kind of love in the Troy Denning books. And so while this is happening, Halsey actually summons Kelly to her office to receive just, like, more injections, just to continue to, like, help her, you know, recover. While this happens, though, Chief and Johnson and Locklear are kind of all talking about, like, where do we go from here? Like, what is the next step after we repair this ship and leave? Especially since now, you know, Cortana has told everyone that there is a ginormous ship called the Unyielding Hierophant that is amassing a fleet to go attack Earth. Chief understands, like, now Earth is, like, needs to be protected. And this is where Johnson comes up with the idea of saying, like, well, why, instead of just sitting here, you know, waiting, why don't we take the fight to them first? They won't expect it. And John's like, yeah, I like that. Let's do that. And so he starts ordering everyone around. He's like, hey, get this weapon ready, get the ship ready, like, start doing all this stuff. I'm going to bring this proposal to Whitcomb and see if we can get approval. So everyone goes off and does their own thing, and Chief makes his way to the command bridge to speak with Whitcomb. Before we see what happens with Chief, though, we see it to where Kelly makes her way into Halsey's office. And Halsey goes, hey, like, lay down on the gurney. I'm just going to inject you with some stuff. Again, they're just supposed to help you with your recovery. You might feel, like, a little bit sleepy, blah, 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 blah. She ends up, like, sedating her to the point where she's going to be out for a few hours. And then she has Cortana summon Locklear, the ODST, to the office. Locklear comes in, and Halsey kind of goes, hey, do you mind helping me get, you know, Kelly to a ship? I need to take her aboard the asteroid to get, like, other medical care that I just don't have access to on this ship. Locklear's like, oh, I can do that. It seems weird, but okay. And so as they're, like, you know, pushing Kelly on this gurney towards where the, you know, the ship bay is, Halsey does something a little strange that I didn't expect. While they're waiting, she kind of somewhat reveals what she's doing. Not exactly, but enough to where she, like, turns to Locklear and goes, hey, I need you to take this. And she pulls out the Forerunner orb. And he kind of says, like, well, why are you giving this to me? And she goes, I want you to protect it from both the Covenant and Oni. I feel like I can trust you with this decision. And Locklear goes, okay, but why me and not one of your Spartans? And right here, Halsey goes, you know, like, she loves her Spartans and all. She doesn't say love, but, you know, it's that motherly bond she has to them. But she also understands that her Spartans are heavily indoctrinated and would certainly turn this orb over to Oni. And that's why she's giving it to Locklear, because he's an ODST. He's a Marine. He don't care about Oni. He doesn't serve them. He serves the UNSC. And he he kind of gets a little bit of understanding because she's like, you know, like, I need to make sure like I can trust you with this, especially when, you know, you guys drop out of or go into slip space and all this kind of stuff. And so then he takes the orb, accepts it, and as they're waiting for the elevator to get to their location, he kind of goes, what do you mean by when, you know, like us, as in all of us but you going to slip space? Like, aren't you coming with us? And she doesn't really answer. Anyway, they make their way to Governor Giles' personal, and I'm going to probably mispronounce the life out of this, but I'll have it on the screen, the Petra vessel, his own personal ship. It's one of these ships that supposedly doesn't have slip space engine on it, according to Haverson. Locklear gets Kelly aboard, and then he gets off, turns around, and looks at like Halsey, and she closes the hatch and then leaves. We then switch back to the chief's perspective, who's making his way to the command bridge of the Gettysburg. And as he walks in, he's about to start giving his plan, which is now known as Operation First Strike, to Whitcomb. But before he can do that, though, they notice a ship leaving. And they start looking at camera footage to see, well, who the hell got on this ship? Because at first they think it's Governor Giles because it's his personal ship. But then Governor Giles chimes in and goes, anyone want to explain like why my ship is just leaving? Like why you guys took my ship? And Whitcomb goes, we're trying to figure that out too. And so looking through the recordings of everything going on the ship, they see Locklear help Halsey push Kelly aboard, and then Kelly and Halsey leaving the ship. And so then when Whitcomb goes to try and stop her, she basically gives him the finger. Like, she doesn't respond. She sends like this order that essentially just means, I'm not going to answer you. And then goes into slip space. So Whitcomb is pissed for two reasons. He's pissed, one, because he got the finger from Halsey, who just left without leave and took a Spartan of all things. And two, Haverson himself just told Whitcomb not that long ago that none of these ships are slip space capable. And they could have, if they had known that, they could have used it a long time ago. And Haverson obviously thought they were, you know, not able to go in slip space. And so it's just this moment where kind of everyone's pissed. So with that though, Whitcomb orders Locklear to be brought to the bridge so that he can obviously like 20 question him about what's happening. And then as that happens, Cortana detects yet another enemy cruiser approaching. And instead of, this is a very insane part, Governor Giles says, with your permission, Whitcomb, I'd like to get my people off this ship right now. And Whitcomb's like, yeah, that's fine. And right here's a very crazy part, because then suddenly, instead of it just being one cruiser, 30 more Covenant ships start to show up. And Whitcomb has to try and sit there and figure out what to do. And he starts talking to the chief about the Battle of the Alamo and wondering if this was something that they too could defend, like those lone Texans had done, how they defended this base from a massive army. But then he kind of goes, this is not my Alamo. And so he says to Cortana, go into slip space. Like, we need to get out of here. Basically abandoning Governor Giles and all the insurrectionists, because they're all leaving the ship. They're all trying to get back to their asteroid. He doesn't stay to help because he knows he just can't. And they begin to enter slip space, but as they do, something weird happens. As this is all going down, we switch to Locklear, who's kind of just off doing his own thing. He's searching for weapons and medical supplies for Operation First Strike. And as he's like looking around, he starts to see that the orb is starting to react again. And he realizes that they're going to slip space. And this realization that they're going to go into slip space, the orb is reacting, means once again, they are going to be tracked. So he takes matters into his own hands, not wanting to repeat what happened last time, and to try and prevent anyone from getting this crystal, he covers it in foaming explosive. And then he tries to take cover somewhere in this room, and he ignites it and blows it up. The crystal is destroyed. Later in slip space, now normal slip space, not the slip space bubble the crystal was forming, inside of the officers' lounge of the Gettysburg, everyone is once again talking, and they have found shards of the crystal. They've searched where Locklear was and discovered that, unfortunately, the explosive was enough to kill him while also destroying the crystal. However, looking at the pieces of the crystal and all that they could find, they realized that, one, it's not the full set. In fact, pieces of that crystal are somehow stuck in slip space. With this though, Whitcomb kind of goes, okay, well now that the crystal's destroyed, we can make our way to Earth safely because now we don't have that crystal that's basically painting a giant, beacon on us. And so he's like, you know what, guys, it's nothing but smooth sailing to Earth. And this is where, the chief is like, sir, I would like to do Operation First Strike. He lays out their plan to sneak aboard the unyielding Hierophant and take out this fleet from within. At first, Whitcomb goes, absolutely not. Like, that is a ridiculous plan. No. And, Chief doesn't really at first fight back. He just says, yes, sir, and kind of submits. But then, I think Whitcomb wanted Chief to talk a little more, because, Chief just immediately just respects the chain of command. But then Whitcomb kind of goes, see, the reason why, Chief, is because, first and foremost, I don't want to drop out of slip space, risk anything. Dropping out of slip space would be a problem. And John goes, understandably, sir, but if we were going to do this, my team would board our Spirit dropship, and we would leave the ship, and we ourselves would drop out of slip space. You wouldn't have to do anything. You would stay in slip space, and we would drop out. And then Whitcomb kind of goes okay, well, the other problem is you're going to need Cortana for this, but I need Cortana so she can pilot both the Gettysburg and the Ascendant Justice while also making sure we get the data on Halo from her to Earth. And so then, Chief goes, okay, yeah, I didn't think about that. You're absolutely right, sir. And this is where Lieutenant Haverson's kind of like, well, I have some infiltration work. I can definitely go. And everyone's like, well, that wouldn't work because, when you exit slip space, and not exit slip space like you're supposed to, they're going to get in a dropship and basically just come out of the ship and basically tumble out of it. And that's going to be a rough, because you're essentially pumping the hardest brakes on this little tiny ship. Things are going to go flying around, and there's just no way a normal human would be able to survive the gravitational effects on that. If things are flying around this ship, especially possibly Spartans, if things don't go right, you're going to die. The Spartan Mjolnir armor is definitely going to protect them from this, but it's not a guarantee even for them. And so then Haverson goes, okay, yeah, you're right. But then this is where Cortana goes, well, actually, I do have a way to help Chief. And her way is by making a copy of herself. She had learned from, assimilating that AI, that Covenant AI, into her own software. She now has the ability to create imperfect replicas of herself. And she's like, I can make one to give to Chief that will basically help him on his mission. So basically, Whitcomb said no, and then everyone started building off of how we can actually make this possible. And with that, Whitcomb goes, okay, that's a good plan. Go ahead, Chief. So while the Spartans and everyone else begin to reinforce the Spirit to try and make it as safe as possible for exiting slip space, Chief finally comes to the conclusion that he needs to figure out which bit of data chips he's going to hand over to Oni. And ultimately, he decides that he has a duty to Earth. And as much as he enjoys Johnson and likes him as a soldier, it would be wrong for Chief to make the decision to sacrifice all of humanity for one person. And so he goes to Lieutenant Haverson and he hands him the data chip that has all of Halsey's details on the flood, possible ways to fight it, as well as her analysis of Johnson and his interaction with the flood. John basically condemns Johnson to death. We then switch over to Chief and the rest of the Spartans aboard the Spirit dropship as it certainly comes out of slip space, and they definitely do have this very rough time. No one fortunately gets hurt, but certainly if Lieutenant Haverson had been inside of this ship with them, he definitely would have died. But again, these are Spartan 2s, they're just built different. Literally built different. That's the thing. Why are you yelling at me? The clone Cortana, and this is where it's weird because the rest of the book no longer has normal Cortana. It's all clone, and it's weird because it's still her, but at the same time it's not her. I don't know, guys. It's weird. Either way, they come out of slip space and they find a 500 plus Covenant ship armada within this system, and at the center of it is this massive space station known as Unyielding Hierophant. And I'm going to show a picture of it right here on the screen. As you can see, this thing is humongous. And actually, it's to the point that it's not your average space station. It's almost, in a way, a very similar build, not in terms of like structure, but in terms of what it does, to that of High Charity. Within it, it can refit ships, repair them. It can have all the ships being stowed in them. Well, maybe not all of them, but a good majority of them. And inside of these two like bulbous areas are like cities. You can basically live in here for a good extended amount of time, go to work, do all this normal stuff. Like, it is in fact just a smaller version of High Charity. It's ginormous. And so Chief is worried that, you know, the Covenant's gonna ping this lone spirit dropship that just tumbled out of slip space. And he's like, okay, well, are they gonna start like trying to go after us? And Cortana Clone is like, well, actually, there's so many ships here that communication is so hectic right now that we're probably just a small blip on the grand scheme of things. But Chief is like able to get this clone of Cortana to essentially ask the Covenant, like, hey, we're damaged, we need to be towed into the ship. And so 2 more spirit dropships come attached to the Spartan dropship and literally tow it to Unyielding Hierophant. I think that's just coincidental, that's where they're going. But I guess no one really checks security clearances and make sure, like, hey, maybe we should take this to a smaller ship before we just take it to our command base. But hey, the Covenant were never actually smart, in my opinion. As they're brought into the ship, they prepare for combat because, again, this is a ginormous space station. Like, they're going to be fighting. But when they exit the ship, they actually find mostly engineers again. A lot of them just flying and fluttering around, doing their own things. There are a few other like smaller species like the grunts that are wearing like white breathers. So John and the rest of the Spartans take them out, and then they get Cortana plugged in, Cortana Clone, and she's able to find like a relatively good access way to the battle station's reactors where they can blow it up. Unfortunately, Clone Cortana is not Cortana, and so she's limited in what she can do. And so what she says here is this: I can overload the reactors to blow this entire station up, but I cannot also, you know, guide you there, because I would have to have you take me out and take me to the reactors. I have to be physically within the reactor to blow it. And so they're kind of wondering what they should do until Cortana's like, I can make another clone that then you can take with you and plug into the ship reactor, and then that clone will destroy the space station while I remain here and guide you through the rest of the ship. Chief's like, is that gonna be fine? She's like, shit, I don't know. And so they do it. So then the team finds basically this access tunnel, and I'm gonna put it up right here if I can find it, but I made this funny post on Twitter about if there was a Halo game where you're crawling around basically Covenant air vents and access way for 11 hours, would you play it? And the reason why I made this tweet was to make it a joke where how a lot of people say like Edge of Dawn should have been a video game, because then I always talk about how Edge of Dawn and First Strike act as the same thing, a bridge between the two games. So the joke was to say like, would you play this part in First Strike? Because John and the rest of his Spartans are going to be crawling, and I'm not lying. I will show you the timestamps if you want me to. They will be crawling towards the reactor for the next 11 hours. And just reading that part, I was like, could you imagine just crawling around? First, you're in bulky Milner armor, and you're crawling around these like little tiny, it's to the point on areas where they have to literally deactivate their shields. Because what I love about the books is how they describe that the shields are always there, like it's a barrier. And so holding guns or walking on certain surfaces, like it feels a little different because there is this other layer of shielding that you just don't see. So they deactivate their shields so that way they can fit in certain areas. But it's 11 hours of this. Eventually though, they do make it to a part of the access way that is blocked off, and it's because they must be doing maintenance here and it's just not been marked down. So Cortana's like, well, here, let me hit you with a GPS reroute. And they come out of another point of the access way into a very large space. And this is where they see basically like the city. They are kind of within the main bulbous point of a Unyielding Hierophant and see this ginormous city, this like laser beam that's acting almost like a sun, bringing light to the place. And they're of course awestruck by it because it's immense. That is until brutes show up and they start attacking John. Now this is cool because technically if you think about it, this book came out a year before Halo 2. So you have it to where this would actually be our first real look at how the brutes operate. What I love is I need to look at the original edition. I didn't when I did this. Matter of fact, let's look at it right now. Okay, just so that way we can have this communication and I can be as clear as possible. I looked at page 396 of the 2019 edition to kind of look and see how they first engage with the brute. I remember it verbatim. I just wanted to make sure how it matched up with the original version. And basically it's just that like they detect something on their motion tracker, and then when they go to look and see what it is, it turns out it's a brute. And, you know, John just says brute. Like, you know, it's like, oh shit, it's a brute, let's fight. But if you jump over to the 2003 edition, remember this is the original version, Cortana, or at least another clone Cortana goes, also, be advised, there are ceremonial guards in this temple, a race we have not encountered before. Roughly translated from Covenant dialects, they are called brutes. They shouldn't be a significant threat, or they would have been used in previous military situations. So what you have here, of course, is this idea that in First Strike, we would have never seen brutes before. But this becomes a problem with games like Halo Reach, where you fight the brutes. We also have books like Halo Silent Storm, where, again, we engage with the brutes. So, also, of course, Halo Contact Harvest, where we engage with the brutes. So we have seen the brutes before, but of course this is 2003. This is the first time this book, you know, ever mentioned, or Halo ever mentions brutes, besides Halo 2, which would release a year later. So what I love is that they did change this whole sequence to make it fit with the lore. I don't talk much about how Halo the Fall of Reach and Halo Reach kind of like have been fixed, but I do love seeing like this change. There are a lot of changes that I think I'm gonna make a whole video about one day, but for now, that is one of the major changes in First Strike and Halo First Strike 2019 edition. Either way, Chief and the rest of the team are fighting these brutes, and they are of course a pain to fight. Brutes are just built different, of course. And for the most part, they're able to do relatively well. I mean, it's a struggle. And for the most part, we almost see John actually go unconscious. But, you know, he's the main character, so plot armor, and fights it off. Unfortunately, not everyone survived. And in fact, they come to find out that Grace was killed. And so to prevent the brutes or from anyone else from getting her, Chief puts in the failsafe point in her suit's armor reactor. So at some point, her whole armor gonna go boom. The rest of the journey is actually relatively fine. They make their way to the fusion reactor and they get down there and they plug Cortana in. And Cortana goes, okay, cool. It's gonna take about 10 minutes for the ship to depart. So how about this? You guys head back to the refit station where our spirit dropship is and get out. And the moment you do, I'll start this 10-minute timer. And the rest of the Spartans kind of look at each other like, nah, big dog, start that timer right now. Like, either we die trying or, you know, we're like, or nothing else. Like, we're not going to sit here and just risk it all, because again, it might be an 11-hour travel back and a lot can happen in that time, or it could be they need to rush in 10 minutes and still a lot can happen in that time, and they'd rather be safe than sorry. So they have Cortana clone start this 10-minute timer, and now we basically get a Banshee run, almost like a Warthog run, as the team's making their way back to the refit station. And I know you're thinking, James, it took them 11 hours to get here in the first place. How are they gonna do this in 10 minutes? Well, now they're basically rushing it. They're not taking these access points and going as slow as possible. Like, they are basically just sprinting. Sprint? But yes, they're basically sprinting back to the refit station. And this is cool because as they're doing this, Grace's suit goes off somewhere in the distance. And this basically now kind of brings the focus off the Spartans and into this one section trying to figure out what this explosion was. At the same time, John does light burst transmissions to Linda, who's been hiding for the past 11 hours somewhere on this station, acting as, of course, like recon and a scout for the Spartans. He basically tells her like, hey, don't respond. I'm opening up my transmission to get the attention of these 3 Banshees that are gonna come over here and pick us up. When they do, I want you to snipe them and take them out. So with that, these 3 Banshees obviously pick up this transmission. They fly towards John, Fred, and Will. And as these Banshees are making their way to these 3 Spartans, Linda starts sniping. And this is where this legendary thing of Linda that we know is like, she finds the smallest possible point in a Banshee that will connect the bullet directly to the pilot. And she takes out all 3 of these Banshee pilots without damaging the ships. So these 3 Banshee pilots die and their ships basically crash down. John, Fred, and Will take the Banshees and fly back towards the refit station. When they land, John goes, okay, I need to go back for Linda. If I'm not back here, get out of here, get off this ship. And so Fred and Will wait right there. John goes back, and that's when he tells Linda, like, hey, I need to know where you're at. When Chief does find Linda, it's so cool because right here, he finds her where this whole time she has had a rope strapped to her left boot and wrapped around her arm, hanging upside down, one-arming this sniper rifle. So those shots that she did, she's doing with one arm, upside down, on a rope. Linda, are you single? But in all seriousness, no, Chief is able to get Linda and they fly back to the refit station, meet up with the other Spartans, and John is like telling Cortana to open the airlock bay so that they can escape. The problem is this, when he does that, he hears like 1,000 voices and he's like, what the hell is happening? And we come to find out that a lot of the times where they're starting to figure out that Cortana is in the system, to try and stop them and prevent them from like figuring out what's going on, she has been making more clones to clutter up the system and making it harder for the Covenant to communicate and contact one another. But this is also having a problem with her because it's like 1,000 of her screaming and yelling and fighting with each other. That is also compromising this very first Cortana clone that's in charge of being like able to open doors and lead the Spartans. Fortunately enough, at the last second, she does open the doors and the Spartans get off the ship. Once outside, they find another spirit dropship, commandeer it, and then they start to make their way from Unyielding Hierophant. But as they do, they get Ollie Oxenfree. And John's like, what the hell? And this is where Vice Admiral Whitcomb comes on to the comms and says, hey, Chief, there's a nearby orc cloud that we've been hiding in to monitor the situation. Get to the nearby moon and meet up with us. And so they bring the spirit dropship around and they find just the Gettysburg, not the Gettysburg / Ascendant Justice hybrid. And so John flies the ship in, or at least Linda, someone flies the ship in, and they land it. And when they get inside Gettysburg, they only find Johnson and Cortana. And then this is where we then have them all go into the bridge and they, connect with Whitcomb and come to find out that Whitcomb and Haverson have stayed on Ascendant Justice. And they're going directly towards Unyielding Hierophant. And the reason he's doing this is because Whitcomb wants to ensure that these Covenant die. And so what he's doing is he's taking these last remnants of the Forerunner Crystal and broadcasting it of himself holding them, saying like, hey, if you want this, you better come get it. This draws every ship in this system towards Ascendant Justice as it's gonna go and crash right into Unyielding Hierophant. And the plan is to pull them all closer to Unyielding Hierophant, which is about to just blow up. And Whitcomb says like, hey, this is my Alamo. Chief, when this station blows up, don't linger too long. Confirm that this entire fleet is as destroyed as possible and then get your ass to Earth. Like, we've put the slip space engine that was on Ascendant Justice onto the Gettysburg. Like, you guys are able to get out of here. And sure enough, moments later, the Unyielding Hierophant blows up. And with it, Lieutenant Haverson and Admiral Whitcomb go along with it with a vast majority of this fleet. After the fleet has been destroyed, Gettysburg takes a moment to linger, kind of look at most of the ships being destroyed. There are a few that are just damaged, but they're not supposed to linger. And so with that, John tells them, hey, let's go into slip space. Kind of in slip space heading to Earth, Johnson comes up to Chief and goes, hey, Lieutenant Haverson said you gave this to him and he gave it to me because obviously he wasn't going to make it. And it's the data chip, the one that has basically Johnson's death on it. And so Chief takes it and he starts not really reminiscing, but remembering all those he's lost. Not just now, not just with Whitcomb and Haverson, but Sam and James and all the other Spartans and everyone aboard the Pillar of Autumn, Captain Keyes, Foehammer, even Major Silva, all these people he has lost that were good people that he knows they need in this fight. With that knowledge and that like just understanding, he takes the chip that would have condemned Johnson and crushes it. And now he's just gonna give Oni the chip that has just the basics about the flood. In the last section of the book, section 7, known as Harbinger, we cut to High Charity within the sanctum of the hierarchs. And for the most part, this gives its first little like description of High Charity, because again, this comes out before Halo 2. I'm not going to explain how High Charity looks. By now you should know what it looks like. If not, I have a whole video of it playing right here on the screen. But we start to see the Prophet of Truth. And he's sitting in this room and he summons Tartarus, who, after Tartarus walks in, Truth dismisses his Sangheili honor guard. He gets a report from Tartarus on the rogue ship Ascendant Justice and the destruction of the unyielding Hierophant. Tartarus then gives a container to Truth, which contained shards of slipspace crystals. Truth was disappointed by this, but not deterred. He tells Tartarus to have those who brought these crystals from the destruction of the yielding Hierophant have them well rewarded and then executed. And then, this is where it's cool, Tartarus asks what should be done to the one who lost the Ascendant Justice and allowed the destruction of the ring. And the Prophet of Truth says to him, have him brought before the council. So before we start talking about my thoughts and feelings on this book, we of course have an adjunct. I'll admit, the adjunct in this book wasn't my favorite, but as always, we'll drop through them. So, Adjunct 1 is a condolence letter from Charles Van Kirk, expressing his condolence to Amy on the death of her husband Sam, not Sam034, who had died, and reminded her that even during the war, there is still a fight between the inner and outer colonies. I looked on Halopedia to try to figure out who these characters were, and I just didn't know. Most of them just seem to have some sort of allegiance to the insurrectionists, and that's about it. I could be totally just missing something on this. I'm not gonna lie. I researched on Halopedia. They had very little to say about these characters. So if someone else knows who they are, drop in the comments, let us all know. I was just like, okay. I think it has to just do with the fact that, you know, they had abandoned the insurrectionists at that outpost earlier. Maybe. In the second story, there's a man by the name of Oliver Birch. The story is called Tug of War. He has a 3-legged dog named Mabel, and they are fetchers, essentially contracted workers hired to go fetch old slipspace drives from damaged ships. In this story, he finds an experimental drive from the UNSC Dresden. He then goes to install this on his ship so that way he can use one drive to send his first ship to the Galileo's worst enemy to its intended destination, while he goes aboard his second ship, Buttersworth, to go to another system where he has a date. So he's trying to get two things done. One, get his core that he found to one location so he can get paid, while also taking his other ship to another system so he can go on a date. He just knew he couldn't do both. Unfortunately, when he's putting this slipspace drive onto his own ship, it don't go well. And in fact, the ship starts to basically blow up. And so as the ship begins to tear itself apart, and also the ship, his other ship, he has to take himself and his 3-legged dog, sweet baby Mabel, to a cryopod, eject themselves out into slipspace, and, you know, send out a beacon and hope they get saved. Now, the reason why I kind of focused on this one a little bit more is because we actually get somewhat of a conclusion to this story in Halo Waypoint Chronicles. I can't remember the name because I have so many names right now in my head, but I'll leave it right here on the screen for which story that is. It's a somewhat conclusion. We figure out kind of what happens to them later on down the road, but I would say there's still more to the story, maybe. But if you want to see where that's from, go take a look. It's a very small part, but it's a nice little nod to this story of Tug of War. The third one's a little bit interesting. It's a psych evaluation of Lieutenant Frederick 104 by an Oni psychiatrist known as Dr. Veronica Clayton. It goes from psych eval to interrogation as she starts questioning his leadership during the events of the Fall of Reach, such as the comm issue, the crash landing of the Pelican and having people jump out, not collecting Covenant technology when that's what they're supposed to be doing. And Fred gets on the defense. He starts telling her, like, this is ridiculous. You're having me sit in this room trying to figure out what went wrong on an up that has been, you know, it's been weeks since this happened. Right now, Earth is under attack. And as a Spartan, I should be out there, you know, doing my job, not sitting here getting yelled at by a civilian. All this is happening and she's kind of like asserting her dominance until Lord Hood walks in pissed. He says, who approved this? Was it Parangoski? And he's like, we don't have time for this. I need everyone out there fighting for Earth, and I definitely need one of my best soldiers. And so with that, he tells Fred, like, hey, ready to get back to work, son? And of course, Fred's like, yes, sir. And he basically tells Dr. Clayton, like, hey, if anyone's got a problem with this, tell him to come see me. And I was like, beat her ass. I just love Lord Hood. I mean, he has such a small part in this book because, of course, like, this is again a year before Halo 2, but like, oh, even in this, they make Lord Hood just such a goat. This last story is through the lens of a woman named Petra Janisic, a war journalist. She's been trying to consider like all the details of the war and some of the stuff that just doesn't make sense. And somehow she's come across a lot of information that I didn't think would get released, such as the Battle of Avoy, the Human Elite Alliance, the Forerunners, the Flood. She wants to figure out, like, there's got to be more to the story than it's being led on. And the reason why is she has somehow gotten a hold of Cortana's message from Halo 3 to Master Chief, talking about on the other side of the portal to the Ark, there is a solution to defeating the Flood without firing the remaining Halo rings. And that's pretty much like the story. Like, she has this information, she thinks there's more to it, and she's gonna explore it. And that's it. That is Halo First Strike. And so let's talk about my thoughts and feelings. One thing that I will say about this book is there's a lot. Quite frankly, from the fact that this book starts with the fall of Reach and essentially ends just a little bit, maybe not a little bit, it's still a few weeks, but just a bit before Halo 2's beginning, you know, where they're heading back to Earth. There's just so much going on in this book. You have, again, the fall of Reach, post-Halo Combat Evolve events, back to Reach, this random system. You have the Ascendant Justice, you have Brutes, you have John, you have all these things going on that after a while, I was like, this video is gonna be long. And quite frankly, I actually don't know how long it is right now recording it, but I have a feeling it's gonna be either as long or probably one of my longer videos. And that's completely fine. But my worry always doing that is just not being able to remember all the information, and at the same time, trying to be clear about the story and make sure I hit all the most important points. I guess what I'm trying to say here is this. First Strike has a lot in it. It is a good book. It's a great book, but it is a long book. It's actually the longest book I've read so far in the Halo franchise. And what I mean by that is in my journey of rereading them, not reading for the first time. I've read all these before. But in this journey that we've begun, this has definitely been the longest. And it doesn't help too that, you know, they added extra content with the adjuncts. I think Eric Nylund, what I love about his books, and you see this again with Ghosts of Onyx, and I'm so excited to start talking about that one, is he set up a story in the Fall of Reach to basically lead into Halo Combat Evolved. But at the same time, he set up a story that may or may not have ever been followed up upon. And I feel like with this book, and most certainly in Ghosts of Onyx, he was able to have a little bit more creative control with the characters he set up. And I think overall, like, First Strike is a great book. I will admit it's not my favorite in his trilogy. I will definitely say Ghosts of Onyx is the pinnacle of the Nylund Trilogy, then the Fall of Reach, and then First Strike. That is not to say that this is a bad book by any means. It's a great book. It's a great connector from Halo 1 to Halo 2, like Edge of Dawn. But like I said, if you want to see how Johnson made it back home, like they say in Halo 2, read this. If you want a little bit more sneak peek into Covenant, like background and all that kind of stuff, read this. If you want to see how exactly Spartan 2s made it off Reach when supposedly they all died, read this. If you want to see how Linda survived after being clinically dead, read this. My last thing I'm going to say on this book, one thing I did not like is I wanted more from Operation First Strike. I think you see things like the Unyielding Hierophant, and you know the stories, you see the picture of the space station, and you hear about how Chief and the Spartan 2s went aboard that bad boy and destroyed it in the middle of this ginormous Covenant armada, and you're like, holy crap, that sounds amazing. I want to read more about that and like figure that story out. But here's the crazy part about that part of the book. About Operation First Strike in the book First Strike. Here's where I think it's crazy. This is the book. That much of the book is First Strike. Everything here, the first 364 pages out of actual story, not adjuncts. So the first 364 pages of this book is everything from the Fall of Reach up until they decide we're going to do Operation First Strike. Then you go into section 6, which is Operation First Strike, and that's this portion of the book, because the rest of that is just adjunct and acknowledgments. So you have 365 to 432, roughly what, 70, 80 pages roughly? That is all of First Strike. Again, it's not bad by any means, and it's actually a relatively good story, but I feel like at the same time, it was a rushed ending. And it's weird because this book is called First Strike, so I kind of wanted more from Operation First Strike. Maybe there were things that didn't need to be as focused upon, which I think at the same time is hard because this book is so full of lore and information that are pivotal to Halo nowadays that I'm like, how do you do this without eliminating such major parts of this while at the same time giving us a really good mission known as Operation First Strike? It should have been a video game. I discovered it, guys. Cut. We're done. But overall, Halo First Strike is a great book. It's not my favorite in the Eric Nylund trilogy, but it's still a great book, and it's a fantastic little bit of a bridge between Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2 for those who are wanting to see the events of how Chief got back from Alpha Halo to Earth. Though you're not going to see how he got his new armor, but I have a little story for that a little bit later. So, what should you read, watch, do, and or play in order to prepare for Halo First Strike? Well, first and foremost, I would recommend reading Halo The Fall of Reach. Then you can either read Halo the Flood or play Halo Combat Evolved or Campaign Evolved. I don't actually know how much of it's going to have a connection to First Strike. What I am trying to say though is this. If you read The Flood, you're still going to have a relatively good bridge into First Strike. My only problem is this. There isn't many references to The Flood in this book. And I think that's because one, the books were being written nearly the same time, so they probably just didn't have the connection of the details yet, and so they kind of just wrote them as separate pieces just to be safe. But there are subtle hints, like you hear about Major Sola and how he hated Spartans and how that connects to Locklear. Then you have it to where Chief is concerned about Cortana, post control room, which is mentioned in the book Halo the Flood. But again, you can pretty much, if you were wanting to, if you literally just read Halo the Fall of Reach, played Combat Evolved, and then read this book, the story would pretty much be streamlined. There wasn't anything in the Flood that was pivotal to understanding First Strike. I'd still recommend reading it because there's a lot of amazing stories in the Flood, and you can watch my video on that if you haven't already. But that's pretty much what I would read. Another thing you can most certainly read that I don't think is pivotal but has subtle nods and references to this book is the Halsey Journal, things like Castle Base and other things that she discovers. And of course, Breaking Quarantine. It's not, again, pivotal to the story, but then it gives you that, hey, how did Johnson survive the Flood? And you see a little bit more of that in Breaking Quarantine, which is a short story within the Halo, the graphic novel. But that is pretty much it for today's video. I want to thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you in Halo, Ghosts of Onyx. We start on July 3rd, 2545 on the planet of Pegasi Delta. And what we see here is a Spartan known as Tom B292 and his fellow Spartan 3s charging a Covenant plasma factory. And even though there are over 300 Spartans present, it is still an uphill battle. And we kind of get like obviously the perspective of Tom and his fire team, which consists of Spartans known as Fire Team Foxtrot. And within that is Lucy B091, Min B174, and Adam B004. Fighting through the defense, the Spartans clad in their SPI armor are able to get within the facility. Unfortunately, waves upon waves of Covenant come through and just never seem to end. That is when the Spartan 3s are given basically this order from the directive known as Omega. And basically Order Omega essentially says like, yo, shit hit the fan, get the hell out of there, you're gonna die. And the reason this happens is because 7 Covenant cruisers seem to start coming down from the atmosphere. And at that point, it's kind of like, oh, we are doomed. And so a lot of Spartans start retreating, but not Fire Team Foxtrot. Tom kind of looks to his team and says, yo, you know what? If we're gonna die, we're gonna die with a mission success. So they decide together as a team, as a unit, to make their way in deeper into this facility to get to the core and destroy it. As they were fighting their way through, Adam took a needler to the chest and essentially just obviously killed him. Min, on the other hand, when they were placing their charges, had an EMP effect on it, and it basically caused that charge to explode before it was ready and killing him. But with that, both Tom and Lucy are able to set off the charges, get out of the facility, essentially jump off this cliff because this whole facility is about to just blow up. And when they jump down and resurface in the water, they see these Covenant cruisers just start glassing everything in the vicinity of this factory. And that means all the Spartans, every Spartan within this company, are being glassed. Tom and Lucy then make their way back to their prowler. This is kind of like their rendezvous point. This is how they get off the planet. And when they get there, they come to find out that they are the only ones left of the 300 Spartans that went to Pegasi Delta to take out this facility. And this traumatizes Lucy to the point where she stops talking. I'm not even kidding about that. Right here in the book, it says, or at least the author says, is that this trauma led Lucy to developing post-traumatic vocal disarticulation, which was permanent, meaning she doesn't even have a choice. She physically can no longer talk. And the author even says like she would never talk again. There's a little bit of a discrepancy with that, and we'll get to that when we get to that book, but for the moment now, she can no longer talk anymore. And here's what's very psychotic about this book. This is the prologue. And in the prologue, when Tom is looking at Lucy, he's talking about how small and frail, of course she is a Spartan, but you'll see why they're a little different. She's still tiny. And the reason why is she's just a 12-year-old little girl. So to start off the full-on story of this book, to get out of the prologue, in the first chapter, we see Blue Team. But it's in the year, May 1st, 2531, and now Blue Team consists of John, Fred, Kelly, Linda, and Kurt. And this is a little important because, obviously John knows who Kurt is, and he's trained with him, but the problem is this is 6 years after the fact that Sam 034 has died. And since then, and since what we've seen in both Silent Storm and Oblivion, John has only ever operated with Blue Team, who has been Fred, Kelly, and Linda. But here we now have Kurt. Their mission? To sneak into a place known as Camp New Hope on the planet of Victoria. The UNSC was running out of, nuclear weapons, and they get contacted by basically this rebel alliance who essentially say like, yo, we know you need nukes. We are offering to trade those nukes to you, and the only thing we are asking for are medical professionals who can treat Boren syndrome. Now, if you don't recall, we talked about it briefly in Halo First Strike, but Boren syndrome is essentially what happens when you are exposed a little too much to plasma. And that's all they're asking for. And the UNSC basically says, yeah, we'll think about it, but decides to send Spartans. This is kind of one of those moments where I'm like, all right, UNSC, you're just being dumb at this point. Like, quite frankly, that is such a simple ask that they're basically requesting that you should have just done it. I get you need medical professionals for your people as well, but like, it's not like they're asking for weapons and arms or anything. They're just clearly asking for medical help. It's just, honestly, in my opinion, the dumbest decision the UNSC can make. Either way, the Spartans are making their way in, and as they are making their way into this base, Kurt tells John, like, yo, something seems off about this. Like, I don't feel comfortable. And John has known that Kurt has always kind of had, you know, a good intuition, like a really good gut feeling about things. But at the same time, John's like, all right, you know, I acknowledge what you mean, but we got a mission to complete, so let's continue forward. Just, you know, be on your toes. And you can kind of see John's just a little hesitant to fully accept Kurt, not as a Spartan, but as a member of Blue Team. He's still very much hurt over the fact that Kurt is essentially replacing Sam. Again, Sam was John's absolute closest friend during the events of the Fall of Reach. Another reason why John is so hesitant to fully trust Kurt is because simply Kurt's different. He's an oddity within the Spartan 2s. And what I mean by that is, whereas the rest of the Spartan 2s are all like, you know, very much to themselves, very much professional in the military mindset, Kurt's friendly. He meets and engages with everyone he works with. So practically everyone knows him and they know he's a great people person. And to John, that seems a bit, I want to say unprofessional, but kind of like he thinks that it's more of a distraction to who Kurt is and what he should be doing as a Spartan. But it's just one of those reasons, again, that I think he's just pulling as his own reason for not really trusting Kurt, but not wanting Kurt on the team. But again, it's he just really misses Sam. Inside the base, they locate where the nukes are, and they also locate where like a modified Warthog is. John tells both, you know, Kelly, Linda, and Fred, hey, go get the nukes. Kurt, go secure our ride. And so as this is happening, as Kurt makes his way to the Warthog and the rest of the Spartans make their way to the nukes, they basically ping like, or, you know, like John pings everyone like saying, hey, are we good to go? And like everyone else gives a green light. But Kurt flashes amber, meaning something's wrong. And as that happens, all of the Spartans besides Kurt essentially lose control of their suits and kind of fall unconscious. When John awakes, he finds all his Spartans, Kelly, Linda, and Fred, basically on the ground, unable to move. And same thing goes for him. He cannot move. He discovers that he's wearing a collar, and this collar essentially, you know, disconnects his brain waves from his armor. Obviously, like, all of the armor is connected to their body, and it reacts to their thoughts quicker than their actual physical body can react. And so by cutting off that connection, the armor basically just becomes like heavy. He cannot move. And this is where a rebel commander from the United Rebel Front shows up, known as General Graves. And he basically tells John straight up, like, he knew the UNSC wouldn't trade. He knew they would send the mythical Blue Team to come secure these nukes. Like, this was all planned. And he has known about Blue Team for years because of just everything that they've done both with the Covenant and with the Rebels. And, you know, we've seen here between the past 6 years, John and Blue Team have been fighting both, obviously, the Covenant and the Insurrectionists. However, there's one thing that General Graves did not plan for. He's known about Blue Team, but he's only known about the four: John, Kelly, Linda, and Fred. And so when he's given off his evil, maniacal speech, here comes Kurt crashing in with little mines, blowing up the place and basically pulling off these collars off of his team. With that said, all of Blue Team are able to get the nukes, get to the Warthog, and get off the planet, or at least get to the rendezvous point where the Pelican's awaiting them. And as they're doing this, John looks to Kurt and says, like, next time you have a gut feeling, like, we're gonna listen. I should have never doubted you. And then he kind of stops and hesitates, and like, he wants to say something to Kurt, but again, he doesn't have that ability that like Kurt would have. And this is where Kelly right here essentially like looks at Kurt. I'm gonna read it for you and says, welcome to Blue, Spartan. We're gonna make a great team. We then switch over to 5 months later in October of 2531, where Colonel James Ackerson is aboard the UNSC Oni Prowler known as Point of No Return. This is where we see Ackerson meeting with a couple of very, you know, high level people within Oni. First, you have Rear Admiral Rich, a commander of covert operations in Oni Section 3. Then Captain Gibson, the field officer in charge of Section 3 Black Ops. And lastly, Vice Admiral Margaret Perengoski, the commander-in-chief of Oni. The purpose of this meeting? Ackerson is here to propose the Spartan 3s. And funny enough, in the book, it even says, like, all three of these people are confused because Ackerson has been the biggest opponent of the Spartan program. He's been trying to get Halsey's whole program shut down. He's been obviously trying to disprove the mythical status of the Spartans. Like, he's just hell-bent on saying, no, they're not that great. They're freaks, they're weird, they're oddities, and they're a waste of money. We need real soldiers. So why is Ackerson here trying to make his own Spartan program that he's dubbing Spartan 3s. And the reason why is he now believes that the Spartans can be used to win the Covenant War. And he thinks that there's a better way to do this. Basically what he talks about is this time they need better improvements within the training and the gene selection, better outcomes, but also they need to be sent on even harder missions. In essence, he wants to make more Spartan 3s for a cheaper cost and to be more expendable. At first, everyone in the room is actually somewhat against this. That is until, like I said, Ackerson starts talking about how expendable he believes they should be. And I'm gonna read you a page from what he says. Basically right here is, he talks about, he wants to send them on high value targets where it is essentially going to be suicide. And even Paragoski says, you want to trade lives for time? Because he talks about how like the more they can push off these bigger objectives, like a weapons manufacturing facility, a shipyard, whatever it is, these high level areas will cause the Covenant to have to try and regroup, rebuild those things so then they can remake their weapons of war. But by sending in these Spartan 3s, he can do that. He can accomplish that objective of pushing the Covenant back, allowing the humanity more time to build their own stuff, to make more Spartans. And that's why Parangoski says, you want to trade lives for time? And Ackerson says, yes, ma'am. Isn't that the job of a soldier? And he even says, is there another option? How many worlds are now cinders? How many billions of colonists have died? If we save a single planet, gain a few weeks, isn't that worth a handful of men and women? And Parangoski goes, of course it is. God help us all. Yes, Colonel. Yes, it is worth it. And so with that, everyone in this room essentially approves Ackerson's plan. They say, you know what, you're right. And they all go to work making sure all this stuff is set up for Ackerson, getting him the funding, finding the location. And this is where Parangoski says, I have the perfect place for you to train these new Spartans. However, this whole thing needs to be top level secret. Like this conversation never happened. And for the love of everything, do not let Halsey find out. And this is like where we find out that like Parangoski even states that had Halsey not been as useful with the Spartan 2s as she has been, she would have been retired years ago. What that means, Lord help me, I don't know. And so lastly, Ackerson, obviously pleased that his proposal has been accepted, tells Parangoski he needs one more thing. He needs a Spartan that can be, a Spartan 2 that can therefore connect and train these Spartans. And he has the perfect one in mind, Spartan 051. We then cut to Kurt, Kelly, and Fred going on a bit of a spacewalk to investigate a decommissioned construction platform known as Delphi. As they're doing this EVA mission, Kurt's a little confused. Why send Spartans to investigate a decommissioned construction platform? Doesn't make sense. It seems like a very menial task for Spartans in the middle of the biggest war possible. And so as they're doing their exploring, they're using jetpacks, going through space, they get closer to this this platform. And Kurt kind of goes ahead to investigate this weird slip space, like this ship that has like a damaged slip space engine. But as he gets closer, his tech, his hardware starts to like be frazzled and act up, causing his jetpack to malfunction and basically start shooting him off into space. And he loses contact with both Fred and Kelly and gets to the point where he himself passes out in space. We later discover in an after-action report, it basically briefly describes from a professional standpoint what happened to Kurt, and that his body was never found. He was never recovered, and therefore he has been declared MIA. We then see Kurt a few weeks later on December 14th, 2531, wake up in that same Oni Prowler, point of no return. And he's greeted by Colonel James Ackerson. And Ackerson's like, hey, you're good. But also, what's your full name? And Kurt just says, Kurt051. And Ackerson's like, you're going to be known as Kurt Ambrose, should anyone ask. And so Kurt's like, okay, yes, sir. And so as Kurt's following Ackerson through the ship, they make their way to a secret room on the ship known as Odin's Eye. And this is where Ackerson turns and tells Kurt that he wants to start the next generation of Spartans. And he wants Kurt to be the one to train them. Kurt basically says like, oh, okay, whatever happened to the other series of Spartan 2s that were supposed to come out after my series. Like what happened to Mendez. This was a whole thing that we knew about in the Fall of Reach. And Ackerson says pretty much everything about Halsey's projects have essentially been postponed. Like they're on halt. And it's because Halsey's been acting a little differently. And this is also why we see in the Fall of Reach where Halsey finally got some funding to finish, the Mark V armor. And I can, show you back in that video where I'm talking about that. But in the Fall of Reach, we find out that she had lost funding for a brief time, couldn't make Mark V armor, and then eventually was given funding back to finish it. The reason why she does this is because she's tired. Not tired in terms of just being tired, but there's more to what Halsey's feeling about the Spartan project and everything going on, and this becomes a little bit of an essence to her character throughout this book. Either way, Ackerson pretty much shows Kurt everything he needs to know about. Here's the armor, here's the training, here's what we know. And Kurt, he decides that he's going to do it, but he's concerned about the candidates because there's less restrictions on their genetic markers, and that essentially he's going to have to do more with these Spartans with less funding and less augmentations. And Kurt's like, all right, I'll do it, and I'm happy to work alongside or under Mendez again and help train them, because Ackerson's like, yo, you're going to be doing this alongside Franklin Mendez, who was your trainer. But when he says that, Ackerson's like, oh, you're confused. Like, you're not going to be working under Mendez. And here, Ackerson turns and promotes Kurt to a lieutenant junior, saying, you are in charge of the Spartan 3s. Like, this is your operation now. About a year later, on December 12th, 2532, in the Zeta Dorita system on a planet known as Onyx, Kurt now is sitting here after 6 months of essentially creating this entire training regiment for his Spartan 3s. And now, he's just waiting for them and Franklin Menendez to show up. As these Pelicans come down, a bunch of kids start to come off, as well as Mendez. And he comes up, they have like a very brief little reunion. It's a little weird for Mendez because, he went from training this Spartan who was once a 6-year-old kid to now his, superior. And we see as these kids get out, there's roughly 496 candidates. And this is where Kurt turns to them and starts giving them a speech, basically saying like, you've lost your lives, you've lost your families, your parents are gone. I'm giving you the chance to fight back, but you have to prove it. We only have 300 spots open, so you need to show me that you have what it takes to become a Spartan. And so then he turns to Mendez and tells him like, all right, here's what I want to do. And he hands them his orders. And Mendez has like this, are you serious? Like, are you sure about this? And Kurt's like, yep, we're gonna hit the ground running. So Mendez turns, tells the recruits to get back on the Pelicans. And then we cut over to a kid named Shane. And this is where we find out that they're going to be doing what's known as a night drop. And essentially what they're doing within each of these Pelicans, these kids are going to line up and be given the choice. A, jump. Jump out of the Pelican, obviously with the parachute, and you'll be a Spartan. Or B, stay on the Pelican and you can go back home or to another planet where you can be a normal person. Shane was inspired by Kurt. He wanted to be Kurt. So when he's like getting ready to get on this Pelican, he's like, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna jump, I'm not scared. That is until the bay doors open and he can see outside in the night. And the flight deck officer calls for volunteers to jump first, and he's stricken with fear. He even sees this very tiny, frail little girl go up to the bay door, volunteering to be the first one to jump. And she jumps. And as kids one by one jump or stay on the ship, it finally makes its way to Shane, who again comes over, looks over the edge, and is stricken with that fear and knowing, I can't do this. That is until another kid essentially goes like, hurry up, chicken, and like shoves Shane out of the Pelican. And so funny enough, as Shane is falling and obviously his chute goes off, he's sitting there in the air, mad at himself and of course mad at this kid. He's mad at himself because he was stricken with fear, and he's like, I never want to be in that position again. I want to be strong. I want to be a Spartan. And so when he lands on the ground, he sees that kid who ends up being a kid named Robert. And the kid's like, my name's Robert. And Shane just hits him. So then these two kids start going at it, fighting each other. And a couple of the officers come up and break them up. And instead of getting yelled at, Mendez pretty much walks up and says that with that type of fight in just these two kids, he hopes they're all like that. We then jump 5 years later to 2537. And now we see both Kurt and Mendez aboard the UNSC Point of No Return, essentially meeting with Ackerson, Perengoski, and Rich. They start to go over basically the lack of numbers for the second company of Spartan 3s, known as Beta Company. Kurt notes that the numbers are lower because he wants to try and fit the gene selection. And this is where Perengoski pretty much says that she would like to expand the gene pool. And Kurt's like, I understand that, man, but when you expand the gene pool and you go outside of these restrictions, you risk like an increase in failure rates amongst augmentations. For now though, we discovered that they have at least 375 candidates for Beta Company. They then switch gears to discuss Operation Prometheus, which was actually one of the most recent operations for Alpha Company. This was the company of the first Spartan 3s with Shane, Robert, and we see that their mission was to be sent to a Covenant ship manufacturing facility. And their job, take out as many reactors as possible. And they did this over a couple of days. Eventually though, they were able to destroy at least 89% of these reactors, to the point where finally the Covenant decided we need reinforcements, something's going on. And that's when, of course, another large wave of Covenant show up. And so now then we cut to Spartan's Shane, his footage. And he is now within his own group of team, which include Jane, the little girl who initially jumped off the Pelican, and Robert, which was his bully. They are now his squad mates. And so we watch as Shane, Robert, and Jane and the rest of Alpha Company are fighting tooth and nail against the Covenant, till eventually only Shane is the last Spartan standing. And eventually he falls to the Covenant as well. Watching this from, again, they're watching Shane's camera footage from his SPI armor. And watching this hurts Kurt, because he blames himself. He felt that he could have trained them better or fought hard to have their SPR armor improved. However, no matter the pain he felt, Perengoski rewarded him with a promotion. While all, and I say all, of Alpha Company died, he's getting, praise for his work. The mission was an overwhelming success. 89% of these reactors were destroyed, and that could have not been done without Kurt's training. But he felt like he failed. At the end of the day, he has to accept the promotion and begin training the Spartan 3 Beta Company. Now, I said all because clearly Alpha Company is not all dead. At the very least, we know at least 2 Spartans from it are alive, and there could be more. Don't come rushing into the comments. I don't remember every Spartan 3. The 3s are not my domain. But at the very least, June is alive. And I'm about 99% sure Resenda is also a Spartan 3 or a Alpha Company Spartan 3. So obviously, Noble Team was mostly Alpha Company Spartans. And obviously a lot of them are, well, they were alive. I'll get you numbers and names on the list so you can see who is an alpha and who's a beta. We then jump another 4 years. It is now August 24th of 2541 on the planet of Onyx in the Camp Kurahi. I think I'm saying that right. We are now seeing the perspective of Tom and Lucy, and they are 2 Beta Company Spartan 3s. And they are currently running a fun little obstacle training course. Their objective? Ring the bell. However, this ring the bell is a little bit more, demonic than the one we've seen in the Fall of Reach with the Spartan 2 training. Theirs was simply run through an obstacle course, jump up, ring the bell. These guys are literally fighting in a forest with simulated soldiers and simulated turrets shooting at them. Sentry guns, basically, shooting at them. Obviously, they're, those rounds that won't kill them, but it's still not something you want to get shot by. As both Tom and Lucy are planning what they should do next, we see Kurt, Mendez, and an AI known as Deep Winter, basically the AI of Onyx, and also part-time instructor, aka the Deja version, for the Spartan 3s. What's different about this time is Kurt is hell-bent on making sure that Beta Company works more as a unit. And the reason why is when he was watching Alpha Company fight in Operation Prometheus, he noticed that their teamwork was lacking. They fell apart very quickly, and he felt that if maybe they had better teamwork and were more coordinated, they might have survived. I don't think it would have changed given the numbers, but at the same time, that's Kurt's goal. He's going to make sure that these Beta Companies understand the importance of teamwork. Now, here's what I want to talk about: a slight age discrepancy. So when I was looking at it, Kurt says Tom and Lucy are 10 years old. But this takes place 4 years before the prologue, where we see Tom and Lucy who fight in the very beginning. Lucy loses her ability to talk, and Tom notes that Lucy's only 12. Clearly, if this is 4 years prior, that would make them 8 years old right now. Clearly, if Tom and Lucy were 10 years old right now, 4 years later would make them 14. So there's about a 2-year age gap. However, when you look over at Halopedia, it says by this point, right now in 2541, they are only 10 years old, and that would obviously make them 12 in 2545. So we're gonna go with Halopedia and just say it was a small little age issue or discrepancy that was just not fixed in the book. Together, Tom and Lucy and their team, Fire Team Foxtrot, fight their way to the point where they are able to overrun these turret guns, take out the training officers, take their weapon, ring the bell. But instead of being done, they decide to essentially start gathering with the other Spartan 3s to the point where every Spartan 3 now in this training forest are no longer fighting together or fighting to get to the bell, but are fighting together to defend the bell and make sure each one of them can get back. And it's to the point where more of these officers are coming in and just getting taken out by the Spartan 3s, up until the point that Kurt shows up, says, "Good work, Spartans." Now, I hope you enjoyed that training montage, because we're jumping yet another 10 years to February of 2551. There was a lot of time jumping in the very first 100 so pages of this book. So now we're about 6 years after the prologue with Tom and Lucy, and now we see a new company of Spartan 3s known as Gamma Company, who are showing up to the UNSC Hopeful, essentially this medical ship, to receive their augmentations. Basically, graduation day. Kurt is awaiting the Gammas to show up on this ship, and by his side are Tom and Lucy. And at this point, Ackerson didn't want, at the very least, Lucy to be even a Spartan 3, or let alone around Kurt. He felt like her not being able to talk makes her a liability and therefore should be pulled from the program. But Kurt fought tooth and nail to keep both of them on as his own personal aides and staff. And Paragoski basically said, yeah, that's fine, go ahead, I trust you. While prepping the company, basically giving them a speech, we see Ash G099 step up and show his gratitude to Kurt as each one of them make their way into their own medical units to prepare for their augmentation. And as they're in their surgery rooms, Kurt comes into one of them, and he's just kind of being there for this one Gamma, holding her hand. And before he leaves, he checks all the vials and all of the stuff they're gonna be injecting into this Spartan. And there's 3 new vials that he kind of just stares at for a minute and then walks away. Something about those 3 seems off to him. Not really off, but makes him uncomfortable. The next day, we discover that all of the Spartan 3s that had been part of Gamma Company's augmentation day survived. There were no failure rates. This is a success. But as Kurt was, getting ready to go and meet with his Spartans, he's called to the Admiral's office of this ship. And in there, he's informed that a super technologically advanced slipspace probe has been sent to him from Earth. And there's only 2 of these. So the use of them is high priority messages. And we find out that this message is coming from Deep Winter, the AI of Onyx. And Deep Winter is essentially telling Kurt, someone has approved illegal mutations to Gamma Company. And essentially what they would do is they would need to be medicated frequently, or else the animal instinct in their body would take control and shock them enough to go berserk, basically becoming stronger, deadlier, but also dangerous to anyone or anything around them. Deep Winter's final message is that Kurt needs to figure out who did this. He needs to stop these mutations from being implemented, and just overall this is illegal, this is bad, figure out who did this. By the time you guys return to Onyx, I will have reached my service limit, therefore I will be, essentially dead. And with that, the message ends, and Kurt, right here internally, just says he was the one to approve these mutations. And he did this to give his Spartans, his Gamma Company, the best fighting chance possible. For our final time jump, we jump to October of 2552. on the planet of Onyx. We now see Team Saber, which consists of Ash, Mark, Olivia, Dante, and Holly, in their final training exercise against 2 other Spartan teams. The winner of this training gets top honors within Gamma Company. While doing this, they keep hearing / feeling like rumblings and explosions in the distance, more specifically known at, or near an area known as Zone 67, which is off limits and is supposedly where the Ghosts of Onyx lives. At first they think the explosions are probably part of the test. That is until these weird little robotic units start coming from Zone 67 and are heading towards their team or their position. And at first they're like, holy shit, it's the Covenant. But the problem is looking at it, it doesn't look Covenant. And when they try to raise comms to figure out what's going on, there are no comms. We then switch perspective to Kurt, who also has, again, a gut reaction. He feels that something is going on. And so as he's talking to Mendez, he tells Mendez, hey, get a hold of the Agni Court. And the reason he does this is because the Agni Court is a frigate. And it's essentially here to offload supplies that would be used to train the next batch of Spartans, Delta Company. He wants this frigate to provide like aerial reconnaissance and see what's going on in Zone 67. But when Mendez tries to raise them, he finds out that something just destroyed it. And this is when the AI Endless Summer, Deep Winter's replacement, sends Kurt a very top secret priority transmission. The AI states that Zone 67 is under attack and that the AI, Deep Summer, has now taken full control of all military units, essentially saying like, hey, I'm in charge, you have to do what I say. And he's ordering them to protect the zone. And in order to show why this is important, he then sends Kurt 9 files to basically brief him on. In the first file, we basically get like a brief discovery and recommendation of colonizing the planet of Onyx. It's not known as Onyx, it's just unknown planet that is habitable. File 2, large amounts of Onyx found on the planet as they explore its topography, basically why they decided to name the planet Onyx. In file 3, we see Perchance making Onyx a secret and scrubbing anything about it from all record possible. File 4, discovery and exploration of alien ruins in Zone 67. And we see from the person filing this report that, hey, we need more funding. In the 5th file, we see that they have found more ruins, more discoveries of some sort of alien civilization here, but no depiction of them. And that maybe the scientists at least believe a cataclysmic event took place here, which is why you can't find any of these aliens who built these ruins. And then in file 6, Perchance deprioritizes funding from Onyx to the war in 2525. She keeps a small team in Zone 67 to continue their exploration, but for the moment being, Onyx is to remain top secret and given a code word, King Under the Mountain. Now that's important because we see like when Halsey's like rummaging through Ackerson's files in Halo First Strike, she discovers the file King Under the Mountain, which ultimately leads her to, you know, where Onyx could be. We then switch to perspectives of Ash and his team, who are now running from one of these foreign robots. And Ash essentially gets one to start following him as a distraction from attacking his teammates. And it gets to this point where like he is face to face with this drone. And as he's talking, you know, he tries to reason with it and talk to it. And at first the drone responds, but it's in gibberish. And so Ash again says like, I don't understand. And then the drone then switches to Latin and then finally to English, where it says security mode enabled and shield is in countdown mode. It then asks Ash to exchange proper counter response, calling him a reclaimer. When Ash doesn't obviously know what it's talking about, he responds by saying like, I don't want to hurt you. And this of course was not the response that the drone was expecting. And so then it calls Ash a non-reclaimer and instead an aboriginal species. And I'm assuming this means looking at his like DNA, he could see the modifications as a Spartan and therefore that makes him not human, which is very weird. It then says that like he wants the drone wants to collect Ash for further study or to neutralize for possible infection vector, aka the Flood. And this is where we can basically see that this in fact is a Sentinel. But before the Sentinel can do anything to attack or hurt Ash, a boulder falls down upon it and destroys it. Basically with the Saber team being all regrouped, they then are going to make their way to, you know, back to base to try and regroup with Mendez. On the flip side, we now see Kurt, Mendez, Tom, and Lucy, who did make it back to Camp Currahee and are essentially going to, go to work trying to find the Spartans, figure out what's going on, and go protect Zone 67 as directed. We do get to discover that majority of the Gammas were deployed off the planet already, so there are technically only these 3 teams in which, one of them is Saber, another one is known as Katana, and the last one known as Gladius. Kurt then orders Mendez to basically boost the comms and try to get some sort of backup going on, while he sends Tom to retrieve weapons and grenades and all this kind of stuff, while he and Lucy are going to prepare a distraction in 1 hour. In order for this distraction to happen, Kurt and Lucy go basically to Kurt's quarters. In there, he finds like this area, taps a couple buttons in, and out shown is his majestic Mjolnir Mark V armor. I'm lying, he has no Mjolnir Mark V armor, guys, come on, you should have known this. It's gonna be Mjolnir Mark IV, but he doesn't choose that armor. Instead, he opts to wear SPI. Why? Because he felt that if he were to wear his Mjolnir, it would separate him and isolate him from his team, from the Spartan 3s. And now let me tell you, I get what he means. I get what he's trying to do, try to create cohesion between him and his team to make them feel as one, but he has been fighting tooth and nail since Alpha Company died to ensure that his Spartans survive, to make sure they are safe and protected. So why would you not opt for literally the best armor you can? Again, I get what you're trying to do here, Kurt, but honestly, this is one of those times where I'm like, you're dumb. This was a dumb decision. Before we can see Kurt, and now in his spy armor, go off and fight and save and hoorah, we actually switch over to the Chiroptera. And again, I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that ship right, where we see Dr. Halsey is now heading towards those coordinates that she found while on Reach. And in this ship is her, the unconscious Kelly that she kidnapped, and her own personal AI known as Jared. And Jared's kind of like almost, not really, he's kind of a dumb AI. I mean, he's smart, but he's very limited. He's not Cortana level. And Jared, like when he's activated, basically notes to Halsey that he has zero clue like what date it is. And this is where Halsey explains, internally at least, that being near that crystal from the first strike has warped time and space so much that she has zero idea what day or month it is. Which is why at the beginning of this chapter, you get like this date anomaly, and it gives you a range of September 15th to December 20th. And right here, Halsey kind of, again, goes over what she knows. She knows about King of the Mountain stuff, Ackerson's files, the Spartan 3s, and basically assumes that, yeah, this is certainly another generation of Spartans that Ackerson got approved. And this is where we see more of why Halsey lost her funding. She felt guilty of what she did to the Spartan 2s and believed that, not really to save her soul, but just to do the right thing would be to go to Onyx, meet and save these Spartan 3s, knowing that since the Covenant knew where Earth is, this may be the end. She would, at the end of First Strike, she hears that the Covenant have found Earth. This was, of course, what led to the beginning of Operation First Strike. That's what scared her into trying to get to Onyx and saving these Spartan 3s. As they arrive to Onyx, she awakens Kelly. And of course, Kelly had questions, and Halsey slightly told the truth, like, hey, we've been redeployed for another mission. John and the rest of the blue team are off doing their own thing, don't worry. And Kelly's kind of like, that doesn't sound right. But before they can really get to the point, Gerald detects more enemies coming after them. And that's when Halsey says, hey, we're gonna make a very rough landing down into the planet, so I'm gonna buckle in, I'm gonna lose conscious, and I need you just to sit here and do nothing. And of course, we've always seen it with Spartan 2s is they hate that. They hate not having control. They hate being in spaceships because they can't do anything. So Kelly straps in, and this is where we finally get a revised date of November 3rd, 2552. As they exited slip space to the planet of Onyx, Sentinels, thousands of them, began to come from the planet, detecting this ship. And so now Gerald has to basically go for a crash landing or just risk death by the Sentinel. As they're getting closer to the planet and reaching atmosphere, they pick up a transmission from Mendez, who essentially is initiating bloody arrow. And this essentially just means is that they were being overrun and are in need of support. Reaching the ground, Kelly grabs supplies, Jared and Halsey, and sprints off the ship as fast as she can to find some trees and get to cover, because obviously these Sentinels are going to go right where that ship crashed and try to kill her. As she sets Halsey down and kind of takes like lay of the land, she keeps noticing like weird movement. But then eventually she sees like this weird distortion. And this is where, not really where we discover, we've seen it throughout the book and I just haven't really mentioned it, but I think this was the best place to talk about, is that SPI armor, what it's really known for is the fact that it has like a reflective coating. It has this ability to almost be camouflage. It's very like camo-esque, and so there's always this weird distortion with them around because it's reflecting everything that, you know, it's around. Well, anyways, while she's kind of seeing this, and like Kelly's like obviously on the guard, she has zero clue what's going on until she sees one of these figures do the smile gesture that is like prominent amongst Spartan 2s. She returns it, but is still very confused until one of these figures tries to like come out of nowhere and come at her, causing her to like essentially like react quick enough, launch this dude over her. And when she goes to go on the attack, this is when Kurt's voice comes through her headset and like tells her to stand down. And of course she's like, that voice sounds familiar, but there's no possible way it's who I think it was. But of course, it's Kurt. Before they can have their own little, you know, reunion, of course there's a ginormous explosion and a trio of Sentinels come near their position to attack them. And it's noted here, the reason that they're in threes is because two of them will come down and attack the Spartan, or at least the group, while another one will remain high above, essentially observing, probably acting as more of a recon and like, hey, two of my boys are down, send more reinforcements, por favor. That's not what they say, but that's my headcanon, guys. And they come up with their own plan to take down these Sentinels. And it involves basically like triggering an explosion at the right moment. And what we see is Ash, one of our Spartan 3s, kind of jumps the gun on setting off these explosions. And it basically can cause like a problem within the mission. Fortunately, they are successful enough to destroy the Sentinels. And this is where Kelly like talks to Kurt and says, who the hell are these other people? And Kurt's like, they're Spartans. But Kelly's not buying it. Later, Halsey wakes up and they're near Zone 67 and she sees Kelly, Mendez, and an unknown soldier in SPI armor talking amongst themselves, as well as 7 other Spartan 3s also in the same armor. And as they all walk over there to see Halsey, you know, they're kind of like, oh, we need to update you what's going on. And Halsey right here is basically like just surmises everything. She goes, those are Spartan 3s, you're obviously Mendez, you've been training them. And then as she's looking at this Spartan who's next to Kelly, she's noting the way he stands, the way he moves. And she goes, you're clearly one of mine. Like, you're clearly a Spartan too. And so then she goes over the list of 3 MIA Spartans that she knows about at least. One of them, Randall 037, who we see in the future. We'll keep that one hidden, but if you know the name is Randall 037, you know where he is, what he's doing. Sheila 065, which was the Spartan that was protecting Halsey in 2544 before she fell at the hands of elites, and which is what led to the Halo Legends story, The Package, where, you know, Chief has to go and save Halsey and all that. That's, you know, that before that, she was being protected by Sheila 065, and that's how she knows Sheila's dead. Therefore, the other Spartan is Kurt 051. Based off Randall and Kurt, the only likely suggestion or option to train Spartan 3s would be Kurt, because of him, who he is, how he is with people. He is the best choice. And of course, Kurt's like, you got me. So afterwards, Halsey starts updating them all because she knows some stuff too. She says these drones that are attacking them are known as Sentinels. And she knows this because of the data captured from Cortana from her time on Alpha Halo. She also informs Kurt that she needs to get word to FleetCom so that way they can call for extra backup to come find all of these, you know, wonderful foreigner objects, because clearly the foreigners are here for something. And Kurt agrees for the most part, but he does say that 1, communication is down and our support is very much lacking. 2, what you need to know is that the Sentinels aren't looking for anything because they're native to this planet. And here he notes that the attack started on September 21st. September 21st, which is the same day that Chief stopped Halo from being used. And so Halsey again says, okay, well, that's even more important because that means there's probably some sort of Forerunner cache system here that like is important and vital to the war effort. We need to get communication out to FleetCom to send us backup and support so we can get this stuff for the war. Kurt's like, okay, there's a possibility, but it's a long shot. The possibility is that slipspace probe that was sent to him all those years ago, or not all those years ago, but a year ago when he got the message from Deep Winter about the mutations, the illegal mutations for Gamma Company, that probe is still here on this planet. And if they can get to it, or at least get in contact with Deep Summer, the AI for Onyx, they can have him utilize it to send a message back to Earth saying, we need help. So what they do is they fight their way to a working comms unit that would essentially connect them to Endless Summer. Halsey is able to establish this connection and basically upload all the information about Sentinels, Forerunners, everything for Deep Summer and say like, yo, this is why we need to get word out to Earth to send backup. Deep Summer goes, okay, I'll do it, but you need to know like, basically this probe is near my data center. The moment it launches, it will basically be like a flare to my location. So more than likely, the moment I send this off, I will more than likely die. And Halsey's like, okay. As she's uploading her files as well as a message to Lord Hood, she starts to hack into Deep Summer to get more information. And this is where she learns more about the ruins, the discoveries on Onyx, and through Cortana's information that she knows about, she sees that the Foreigners refer to this planet as a shield world. And this interests Halsey for her plans, for what she has planned ahead. And as they send this probe out, or at least as the probe's leaving and getting ready to go into slipspace, Endless Summer picks up a transmission coming from slipspace. And in this transmission is Cortana, basically giving an update to FleetCom on everything that has happened on Delta Halo since her and Chief left Earth. So just to give you perspective, Cortana and Chief left Earth with an Amberclad when they followed, the Prophet of Regret's ship to Delta Halo. And, she's just getting off all the information like, hey, here's what happened. And so with this information, Halsey's like, yo, can we still edit the message? And Deep Summer's like, yeah, but you have to be quick because it's almost getting ready to go into slipspace. And once it's gone, it's gone. So she piggybacks off of Cortana's message, basically sending it through its slipspace coordinates so that way it gets to Earth much quicker. And in her revised message to Lord Hood, she says, send Spartans to Onyx. We then take a break from the Onyx conflict and switch over to the UNSC Prowler known as Dusk. And we see that Dusk and her crew are essentially one of these ships that had followed in Amberclad through slipspace, but they didn't make it at the same time just due to the slipspace collapse. But what they are watching right now is essentially like this full-on battle take place between Covenant ships near Delta Halo. And they're watching as essentially, the Great Schism has begun. Brute ships fighting elite ships. And they're kind of just standing back like, what do we do? We then switch perspectives to an elite major known as Voro Montecri. Basically, this major just killed his shipmaster with a needler. Why, you might ask? Isn't that like the greatest heretical thing you can do? Like the most dishonorable thing you can do as an elite? Sure, but we found out that he does this because this shipmaster had been part of a fringe Covenant sect known as the Governors of Contrition, who believed that all foreigner creations were sacrosanct, and that included the Flood. And what he was basically telling his ship to do was, guys, let's take our ship, the Incorruptible, get closer to the Flood ships so that we too can be, infected by the Flood and become one with the Foreigner's plan. And everyone's like, are you psychotic? And that's what led to Voro killing the shipmaster. One thing I will note right here too is this is the first time in the books, not in the games, but in the books where we have gotten the actual species names for elites. And there's actually a footnote at the bottom that says Sangheili, name for elite. And then it does that throughout the book as you see other ones. Brute, Jirohane, Grunt, Ungoy, Mikalek for the hunters, all that kind of fun stuff. After this, he essentially takes control of the ship and no one pretty much argues with him, including the shipmaster's own two personal hunters who actually go, good job, Voro. Voro then commands his ships to stop fighting with the brutes and start focusing fire on any sort of flood-infested ship that is trying to leave Delta Halo. And the brute ships follow suit too, so they all start firing on these ships. Once it's done though, those brute ships then resume their attack on the elites. This is where Voro says, like, you know, he orders the Incorrupted to go into slip space so that they can heed the summons of Imperial Admiral Zaitan Jar Watanri. And as they prepare for slip space, he's warned by his own nav officer that there's a weird anomaly in slip space going on, but they decide to travel anyways. For section 5 of the book, we actually go to Earth, and this is after, of course, you know, the Master Chief heading off to Delta Halo and all that kind of stuff, but we're actually meeting up with the remnants of Blue Team, which currently just consists of Fred, Kelly, and Linda. They are actually, funny enough, on their way to Cuba, because Cuba seems to have like the last bit of Fenris warheads. Similarly to the very beginning when Blue Team was going to get nukes because they had run out of nukes, they're doing the exact same thing right here. So making their way to the Centennial Orbit elevator or space elevator, they get there and there's Covenant and everything. So they take them out, fight them, take out a couple of brutes and are able to recover the warheads. However, the moment they do this is when Lord Hood reaches out and says, hey, by the way, I need to let you guys know that in fact, we got word from Halsey, who's on the planet of Onyx, and she needs backup. There's a lot of crazy things on that planet, so get your crazy kids out there and go do your thing. And so Lord Hood essentially tells Fred that he's going to be sending a ship to pick them up. However, Fred understands that from what he's been told, this is of the essence. Like, we need to get there as efficiently as possible. To do this, he decides that he's going to actually steal one of the Covenant ships in atmosphere that was hanging over the space elevators. These were the ships that were, you know, also going to Cuba to essentially, you know, attack Earth and get these warheads. And so what they decide to do is hide within the containers of these warheads. And as these Covenant Spirit dropships come down and pick up these nukes, they unknowingly pick up the Spartans as well. The Spartans get on. Fred actually has an Oni data pad that is utilizing, you know, information and, you know, intel that Cortana had given humanity on how to, you know, interface with Covenant ships, take control of the ship. And so basically what Fred does is a very much old thing that we saw in First Strike, which was basically vent the atmosphere within this cruiser, killing anything and everything on board. Getting to the bridge of this ship, they are able to then use, the same pad to go into slip space. However, when they are in slip space, they are immediately pulled out and come to find 3 Covenant ships fighting each other, actually. And so, of course, they're freaking out and trying to, like, retake control of the ship. They discovered that they were pulled out because, I guess on some Covenant ships, it detected the distress signal and therefore pulled them out. And so now they're trying to regain control. And funny enough, this ship, which is full of brutes, contacts their Covenant destroyer that they're on, which we find out is known as Bloodied Spirit. So at first this brute's like, yo, you need to come help us. You're Spartans. All right, kill them. So then these 2 Covenant ships that were fighting this lone one decide to turn their attention on the Bloodied Spirit with the Spartans on it. And they fire their plasma torpedoes at the Spartans. Linda, being just the, you know, badass that she is, takes control of their own torpedoes and fires directly at their plasma torpedoes and takes them out before they can hit the ship. That gives Will enough time to retake control of the ship and go right back into slip space. We actually don't go back with the Spartans. We switch perspective to Voro, who was the lone, you know, his ship, the Uncorruptible, was the lone ship fighting those 2 brute ships. They are able to damage one, and this causes the other one to back off and be like, you know what, I don't want any part of this. Once the humans or the Spartans leave though, Voro is able to pick up their slip space vectors and decides that there's probably a reason that they've stolen a Covenant ship, and he has made it a plan of his to later follow them when he has the chance. Back with Blue Team though, the moment they exit slip space and they're close to Onyx, they get an OSO signal, not an SOS. And this OSO signal essentially gives them coordinates, and they determine these coordinates must be where they're supposed to go. However, before they can even do anything, 1,000, and I mean 1,000 Sentinels come out of the planet and basically form together to fire on the Bloodied Spirit. With this, Fred decides that, hey, here's the best thing. Let's just launch our ship straight down. So as the Bloody Spirit is making its way, practically crash landing onto Onyx, the Spartans boarded a Spirit dropship and basically exited under the cover of the destruction and ultimate landfall of the Bloodied Spirit. The moment they land, similarly to Kelly, they get out, get a lay of the land, but then this time they get a signal. Ollie Ollie Oxenfree. And this is when they come in contact with our favorite people. Now, before you can see the grand reunion blue team with Kelly and Halsey and Mendez and all these great characters, we now again switch perspectives back to, actually not even to Voro. We are now aboard the ship or the fleet carrier, I should say, known as Sublime Transcendence, over the planet Joyous Exaltation. And we're actually following, for a brief moment, a grunt named Kawasas. I will have it right here. That is a very interesting name. He's essentially just rummaging through all the stuff that they recovered on Reach. And it so happens that one of these things that they have recovered and that the engineers are toying with are these supernova bombs that, Admiral Whitcomb in First Strike talked about. He said how he had they were supposed to be planet killers and they were going to be used to turn the tide against the Covenant, and he had Charlie Company basically go and arm those bad boys and make it to where that if anyone tries to tamper with them, they will go off. And they are aboard this ship right now. We do actually in fact switch perspectives to Voro, who is now with his crew and a bunch of other elite commanders listening to the message of Zaitan Jarwatanri. And basically Zaitan's talking about how, yeah, it sucks that we've been betrayed, but now this is a chance for us to take control and achieve our goal. And what is that goal? Obviously, first and foremost, unity. We as Sangheili need to come together. We need to get revenge because we've been betrayed by the prophets, by the brutes, and enter the new era of the Covenant. And I guess from basically what he's saying right here, it sounds like Zaitan himself would be the one to do this. And, he believes there's an opportunity to make this a reality. And this is done by going to Onyx. Why? Because he was able to intercept the message from Cortana and hears that there is all this Forerunner technology on the planet of Onyx. Therefore, our best bet is to go there, stop the humans, and get this technology. And this is interesting because we also know that at this time, we have it to where Sangheili are siding with the Arbiter, who are going to help humanity stop the Covenant. So again, we're already beginning to see those dividing sects of, not just elites, but of course other species who are now diverging from the Covenant. You have either the ones who are going to remain loyal to the Covenant, make their own Covenant, or just be like, this is dumb, I'm going to go fight the Covenant and all this kind of stuff. Ultimately, he names Voro as the one who should lead this expedition. Why? Because briefly Voro spoke out to say that their goal right now should be to stop the flood, because similar to the shipmaster in Halo 2, he understands how deadly the flood can be, and that's why it's let's not focus currently on revenge or making a new Covenant. There's a greater threat out there. Zaitan actually liked this, but in reality, for the most part, even Voro probably thinks he's being sent on this expedition just to die. Just to be kind of yeah, thanks for speaking out, now get out of my face. But, it's being covered up as this great honor. Either way, Voro's going to take the mission. He's going to go to Onyx. He's going to get these Forerunner techs, and he's going to succeed and show, Zaitan that he's the real deal. So as Voro is leaving, he takes with him a fleet of Covenant cruisers and carriers and destroyers with him to Onyx. And just as they leave the system, we then see from that grunt, Kawasas, his perspective of them finding the Nova bombs and start tampering with it. And this is when the message from Admiral Whitcomb comes up, and it's basically him saying to any idiot, stupid Covenant who's listening to this, be prepared to go big boom. And so as this message is going off, of course, the grunt doesn't understand English well enough to fully grasp what's happening. But then it's here when he sees all of these engineers start panicking and frantically working on this object he's been playing with. He understands clearly this is a bad thing. And so as they're all trying to fix it, unfortunately, the Nova bomb goes off. And what's crazy to me is this Nova bomb goes off. It destroys the Sublime Transcendence, the ship that obviously these bombs were on, it destroys the moon Malheim, and scorches the planet Joyous Exaltation. And why this is crazy to me isn't because it destroyed a moon, scorched the planet. It's the fact that the one person that is on this ship, okay, not the one person, but the one prominent person on this ship was Zaitan. And I find this so interesting because, you know, I have not read Ghosts of Onyx maybe in about 4 or 5 years. I don't remember Zaitan, and now I remember why I don't remember him. Because for me, he's such a small role in this book. But obviously with the encyclopedia and the fan base and people like Installation 00 who just made a video on him not that long ago, Zaitan has a really big footprint in the Halo community and fandom. And so the entire time I've been reading these books, I knew it was Bungie era. I was like, where the hell is Zaitan? Here he is. And for me, it's a little interesting. And I'm interested in Zaitan, his character too. I would hope we get more about him later on. But it's interesting to me how massive this character has become based off just the very little he does in this, you know, particular book. Now, again, there's probably something I haven't read in a long time that I'm just forgetting what he does. And I'll get to that when I get to it. But the only thing I really know about Zaitan outside of this is what I've seen in videos and the fact that he's just a behemoth of an elite. Back on Onyx though, we do see Blue Team and the rest of the Spartans are kind of on the run. And they've been on the run ever since they reunited with Kelly, Kurt, and the Spartan 3s. And so when they kind of regroup with people like Mendez and Halsey, they're trying to go over a plan of how to take out these Sentinels, because it seems that they're getting smarter and they're clearly observing the Spartans and using that to be able to counteract any sort of thing they do. And so this is when they start developing a plan. The problem is this: after that earlier plan where Ash jumped the gun on what he was supposed to do, Kelly doesn't trust them. Matter of fact, Kelly this whole time has not really looked at the Spartan 3s as Spartans. She doesn't really know how to view them because clearly they're trained to be Spartans, but based off the fact that they're wearing spy armor, they're much smaller. Clearly their augmentations were not the same as her own. She doesn't view them as Spartans. She doesn't view them as her family that she grew up with. So she's hesitant to trust them. And she even brings this up. And Kurt has to like step in the way and defend his Spartans against Kelly. And in fact, this is where he pulls rank on everyone here. He basically like, he does tell Blue Team he wants them to help keep his Spartans in line. He understands they're not perfect. They don't have the level of training and experience that the Spartan 2s had, but they are still Spartans to him. They are his Spartans, and he would love it for Blue Team to help him. And so that's why he pulls rank and he displays his rank insignia to his fellow Spartans, and that's when all of them go, "Oh, you're a officer? A lieutenant? Okay." And so of course they all like kind of snap into attention, and he even kind of uses this to like kind of even rein in Halsey, because he's not really trusting her as well, because he feels like there's something about her she's not telling him. One thing that I'm curious about in this situation is like, obviously when Kurt displays his rank, everyone falls in line. Kelly, Linda, and Fred lock in with the salute and start just being subservient to Kurt. It makes me wonder what would have happened had Master Chief been here. Again, Chief is always one to follow order and the chain of command, unless your name is Del Rio, in which case, not my problem. But this would be weird because, you know, you have it to where you have John, Master Chief, the Spartan 2, the person who was in charge of the Spartan 2s from the moment he was 8, right? And now suddenly he would have it to where you now have someone like Kurt, who's a lieutenant. I just wonder in this situation what John would have done. I do think he would have obviously respected the chain of command and followed Kurt, but how would have Kurt been in that situation? Would he have seen it as, yeah, John's great and all, but I'm a lieutenant, these are my Spartans, and therefore made John, you know, his lower? I don't know. I'm curious to see how that relationship would have worked out. We've seen a little bit of it with John and Fred, but even then, Fred immediately acquiesces command of Blue Team to John. I don't think, in my opinion, Kurt would have done the same for Chief here had Chief been on Onyx with them. Anyway, we do come up with the plan, and the plan is to use Kelly as the rabbit that she is. What she's gonna do is essentially distract and basically bait the Sentinels to chase after her. When she gets to a specific point, they're gonna drop a boulder. Not related, but they are gonna use explosives to essentially crumble this like tunnel down onto the two Sentinels, while the other Spartans, such as Linda, snipe down the third one in the sky. And for the most part, this plan actually works out really well. And in fact, Ash hits the detonator for these bombs to, basically pull this tunnel down onto the Sentinels right as Kelly crosses. However, the explosion is enough to hit Kelly and cause her to go flying into a wall. And Ash panics, thinking he hurts her. But he knew he had to follow, the plan to the T this time because he was the one that had got jumpy earlier. And in fact, when he freaks out and panics, this is actually what makes Kelly likes him. The moment he shows he's willing to do what he needs to do in order to follow the plan and execute the mission, Kelly has a bit more respect for him. So after this, again, the team regroups and tries to determine what they do. Halsey this entire time has been prying into Kurt, trying to figure out everything she can about these Spartan 3s, especially because she feels like there's something Kurt is hiding from her. So it's kind of funny because you have it to where Kurt and Halsey are kind of in this same perspective. Both want to protect their Spartans and both are holding off information from each other. Halsey, why she's really here. Kurt, the genetic mutations that he approved for the Spartan 3s. And we'll see Halsey try to understand that she needs to be able to butter up to Kurt. Kurt's not, what he was or what any of the Spartan 2s are to her. Yeah, he respects her because she is who she is, but he's been away so long and he's been more of these Spartans trainers, the Spartan 3s, than her Spartan for the longest time, that he doesn't really perceive her as the way people like Chief, Fred, and Kelly all would perceive her. So Halsey understands that in order for her to be able to gain his trust, she has to be a little bit more, on the same level with him, do what he wants and help him out to the best of her ability. That way she can achieve her goal that she ultimately knows is going to anger a lot of people. So they decide to go into Zone 67 because that's obviously where all of this started. And when they get there, they come to discover an excavated Forerunner city. And Kurt's kind of wondering how much of this was, excavated by humanity and how much of it was dug up by the Sentinels being, more active since September 21st. Either way, they find a dome structure that will allow them to, basically fly in, lay low, and explore a little bit without causing the attention of the Sentinels. Inside this dome structure, they actually find a little deeper inside a map room. And this map room is giving a live look at the entire planet. And this is what allows Halsey to find Team Katana, who has been missing ever since the Sentinels began their attack. And so this puts Kurt in gear, saying we have to get to them. And we come to discover that they are in some sort of cryo system. And Halsey has been utilizing all of the technology and information that she learned from Cortana's time on Alpha Halo, that she might understand how to get to them. And this is ultimately what makes Kurt realize that this whole planet, like Halo, is artificial. It's a shield world. And so just as they're trying to, make a plan on how to save Team Katana and get the hell off Onyx, they come to find out that 24 Covenant ships have just entered into the system. In orbit, Voro sends a ship down to the surface to investigate. Unfortunately, that ship is almost immediately pulverized by, again, a group of Sentinels who are essentially coming up and combining together to give off one big destructive blast on these ships. Voro actually decides to mimic them and has his entire fleet fire on the Sentinels as one, and this actually leads to them destroying most of these Sentinels. So with this little bit of breathing room, they scan the planet and come to find out that a lot of the signal source for what they're trying to locate happens to be into what was known as the North Pole of the Onyx. And that's when they head there and discover the same exact excavated planet that Blue Team and Kurt Spartans were just at. We then switch over to the Prowler Dusk, and this is where we see the crew who was once at Delta Halo had actually, fought their way back to Earth. Not really fought, but went in slip space, got back to Earth, and the moment they got there, were immediately deployed to go and essentially help Admiral Carl Buster Patterson, that's a long name, who had basically a battle group ready to support the Spartans on Onyx. They were sent here by Lord Hood. What he decided to do was send the Dusk, who was being led by a man by the name of Commander Lash, to go and basically recon the planet before Patterson and his fleet can come in and take them out. Here's the problem though. Dusk and them had to, basically go in slowly and quietly so that way they can observe and get as much information as possible. The problem is this, they only had so little time to do that, and two, they were moving severely slow that they couldn't get a full scan and as much intel as they wanted. And in fact, they only were able to detect 2 Covenant ships and no signs of the Spartans. And so with time running out, they decided to head back to Admiral Patterson and give him this intel. After giving the report, we see that Admiral Patterson's fleet is now entering the system to begin their attack. Commander Lash had essentially asked Patterson if they could do at least one more pass of Onyx to really make sure that the intel they gathered was accurate. And Patterson's like, no, thank you, but we're on a time crunch. So he decides to take his fleet in and start attacking these 2 Covenant destroyers. While they're doing this though, Lash does decide to go effortlessly in stealth and still do a bit of an observation of the dark side of the planet, and comes to find out there are 20 Covenant ships coming. And he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't move back to Patterson because if they try to use their Prowler right now, they would have to break the stealth mode and they would just immediately be destroyed. Again, this is one lone tiny Prowler against 20 Covenant ships. And so they had to sit by and essentially just watch as these Covenant ships make their way to Patterson's fleet. And what follows was basically a UNSC bloodbath. They are almost eviscerated. Only a handful of ships, including Patterson's ship, the Stalingrad, were able to safely back out and get to a safe position. Fortunately for them, another 2,000 Sentinels came from the planet and began to attack the Covenant, giving the UNSC time to breathe, regroup, and refigure out what they need to do. And so as Lash and his crew are watching this, not knowing what to do, feeling defeated, they get a transmission from Endless Summer, the AI, who we thought might have been dead after sending out the probe, essentially saying hey, if you want to live, answer this hail. Before we could see exactly what Endless Summer has planned for this Prowler, we do switch back to the map room with Kurt and Halsey and everyone. Kurt tells Halsey hey, figure out a way to get to Team Katana. I'm gonna go up to the top and kind of recon with the rest of the Spartans and see what's going on. And up top, it's not good. He has discovered that a Covenant ship has landed nearby their position and is basically unloading an invading force. A severely large amount of Covenant are coming out of this ship. Kurt then decides hey, we gotta get inside, so orders all of his Spartans back into the map room. And so while they're retreating, we already have sets of Covenant coming in and attacking them. And this is going okay, they're fighting off pretty good because it is a bunch of Spartans. Unfortunately, Fred gets hit by a Hunter fuel rod and needs help. He's unconscious for a brief moment. And so we see Dante and Lucy rush to get him. And while they're doing this, Dante takes a needler hit to his ribs. And it super combines and explodes, but he seems to be okay in the moment. However, when they all make it down to the map room, we see Dante come down and he's limping, and he goes, I think I got hit pretty hard. And then when he moves his hand, you can literally see his ribs. The needler's exploded, and the fact that he's still alive and still fighting goes to show exactly what those mutations did to him. Now, this is a great point to bring up. If you've read anything after Ghosts of Onyx, like Last Light, and so spoiler alert, if you don't want anything to know about Last Light, skip ahead, I'll have a timestamp somewhere on the screen. But in Last Light, we see a lot of the Spartan 3s, at least Gamma Company Spartan 3s, getting their medication to keep them in check from going berserk. However, throughout this entire book, even though it's mentioned that they would need this medication, the whole berserk thing never happens. We see what happens when they get hurt. We see what happens when they get mortally wounded and they just keep fighting and going until eventually their body actually says, yeah, this is literally impossible, we're dying. But we never see that other side of going berserk, of losing control. I find it a little interesting that it was noted at the beginning of the book, but wasn't really shown off in the book. And I know that, I don't remember who it was one YouTuber who basically said that they didn't like that in The Last Light it was constantly used. But I think if you're gonna note it as a possible side effect, it is something that needs to be explored, and it is something that needs to be like constantly like, yo, we need to make sure like we keep Spartan 3s on what would be known as smoothers at one point. We'll get more into that in Halo Last Light. So of course, after Dante realizes that the damage is enough, he basically keels over and dies. His like lifeline on their team bios flatlines. And again, Kurt is negatively affected by this. He's mad. He wants to lash out. He wants to blame Ackerson and Perengoski, but ultimately knows that like this is also his fault. And he has a team to lead, so he puts his emotions in check. While Kurt takes a moment to like recompose himself, Halsey's still working on like this map room terminal and finds out a little bit more about this shield world. And in fact, she even sees references to the Ark. And this is where she discovers that there's a room at the core of Onyx that, while usually inaccessible, is actually primed and open thanks to the fact that Alpha Halo was primed for a brief moment by the Master Chief and Cortana. This means that this room, this chamber of sorts, is open, but only temporarily. And this is where Halsey looks to Kurt and says that they will only have an hour and 17 minutes, 117, to get to this doorway, this chamber, this room, whatever it is, before it closes forever. Kurt ultimately agrees, and this is where Halsey's like, okay, it's at the core of the planet. I know that doesn't make sense, but it's a shield world, and you know, it's just how it works. And Kurt's like, cool, we can do that, but we need to find a way to get, you know, Katana team first. Like, I'm not leaving any more Spartans behind. And Halsey says that she believed, based off how Cortana used the teleport system on Alpha Halo, she too can use the teleport system here on Onyx. And so Kurt says, cool, do it. And just as they're preparing to teleport to where Team Katana is, Endless Summer shows up and says, wait, like, I need you to redeploy somewhere else. And Kurt's like, I'm not going in without Team Katana. And Endless Summer's like, great, I know and I understand, but you need to go to this location because it turns out to be a Sentinel manufacturing factory. If you do not destroy this, no one's ever gonna come save us because every 6 seconds, new Sentinels are made. So Kurt, realizing like, yeah, that actually does take priority, tells Halsey to open up a teleporter. And when they get there is they find this pyramid that's larger than any of the pyramids of Giza. And instead of bricks, like the clay bricks that you see on the pyramids of Giza, each piece is in fact a little orb that would ultimately become a sentinel. And so the only way for them to take out this pyramid of sentinels, you know, pre-made sentinels, is to disrupt 3 field generators. And so they're realizing, okay, how do we do this? We don't have the firepower to take that out, and we don't have a lot of time. And this is where Ash kind of goes, I have an idea, but it's gonna involve a lot of rabbits. And that's when Kelly looks at him and goes, my man. And so what he means by this, and we see it from Ash's perspective, each team goes off and takes care of their own generator. We just see one through the eyes of Fire Team Foxtrot. And it's basically Ash and his team going and distracting and luring Sentinels to chase them. And what they do is they run toward these generators, and as they get there, the Sentinels will thereby attack the team, and the team will move just in time for it to actually destroy the generator. And for the most part, this plan works out really well. No one dies, no one gets hurt, and everyone makes it back to the rendezvous point where Halsey is like being able to teleport everyone back to like a safe space. And when they get back, Halsey informs Kurt that she's discovered that the Covenant have also somehow learned how to use the teleportation system on Onyx. making them an even bigger problem than they would originally thought. With that, Kurt decides, okay, then we need to get to Team Katana, get them out of there, get to the core of the world, and get to this hidden room. And so with that, they go through the teleporter once again. Back on the desk, we learned that the crew had just finished planting 14 nuclear mines on the dark side of Onyx's moon. Patterson's fleet then shoots at the Covenant fleet, luring them towards those nukes. This then causes, the Covenant to come over, nukes get set off, and destroys practically all of the ships by the Covenant. Any stragglers were then dealt with by the remaining few forces that Admiral Patterson had. And so for the briefest moment, as Lash and the rest of the Dusk crew are watching this, they feel like kind of a moment of breath. Like, okay, that was rough, but you know what? We did it, and just maybe, we have an actual chance of winning this war. That is until 32 Covenant ships entered the system and obliterated Admiral Patterson's fleet. And the crew of the Dusk had to just stand by and watch. Back on Onyx, and I know I said earlier that Ash's team was Foxtrot. That was a mistake. They are Saber team. I'll have that corrected in the actual part of the video. But Palsy has brought them all to Katana team's position. Again, these are Spartan 3s that were part of the same training module as teams Gladius and teams Saber, and were ultimately captured by the Sentinels. And when they get there, they find them in these weird cryopods. And when Kurt goes to engage with these pods, he's overcome with a sense of distortion and disorientation. He has to back out because he feels sick. And that's when Halsey comes up and examines them and finds out that they're technically not normal cryopods. In fact, they are suspended within a slip space field. They can be moved, they can move these pods, but they cannot release them because it's not like a normal cryopod technology. They are technically preserved in a slip space bubble. It's very weird. So anyways, they decide to move them. And as Ash goes to move them, and they find an inscription on the pod itself. And I'm gonna read to you what it says. So as Ash maneuvered one pod, Dr. Halsey held up a hand indicating that he halt. She bent closer to the last pod and ran her fingers over the Forerunner icons along its side, translating as she did so. That which must be protected behind the sharpened edge of the shield, beyond the reach of the swords for the reclaimed. No, that's not the correct meaning. Reclaimed, Ash echoed. Maybe reclaimers? Dr. Halsey looked up, startled at him. Yes, a title, specifically an honorific. Yeah, he said, that's what the Sentinel called us. One spoke. And so then this is where now Halsey is getting into Ash's face and asking him to tell her everything. And this is when he relays the conversation, or somewhat conversation, that he had with that Sentinel earlier, when it basically said hey, say the right counter word, reclaimer. And then it goes, oh wait, you're not a reclaimer. You're some weird aboriginal human thing, and you either need to be studied or neutralized in case you're infected. And this is actually where Kurt kind of pulls Halsey to the side. He's finally done. He looks her in the eye, when no one's around, because he tells the other team to start getting a move on. And he looks at her and goes you need to start talking. You clearly know way more than you're letting on. You're not here for foreigner tech. Why are you really here? And Halsey, being who she is stubborn. She's not going to talk unless he talks about why he's being weird with the Spartan 3s. And so this is where Kurt finally just says, all right, but you need to understand, this is top level secret stuff right here. And he starts to tell her all the alterations that he approved for Gamma Company. And this is funny enough where Halsey kind of realizes again that her and Kurt are in the same boat. Kurt just wants to protect his Spartans, and Halsey wants to make an amends by also protecting her Spartans, which is why she had Hood send Blue Team. Those are her Spartans. And also now she can do the right thing by protecting the Spartan 3s. And so Halsey admits to him she's not here for foreigner tech, but to hopefully save the Spartan 3s from the war and a few of her own Spartans. And with this, Kurt's not mad, and he's actually understanding it because, again, they're in the same boat. So they decide to move on and continue their way to the core. Reaching, going through this teleporter and reaching this weird antechamber outside of the core, they find this hill. And on this hill is this weird platform that has like 13 fins that's like circling this crown. And there on this platform are like 7 concentric circles that are like stepping up to this platform. Dr. Halsey, of course, goes to investigate this stepped platform while the rest of the Spartans, such as Fred, go and recon the area. And this is where Fred basically tells Kurt, like, there are a lot of teleportation pads in the core. Like, this is not looking good. And so this whole time that like they've been walking around, they've still had those Fenris warheads. But Halsey says do not set them off because it could disrupt this way into the room, this portal that we need to take. And so Kurt decides, all right, let's just use these Lotus mines at the very least to start setting up bombs around the area. Back in the Foreigner City, we see Voro and his army are starting to prepare to go in battle. He has over 200 Sangheli, many of them with energy shields. And I'm seeing this a lot lately. To be honest, I wish Campaign Evolved would have given elites like energy shields. That one's so cool. Of course, he has his own hunters who are known as Parutu and Waruna. And of course, many other hunters, as well as a large number of suicide grunts, which were the ones expected to go first through these teleporters. The reason he's so hell-bent on killing these humans is because according to Foreigner scripture, the Reclaimers were to gather at the center of Onyx, which is why Voro has to kill these demons to prevent them from meeting up or getting near these Reclaimers, not knowing that they are in fact the humans are the Reclaimers. So back in the antechamber, as time ticked away, as that hour and 17-minute clock, which is obviously much lower now, starts to descend, so too does this platform. It's like for every few minutes, the platform goes down and those 7 concentric circles start to go down with it, and the fins start to go up, kind of like a flower petal, but like the reverse. Instead of opening, they're closing. And so as the Spartans are all kind of just geared up, waiting for the inevitable, this is when the 200 grunts start coming through along with some of the elites and of course hunters. And for the next few minutes, like the team is able to hold off relatively well. You know, it is just mostly grunts, so they're just blasting from all sides. But this is going okay until the hunters finally make their way to the hill and start climbing up to where the Spartans are holding off. And we see that one of these hunters is about to use its fuel rod cannon to hit Kelly point blank. And Holly, one of our Spartan 3s, Gamma Company Spartan, decides to jump in front of it and take the shot. The moment this happened, it leads Will to jump and like kind of tackle this hunter, falling down the hill with this hunter. And as he gets up, he's surrounded by 2 hunters and obviously this armada of Covenant. And Will himself starts fighting off against these hunters, giving them a hell of a fight up until the point that he too gets shot by the hunters and dies. After this though, like a lot of the Covenant that survive start to like back out and retreat. And so everyone, the humans, take this moment to gather Will, and there's nothing to gather of Holly because she was essentially just vaporized by the fuel rod cannon. Because again, she's only wearing spy armor. She's not wearing Milner like Kurt R. William was. And you know, it confirms that Will in fact did die. And so when Kurt and Fred go to basically investigate why the Covenant have backed out, they see they weren't retreating, but were regrouping. And while they were fighting off this like smaller little army, the real army had been making its way into the room and surrounding the Spartans. So now like there's this massive just armada of Covenant surrounding this group of Spartans and humans. And inside we now see Banshees, Seraphs, Voro, who's leading the charge, and his 2 personal hunters. We also learned through that battle that Kurt had been damaged. He had taken a shot to his chest. He recognizes that this wound, it's not good. And even Halsey kind of steps in and goes, I need to help you. And he says like, no, he needs to know like what needs to be done next. And so he asks her right here, like, hey, will everyone be safe inside this room? And we come to find out it's actually more of a slip space rift. It's similar to that of which what Team Katana is currently in. They are within a slip space bubble and are essentially protected from anything. And this whole time that they've been fighting on this platform against the Covenant, they've been using them as shields because nothing can hurt them. Nothing can affect them because they're not in, like, they're not there, but they're there. It's, again, it's slip space voodoo. And this is the same thing. Whatever this weird little portal is at the center of this room, this rift on this platform, is the same type of technology. And so Kurt says, going through it, will everyone be protected? And Halsey goes, yeah, it was essentially made to protect humanity or protect anything from the firing of the Halo ring. So yeah, anything is safe in there. And with that in mind, Kurt then begins to order everyone into the rift because it's getting smaller as time is finally starting to dwindle down. So he first sends Team Katana alongside Halsey, and Mendez. He then turns to Blue Team, promotes Fred to a lieutenant. So now he's no longer just a normal NCO, he's now a full-blown officer. And that kind of makes Fred realize, oh shit, like I know what you're doing. He then orders Blue Team with his last act as like commander to go through the rift. And this is when we see him start to prime the Fenris nukes. And like that's what kind of leads Blue Team to realize like they know what he's gonna do. So then he turns to Tom and Lucy and orders them for the rift as well. And right here, Tom's like, no, I'm not going through that. I'm not leaving you. I'm gonna stand by your side and we're gonna do this together. Kurt's not losing any more people. So like when he goes, okay, fine, how much ammo do you have left? And like when Tom goes to investigate, he's like knocked out by Kurt. And then he turns to Lucy and tells her like she needs to go through this, like she needs to pick up Tom and go through the rift. And again, she can't talk, so she's like shaking her head profusely, and Kurt like yells at her and says, you need to go now. And so basically like silently crying, she does pick up Tom and goes through this rift. So then I'm gonna kind of like half use notes and half read because I just feel like this is such a ending that I just love. So as Kurt's waiting, the time is now within seconds of this rift officially closing for good. And so Kurt's just kind of sitting there waiting as this army of Covenant makes its way towards him. And as they get closer, Voro starts talking about like, don't damage the center, get the engineers up here so we can prevent this slipspace field from closing and we can reopen it. Glory is ours. And Kurt says, you haven't won, you still got me to get through. And so the shipmaster, Voro, is essentially like looking down on him. He's injured, he's not gonna do anything, he's not gonna put up a fight. And we see kind of Kurt looking around, and in the room, he's hallucinating because he's dying, and he's seeing Will, Dante, Holly, and all sorts of other Spartans that he has lost. Shane, Jane, Robert, everyone that he has lost these past few years, he sees them all in this room. And the clock finally hits 0 and the rift officially closes. And he knows there's no way to reopen it. And so he's taking these last moments to just basically belittle the Covenant. And he also moves all those Spartans' names that just recently died, like Will, Dante, and Holly, to MIA alongside Kurt, or Lieutenant Commander Kurt Ambrose to MIA, alongside Kurt, or Spartan 051, to basically like differentiate those two. And so in the last moments, the Fleet Master Elite, Voro, snarled at Kurt, and the translation filtered through his helmet speaker. One last fight, demon. You will die, and we shall reopen the silver path. Die? Kurt laughed. Didn't you know? He told the elite. Spartans never die. Kurt turned his gauntlet face up and pressed the detonator. So in the epilogue, we are now back aboard the Dusk. The crew is monitoring the planet, hoping to find any sign of the Spartans. Again, still seeing all these Covenant ships in the air, until they start to see the planet of Onyx essentially like start destroying itself and like disintegrating. And they realize they can see the interior of the planet as everything starts moving and coalescing, until they realize that this entire time, the planet wasn't just rock and metal, but in fact, the entirety of Onyx was made up of Sentinels. The planet wasn't falling apart, it was disassembling. And so with this knowledge, the crew of the Dusk goes into slipspace, leaving the system as the planet falls apart and ultimately will be destroyed. The next day, on November 4th, 2552, in an unknown location, we see Halsey, Mendez, Blue Team, and Saber Team all holding a memorial for Dante, Holly, Will, and Kurt. After the memorial, Fred goes straight into like Spartan mode and starts like trying to figure out where they are. This is where she gets up and says, you know, based off everything, we're in a sphere. We are technically still on Onyx. We never left Onyx. We're just in a safe space within a slip space bubble of Onyx. But here's the kicker. Where they're at is not just your normal sphere. It's almost like being in a shield world like Requiem, but severely larger. And in fact, it's so large that the diameter is the same length as it would be from an orbit from the sun to the Earth. That is how ginormous the diameter of this area they're in. Again, they're still technically within a small little tiny rift of slip space, but inside that dimension is this massive micro Dyson sphere. It's almost like having a whole solar system within a planet. It's very, very weird. After this, again, Fred starts saying like, okay, well, we need to figure out, you know, where to go and how to get out of here. And Halsey kind of like says like, you don't need to be so aggressive right now. Like, we're safe and like this place is massive. It's gonna take a long time for us to even, you know, figure anything out. And Fred says that's why all the more reason to be in now. And starting with that, we need to figure out how to get Team Katana out of those cryopods. As she walks away, Blue Team discusses like whether they believe Chief is still there. And you know, they basically say like he has to be out there. He's the last hope to fighting off the Covenant. And so then this is when Kelly kind of asks Fred on like his thoughts of the Spartan 3s. And he says like, you know, they're just kids, but so were we once. And for him, you know, he wants to honor Kurt. And he believes, like them, that they are Spartans. And I'm going to read you the last little bit of this because, again, I think it's very just touching and overall just a really good way to end the book. So right here, while we're stuck in here, Kelly kicked the grass. What's your take on the others? Team Saber. They're kids, Fred said. But so were we once. I think they're Spartans, like us. Ash trotted up to them, Olivia and Mark trailing behind, hefting packs. All ready, sir, Ash said. Good. Fred set a hand on Ash's shoulder and nodded to the others. Welcome to Blue, Spartans, Kelly said. We're going to make a great team. When I read that last part, it gave me chills because at the end of the day, like, we went from having it to where Kelly said that to Kurt all those years ago when Kurt officially became part of Blue Team. When John accepted him, Kelly and everyone accepted him. And you have it to where you now have Fred, Kelly, and Linda, the last Spartan 2s in this area, because Kurt's gone, basically taking on the role Kurt had taken on all those years ago as like the supportive, instructive figures for the 3s. And you go from Kelly and the rest of the Spartan 2s, I didn't really talk about it much, but it does happen where the other Spartan 2s from Blue Team are uncomfortable around the 3s because again, they don't perceive them as Spartans. They see them as something else. But here and now, they've seen how hard they fight and they've seen the way they are and they know that these are Spartans and that they belong with us as any other Spartan would. And I just love that ending with Kelly saying, welcome to the Spartans, because she started off saying it to Kurt and now she's saying it to Kurt's proteges, to Kurt's last act as probably like one of the most beloved Spartan 2s in all of the UNSC. So realistically, what is there to say about Ghosts of Onyx? I mean, this book has been talked about so much. It is such a beloved story within the Halo franchise. Eric Nylund, I feel like in obviously The Fall of Reach, it was him just creating a story to help with the release of Combat Evolved. First Strike was him getting a little bit more freedom, but kind of still extending that story of Combat Evolved, but creating more characters and setting up some plot points. Ghosts of Onyx, in my honest opinion, feels like his book. This feels like this was his baby. He took control. He pushed it where he wanted to push it. He tied up the loose ends of all of those things he set up, even with the Fall of Reach, with people like Ackerson, with the S3 and the King Under the Castle in First Strike. It really feels like even if you just read Fall of Reach, First Strike, and Ghosts of Onyx as one story, it's a great story to tell beginning, middle, and end. I think, in all honesty, Ghosts of Onyx is the undoubtedly best book in the Nylund Trilogy, and he made such a phenomenal character through Kurt. Like, I love Kurt, I love his character, I love his development, and I love that he became a Halsey, because I think a lot of people are very confused by the Kilo 5 trilogy, where it's like, we hate Halsey, but I don't think it's we hate Halsey. I think it's just that we don't know what it's like to be in Halsey's shoes, and we don't know what it's like to have that, but Kurt does. We see Kurt go from, I'm just going to train the Spartan 3s like I would have been trained as a Spartan 2, to approving illegal mutations on Gamma Company because he's so hell-bent on protecting his 3s that he will cross any line like Halsey would to protect their Spartans. I think that, like, that in its own is a beautiful, beautiful story, and it's a great, like, it's sad because on one end you have it to where Kurt, in my opinion, probably almost did worse things than Halsey in the terms of training the Spartan 3s, and yet Kurt's looked upon more belovedly than Halsey. And I find that to be a funny, like, juxtaposition, but I think at the same end of the day, it shows no one who's never been in those boots can actually understand what it's like. And then this brings me to my final point on Halsey, is that you see that Halsey has been trying to amend her sins. She's not expecting forgiveness. She's not expecting that if there is a heaven or hell, she's gonna go to hell or heaven. She just wants to do the right thing. She's tired of doing the wrong thing. We saw that in First Strike with the Johnson stuff, and we're seeing that now with her betraying everyone just so she can protect Spartans. She's the reason they are here today, not just the 2s, but the 3s as well. She may have not made and or approved the 3s, but it's her research and development of the 2s that led to the 3s. And these were all at one point just 5 to 6-year-old children who were kidnapped or, you know, indoctrinated as orphans to become super soldiers and are now being sent out on the most brutally suicidal missions possible. And at the end of the day, you see things like Perchance being so excited to start the Spartan 3s because, yeah, we need a fighting force. We need cannon fodder so we can buy time. That's what the 3s were in Perchance's eyes. So when people try to paint Halsey as the big bad, it's always just a realization that even in Fall of Reach, that Eric Nylund pointed out that in Fall of Reach, had Halsey even left the Spartan 2 development process, Oni would have just continued it. They would have put someone else in her shoes, and they probably would have been worse off with it, but it was never always Halsey's fault. Don't get me wrong, she does burden the blame, but not to the point that, like, is been thrown at her. Oni, Perchance approved the Spartan 2s. They were going to do it without her. They wanted to retire her years ago, and they approved the Spartan 3s, which in my eyes was done way worse than the Spartan 2s. So, overall, Ghosts of Onyx, probably a 10 out of 10. I don't think there's anything about this book I hate. Maybe I'm a little tired of the constant, like, perspective changing on a dime. And the only, actually that's a different book, but the only thing I didn't like too is how quickly time had to jump. You know, we go from 25, 32, 33, 40s, 50s, and it's like, all right. When it made it to 2552, where a majority of this story takes place, that was good. You had a nice cohesive story, but it's a lot of time jumping at the beginning of the book. But it doesn't ruin it. It just sets up Kurt to be what he is. And then you jump to the Spartan 3s, which my only real problem with that is I enjoyed Shane and Jane and Robert. But then it's like you see them train and then you see them die. And then I enjoyed Tom and Lucy and the rest of Fireteam Foxtrot. But then you fast forward to after the prologue, where practically all of that company is dead. All of Beta Company is in fact dead. And now you have the Gammas, who, you know, we don't even see them arrive. We don't see that. We just see that they're now becoming Spartans. That's probably my only real pet peeve, is I wish I could have seen a little bit more of that development of the 3s rather than just jumping through them so quickly. But overall, that is Halo Ghosts of Onyx. I don't think there's really anything else for me to say on it, because as I'm sure many of you are here just listening and probably who have read this book, you know that this book is a certified S-tier Halo book. I don't think anything will ever top just the way it works. And I do think it works well within the trilogy. It does work good as, you know, its own thing, but definitely what you're going to want to read, watch, play, and or do in order to prepare for Ghosts of Onyx is, for the most part, you're going to want to read Fall of Reach, First Strike, and then go into Ghosts of Onyx. I would say read The Flood, because it still builds off that story from Fall of Reach into First Strike. It makes it a little more sense, but you can play Combat Evolved and still get that same story. You just don't get those like extra side stories like McKay and Silva and Alpha Base on in the game and from the book. But again, overall, Fall of Reach, First Strike are paramount to not just understanding Ghosts of Onyx, but really cherishing and just getting involved with the story that Nylund has told. Again, I really feel like Fall of Reach was him setting up, you know, a prequel for Halo Combat Evolved, and First Strike was him kind of getting in the groove of things, and Ghosts of Onyx was him saying, I know the story I want to tell, and here it is. And he did it well. But that is pretty much it for today's video. Let me know what you guys think of Ghosts of Onyx, and I will see you in Halo Glass Lens.